draws tens of thousands of people in person and watching from around the world. The event tackles issues specific to Latinos and showcases working solutions from around the nation. LEAD also addresses local issues at the Feria Educativa College and Career Fair to promote college-going opportunities for local Latino families. The LEAD organization depends on significant participation and partnerships in the region and nationally, and strong interactive connections with Latino networks in the U.S. and Latin America, and with indigenous peoples throughout the world. The various LEAD networks agree there are important issues that directly or indirectly affect higher education institutions and the multiple communities they straddle. Those issues require colleges and universities to do the relevant for their respective local communities, and in such a way that they can be used to inform and shape policy. Put simply, the LEAD movement engages the Latino community, and the singular most achievable solution to our educational dilemma lies in community activism and democratic participation. Netroots is one way to describe the LEAD organization's methods of awareness raising, education, promotion, advocacy, activism, analysis, discussion, critique, and dissemination of educational issues that impact Latinos. The word is a combination of internet and grassroots, reflecting the technological innovations, participatory democracy, and campaign-oriented activities that set LEAD's techniques apart from other forms of education and advocacy.
Are you ready to make a difference in the Latino community? Are you ready to connect with and be part of Latino educational leadership? Are you ready to find cross-sector solutions to improve the education and lives of all students?
Raise your hand, step in, and get involved.
Please join us as we convene those sharing a common interest and commitment to educational issues that impact Latinos.
Ali Sahabi has influenced a generation of builders, architects, and government leaders with his vision of the future. He has spent a lifetime enhancing the quality of life in the communities he serves.
There is a
his
huge crowd
influence has
already. If we could
transformed
just
much
kind
of
of hear the
Southern
crowd,
California.
just give a little bit of,
Clean
hey, we're here, are you here?
And demonstrating a lifelong commitment.
It's the morning. We're getting started. Wow, that's a fresh start. So we're all getting really excited. There's a huge, huge honoree today.
A beautiful
someone
legacy
that I know we're gonna
that will be forever there.
Very, let's put it
Something
this way.
that you brought to the city of Corona and to our region, and I want to thank you for that.
I have your autograph. I don't know
As
if he's giving
president of
autographs. Does
SE
everyone know who's going to be here today? Yeah, see, they already know. They said it. Cheech Marin. Cheech is going to be here in the house, right here at Cal State University, San Bernardino, because of an amazing thing that he's going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about that and so much more. There are panelists all day, and the whole thing of this event is, well, let's put it this way. I've been part of this event since 2010. Can't believe it's been that far back. But when we got brought in, it was going to be something that they thought, okay, we could do maybe a few hundred people that would maybe, you know, be able to speak about something that's very important to the hearts of people, especially the Latino people, those that are wanting to get education out there and those that want to get the education kind of met to the right people. And I can say without a doubt, we have done a lot each and every year, brought on so many great people, some great, wonderful, we'll call them futurists, leaders in the community, one of which I can remember, Dolores Huerta, which was with us years back, and she shared her experience. And I will say this, I kind of grew up in the area of LA, and I got a lot of information with, let's put it this way, the public school system. We all know it, we love it, but sometimes you don't know what happens in your history of culture. And that's something that I know we'll be discussing today, which is very important, especially to the community that happen to be Latino. I know there's a lot of Latinas in the house, a lot of Latinos. Can we hear you? Can you say hello? There they are. Yep, they're filtering in right now as we speak. And we're excited about that because we're excited about the whole day. We've got people that are understanding the need, not just for education, but also, let's put it this way, for people that need to understand that, well, everyone matters. You know, we live in the U.S., and thankfully this is being transmitted around the world thanks to our friends at YouTube, thanks to our friends at Facebook. We thank you very much. Also, Twitter, you may be following us on that. You can retweet us. Follow us at LeadCSUSB. You can find us there on Twitter. Do a little hashtag LeadTwenty22. Can't believe it's 2022 since 2010. But we've been at it, but I gotta say, the one who's really been at it is Dr. Enrique Murillo, who actually put together a handbook. And in that handbook, he said, guys, we need to A, get along, and B, we need to get this education out because there's so many kind of squashing it. And they're squashing it in a way that people just kind of go, okay, do you matter? And we say, yeah, we matter. We're in engineering, we're in science, we're in technology, we're in things that matter for the future. And right now, I mean, I do the news every single day on ABC News Radio, KMET, 1490 AM. And I can tell you right now, we are going through one of the worst things. Pandemic, still here, right? Did you get your shot? And then we're going through something that we talked about in 2010, and people said it's not a thing, called climate change. And now we see that happening. Well, who are we going to look to for the future of getting these things kind of help for the planet? Honestly, our youth. Our youth today are getting the education and the science and the, well, let's put it this way. They're putting the science out there that is right. They're seeing in their lifetime the things that people said isn't a thing. Let's put it this way. This place here, San Bernardino, actually got flooded because there was a huge storm. Right now in Florida, there's a huge storm. They would say even a category, well, they're saying 4 or 5, 250-mile-per-hour winds. Have you ever heard of that? Usually they top at 100 and what, 80, 190, 250. So the earth is sick. Okay, there's been about 50-some volcanoes around the world. Everybody remembers Tonga. Well, the kids of today who happen to be Latino, Latina, and well, anything and everything, because let's face it, we all get mixed families, right? So the reality is we live on this world, and the reality is we want to be seen as equal because we all have a brain. We all have the mind, and we all have something that we honestly sometimes are not understood by some who kind of push down, hey, you happen to be that? Do you have your card? Excuse me, do we live on a planet? Yes. Do we want to live on this planet forever? Yes. And is it sick? Yes. Do we have technology in the minds of the youth today, even of those that are going to school right now? And, you know, last night I heard someone who got her doctorate's degree. She had her master's degree, again, thanks to the people here at Cal State University San Bernardino. And I could tell you, well, let me put it this way. If the earth is sick, who do we need to help everyone? The people of today. And that really is what, again, the Latino Education and Advocacy Day is about. It's about the history of what the Latino and Latina have had to deal with in the past. We're going to hear a lot about that in a special event, especially early morning and early afternoon. So we want you to participate throughout it all throughout the day. All you have to do is comment on social media. Maybe if you have a question, we may ask it during the questionnaire time. But what I challenge each and every one who's tuning in today, and maybe you're looking at the rebroadcast, because this will be up for you to watch even later, is this. Remember, if we're on a world together and we're born on this earth, are the things that we are, well, let's put it this way, the things that are impacting the world right now, are they going to impact the world forever? And I will say this, the people of today are thinking, how can we make, well, the things that we already have better? I'll give you an example. Right now, we're paying top dollar on oil. We're paying, what, $6 here in San Bernardino. It's going up maybe to $8 every now and then, depending on who's kind of at the throttle, right? But the people today can think about how can we introduce technology like, well, there's hydro. No one's talking about it. But the kids of today can go here to San Bernardino, get the education, and understand that, guess what? They can. That's actually someone very important. She's saying a great thing last night, so we'll hear her a little bit later. But the great thing is we all have the ability to share information, and here at Cal State University San Bernardino, they're actually able to do that. The great thing is Enrique has been able to put so many things together with a great team. I can tell you there is a great team that do everything every single day, all throughout the year, to get started for this big event. Now, in past years, we actually had it in March. If you remember, anytime time I ever broadcast this on my own channels on social or on the radio, I always say, hey, tune in to the Latino Education Advocacy Day, also known as LEAD. Okay, why LEAD? Because, well, you gotta lead with people that make sense. Do these people make sense? Yes. And are they seeing what's happening in the world? Some are not, because they don't watch the news. But if you watch the news and you watch that our planet is suffering, people in like Europe or Italy. I have a friend right now who's actually in Europe, and there's a huge storm. But the storm, we go, oh, that's always a thing. Except now they're worse. Why are they worse? I mentioned the volcanoes earlier. I talked to some very smart biologists and smart scientists at other universities, because that's the great thing about LEAD. LEAD shares the information not just with San Bernardino, but with the rest of the world. Dr. Enrique Murillo has a great handbook. You got to check it out. And in there, he has a lot of participating, including in this one, a lot of participating partners is what we'll call them, that are all other colleges or universities. And these universities are all sharing the information with their kids, and they're actually giving them credit for tuning in. How cool is that? Because they want them getting the information that they need or the education that they need. There are so many people squashing that information, and I say, why squash it when you can share? These kids are vibrant. They're ready to go. Let's put it this way. Sometimes people kind of squash what they think they know. These kids are learning firsthand, what is it we can do now? And that's what the whole university, San Bernardino, is able to do for the kids here. Now, there are high school kids here going, do I want to go here? Do I want to get the education here? What can I learn? What science can I learn? What technology can I learn? Or what can I just do for fun, right? There's so many great opportunities here at San Bernardino, Cal State University, that I say, hey, get the information, apply for what you need when it comes to financial. And, you know, maybe we could talk to the governor and say, Governor, we need the smart minds of today to make sense for everyone. What do you think? I think we should do that. Yes. Speaking of which, we've got some really good people coming up around the corner. And there's, in fact, some people getting ready to kind of stream. But, again, what I want to share with you really quick is this. You gotta be prepared for anything and everything, especially when we're broadcasting, okay? Because we do a lot of things behind the scenes. And sometimes we even pull people in front. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready to go. Yeah.
That was early. Wow, I didn't know we were ready to go. Okay. Oh, we got a great performance coming up. Here it is. Check it out.
Buenos días a todos. ¿Cómo están? Con mucho cariño desde México. Flautín va llamando una a una sus ovejas y les va comunicando sus cosas y sus tristezas. Y el flautín arriar canta así.
The lead event. Education Advocacy Days event.
Thank you so much.
Great event. And I can tell you right now, the performer right now, whether you heard him or not,
Bueno,
is amazing.
la siguiente canción,
Pretty, we gotta get his,
con mucho cariño para todos ustedes.
we maybe should his Instagram as well. Follow us right there. All the social media handles you can find on the link provided. Also, if you want to donate, you can do so right there. Just click on the link. All of this is supported by donations. There's a lot of sponsors that take a part of this, some of which we want to give a little bit of acknowledgement to because they do a lot. And we've got people that actually rebroadcast to get this information out. NPR actually had some information sent out there with Dr. Enrique Murillo about the importance of education and, of course, literacy when it comes to anyone and everyone, especially in the Latin field. Okay, we got a lot of information coming out soon. And we got some people actually going to join us as well. You know, I'm going to bring somebody here with us. I think she's about to perform, but I think, do you really quick, why don't you come real quick? Really quick for the viewers here. Hi, how are you doing? Now, you actually had a really good performance yesterday, and I saw it. And you had like a saxophonist, you had like somebody do really cool stuff. Yeah. What was that about?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, just the whole music that you do.
Oh, that's my band, Vicky Tafoya and the Big Beat.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, that's us.
Okay. So you got to check her out on social media. By the way, the music that you do, what do you call it?
It's like oldies, 50s R&B, doo-wop.
Okay,
Yeah.
All right, so check her out. How long have you been performing?
Forever, all my life.
Really?
Yes, and we have a new single out on Penrose, which is just a block away from the Cheech. And it's Penrose Recordings with Gabe Roth. And we have a new single out, and we will be selling some merch today.
Oh, nice. Okay, so if you're here, go ahead and check it out. Some people are tuning in on their phone device, but also hashtag Lead 2022, and we'll get started. All right.
My Instagram is Lashes and Lungs, and also Vicky Tafoya and the Big Beat.
Okay, you guys got to check her out. She's amazing. When do you perform today?
At 9, I'm going to do the national anthem, and then at noon, my band's going to be here.
Awesome. Okay, looking forward to it. Okay, all right. So she's the one that crossed earlier. Let's see if she can cross again. Okay, she's going to go around. All right, so there's some really good stuff happening. The performances are happening live in person, so people are going, whoa. Did you guys see, great movie, by the way. I just saw it on, well, there were a couple of really good ones that Disney has put out, which, again, ABC, I kind of, have to give a plug really quick. They have some great stuff when it comes to culture for the Latino culture, right? Or as many say, well, let's just keep it Latin, right? The Latin world. We've got Latin America, we've got, anyone and everyone around the world needs to tune in to this because, well, we're doing some great things. And here's what I could say. There's so many good people behind the scenes that we want to give a shout out to them. We've got sponsors like Cardenas, which I can tell you right now, great food. Go get some great food there, especially if you have it in your own area. Also, we've got some people that actually are donating in person. We've got a $25 donation. If you want to donate to any of the event, you can always participate right there. And again, it's it's tax deductible. So that's even better. So go check out the link provided on our links, and you can actually participate. Pepsi as well is a sponsor. We appreciate them. Not going to lie, I love it. Then there's the Puente Group. The Puente Group is here, a group of great people which actually get the word out when it comes to anything Latin. And sometimes I get asked a lot by people, why Latin? And I say this, why not? Right? Doesn't it make sense? We're all on this earth, right? Why should people be put down like in 8th position when they should be with everyone, right? And that's kind of what I've seen in the, last few years, more like the last 5-6 years. Certain people go, wait, you should go back to where you came from. I say, well, I was actually born here, so I don't. future, and that's what these people are, well, gonna, let's put it this way, keep going, okay? So we're getting excited for some of this stuff. Some of this we're gonna share with you, and some of this evidently we're not, because of copyright. I know, Facebook, YouTube, they go, we can't share it. We don't have that copyright notice. So I say, all right, whatever. But let's see if we could kind of listen. That music, it's beautiful. All right, big shout out to some sponsors as well. The California-Mexico Center, the Chicano Latino Caucus of San Bernardino County, the Inland Empire Community News. Thank you so much for your donation and your willingness to help us out. There's also people that are providing food, like Genesis 2000 Bakery, great pan dulce. Oh my God, Mexican bread is at its finest. Coyote Dining as well. Shoot, the people here at Cal State University, San Bernardino, they're great and they're amazing. We have sponsors that donate above and beyond in the thousands. I can name one right now, which she's actually getting a facility named after her and her husband, J.R. Watson and Associates Development Corporation with Dr. Judy Rodriguez Watson. She's been a long-time contributor, some really good stuff that she and her family have done, and we appreciate that. We also appreciate the people that are in the community, like the Inland Empire magazine. We appreciate you for getting that information out. Also, our own, well, everyone, really. The reality is we're all wanting and needing more on this earth. So we say thank you to the big sponsors, especially in the gold sponsor, which is thousands of dollars, up to $10,000 to be very specific. AT&T, thank you for your contribution to this. NPR, thank you. KVCR 91.9. Also, of course, the California Teachers Association, we thank you. Then we have our platinum above the thousands, like 10 and above. And these are like places like The Sun, La Prensa, Southern California News Group. We've got individual people that really kind of say, look, what can we do to help out? And we want to say thank you, especially to the president of Cal State University, San Bernardino, Dr. Tomas Morales. We've had him here. He's actually in Washington right now, kind of discussing some very important things when it comes to schooling and education. So we're excited to hear what comes out of that. But in the meantime, we're probably going to be hearing from people that are going to be kind of in his place, so to speak, like Dr. Chinaka S. Damwachupu. I probably got that wrong. He'll correct me later. Then we've got the Information Technology Services, Dr. Sam Sudhakar. Also the Chancellor, who's Jolene Koster, who is part of the California State University Department of External Relations. Super excited about that. All right, there's a lot of things happening behind and in front of the scenes, but what, well, let's put it this way. The program is great, all right? It's going to start off with some information that I know you can use, and if you can use it, do so. Okay, you're going to love it. Also, here's what I can say. You guys are going to really, really want to tune into the afternoon session. There's some information that I know people are going to be like, what, after lunch? Nah, man, I'm done. And I'll say this right now, don't be done because you're going to enjoy it. There's a very interesting, let's put it this way, it could be a documentary. It might be a documentary, actually. And it's all about the history, social justice at home, the Chicano moratorium, and the power of protest. And I know when we had a moratorium, you're thinking, what, another moratorium? Like we don't have to pay? It's a completely different moratorium. Moratorium, I think, has like different meanings. But in that, the National Chicano Moratorium Committee against certain things was a movement of basically people against war. And when you put people against war, sometimes you get, it depends on the time, right? Like people right now, I'll give you an example, in Russia are saying we don't want to go to war, right? They don't want to be drafted. A lot of people in Russia right now are being drafted. Some of the news is out there about that. Other people are going, what? When did that happen? That's what we're going through right now, seriously. So when you have people like that going, hey, we don't want to be drafted, we don't want war, and you're a citizen of Russia, well, you got to say here in the States, what can we do to be understanding of them, the people, and not necessarily understanding of the leaders that put people in harm's way. It's the leaders that put people in harm's way, and that's what Russia's doing, and that's what we don't want to be a part of. So I will say, if you are someone like that, then you'll understand the particular event at 1:25 today. Make sure to set your clocks. If you take a break, make sure to come back on that. We'll still be streaming here, okay? So a lot of information there. Okay, I think we're getting started pretty soon with a pretty important event here. All right. I'm listening to the crowd waiting here. Okay, I'm just tuning in and waiting to see what they're going to say. But it looks like they're still getting ready there. Okay, so the march was held on August 29, 1970, but it's information that you're going to want to listen to because of some great stuff. It's going to be actually with some people, Richard Estrada, who is a really great guy, and he actually is part of some great people, also with Rosalio Yorayas Munoz, who's a journalist and, well, let's put it this way, she does what she believes in. So here's what I want. I want people to understand there's a lot of stuff happening today. You're able to be part of it thanks to our great team behind the scenes. A big shout out to the entire broadcast team, also known as well, let's put it this way. They could do TV like the best of them. In fact, I think this is being broadcast again and again via certain channels, so we appreciate all those that are actually able to get the information out. Let me do some shout-outs to those as well. And again, use the hashtag #Lead2022. If you maybe use your phone or your devices, you can do that, and you can actually make sure to kind of get the information out and say, hey, I'm here at Lead2022. It's a big event, and I know you're going to appreciate it. We've got Telemundo 52, who actually has kind of said, look, we can help you guys out, get the information out. We appreciate you. We got PBS. Really appreciate PBS. SoCal especially. We got KVCR, FNX. We got ESNE. Also, we got TBC Plus. Love those guys. They do a lot of great programming there. NPR, Coyote Radio, Eleviso. Awesome, great, awesome things going on there. We got La Prensa. We got Spectrum. We've also got, let's see, God, there's so many. The Hispanic Lifestyle, we love those guys. Richard Sandoval, great guy. We've got the people at, let's see, IECN, the Inland Empire Community News, and so much more. You can check it out all on the program right here. Here's what I can say. There are so many things happening that, well, let's put it this way. You're going to find information whether you like it or not, okay? Just let it roll. Give us a little like there. Give us a comment. Give us a heart if you can. If you get like angry or upset, don't use the angry emoji, okay? Because it sticks. People go, why are you mad? And I go, they're not mad. They're just mad at certain things that they find out about. It's called, you know, weird people. So that's what I say. Be careful with that. All right, there's a lot of great things happening in the world. I got our broadcast engineers saying, wait, we're going to do something. So again, like I said, anything and everything could happen. I know we're getting ready for something really good right here, right now. Okay, so if you're tuning in again, use the hashtag Lead2022. It's the Latino Education and Advocacy Days. Check out what's next right here.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno. Hello. Okay, here I am. Thank you, Mario. Gracias, Luis. Luis, si puedes, pero vas a cantar ahorita una vez más, pero si puedes meterte aquí detrás, okay, por favor. Okay, let's hear it again for Luis. Okay. Okay, so first let me back up a little bit. Let's give a round of applause to Martin Espino. He was a gentleman that was out here making the sounds and playing out here in the lobby. So Martin. Since 1968, Martin has been performing in stages all over the world. Very well-known, prominent musician who specializes in the ancient Mesoamerican and the Mexican musical instruments. And so he's a soloist, and also he has a group called Mexica. So that's him. And then, of course, you heard Luis Adrian Cruz. Luis Adrian Cruz is the innovator of cumbia opera. I don't know if you heard of a new genre called cumbia opera. You can go to YouTube, and you can look up Cumbia Opera or Luis Adrian Cruz. He was on Tengo Talento, Mucho Talento. Anyway, he told you already. In 2013, he won the national award El Pergamino de Oro, so all the radio stations in Mexico, they have a consortium, and then they award every year a prominent musician, and so he won that award. That's in Mexico. It's a very prestigious. And anyways, and he told you at just a few years ago, at the age of 29, he won La Voz Mexico, which is a huge thing. So it's La Voz Mexico. So that's, yeah. Thank you. Okay, so anyways, at this moment, I want to do a land acknowledgement. Thank you. We wish to recognize and respect the local indigenous peoples, Serrano, Cahuilla, Cupeño, Tongva, Tatiavan, Chumash, Kumeyaay, and others from Southern California as the traditional and local stewards of these lands and the enduring relationship that exists between indigenous peoples and their traditional territories. So I want us today in this morning to reflect on land displacement and understand the issues of land displacement and how that plays into the struggles and the actions that we can take to support indigenous communities. And that's across the whole continent. So I'm not just speaking here because we ourselves are indigenous peoples of these lands. And this is our hemisphere, right? So as far as we believe, we believe we have the right to cross anywhere we want in our own hemisphere. And so we have to be mindful of that. And of course, this, for me specifically, the greater Mesoamerican and the maize or corn-based cultures, right? So migrants like our parents, great-grandparents, fleeing political and economic violence, and who only to face coloniality and racial domination here in the United States, that oftentimes here in this reality, they try to erase our indigeneity. So we struggle for our indigeneity as well so that doesn't get erased. So, anyways, ya estando aquí, ustedes que ocupan traducción, acá atrás, a ver, levanten la mano, allá atrás si se ven, hay traducción para ustedes. Tienen audífonos y las señoras ahí les pueden ayudar. Les dan audífonos y les ayuda con la traducción. Okay? Are we good? Okay. All right, so at this point, I want to bring forth the Air Force Junior ROTC from West Covina High School for the presentation of colors under the direction of Jesus Acuña Perez, Captain, retired U.S. Air Force, Senior Aerospace Science Instructor, born in Tijuana, from Tijuas, and David Moroyoki, Master Sergeant, also retired U.S. Air Force, Aerospace Science, el sonoroense, el yaqui, que está aquí a un lado mío. Okay? Then after the captain, I thought you were gonna. Okay. After the captain, we're gonna have the U.S. national anthem sung by Vicky Tafoya, lead singer of Vicky Tafoya and the Big Beat from Southern California. Actually, Vicky, if you can come up and already be here standing next to these gentlemen. After Vicky, después de Vicky, vamos a tener Luis Adrián singing the Mexican national anthem. So Luis, si nos reúne acá con nosotros, por favor. Luis Adrián. Gracias. And then after Luis, we're going to have the invocation offered by the very Reverend Monsignor Gerard Lopez. A ver, compa Monsignor. Gracias. Who served, he's my compa, so that's all right. I call him my compa. He's the vicar general for the Catholic Diocese of San Bernardino. Okay? So, ahí está, Capitán, all yours.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Muy buenos días. Good morning. It's an honor to be before you once again after we took a lull thanks to COVID. And so I think we've come back more motivated. As you could tell, our cadets are already up front, ready to go. They don't even need direction, right? But before I recite the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to recognize the people who make this possible each and every year. Para empezar, el Dr. Tomás Morales, who's not with us, and all the campus leaders, thank you so much. As well as our CEO, el único, el Dr. Enrique Murillo, mi primo, right? I want to, they didn't steal too much of my thunder last night at the dinner, and so it's a must that I recognize certain aspects of Dr. Murillo because he is an example to follow. Es un ejemplo a seguir. He's experienced some losses over this last time period, yet he continues marching forward. I take cues from him. You know, I've also had a loss, as well as maybe some of you have. And he teaches us that the show doesn't stop. You know, no matter how tragic our losses are, we must continue moving forward. We have a duty, we have an obligation, and I'll get to that in just a second. But Dr. Murillo, muchas gracias por el ejemplo que nos da. Es realmente una inspiración. Movimiento y compromiso. Movimiento, to me, is movement. Movement is migration. Migration is life. As military air shows, the opposite of movement is static, a static display, one that just stands still. So when you go to an air show and you see a static displayed aircraft, you know that it's not going to be moving. It's going to be parked there. And it's detrimental to the aircraft because guess what happens over time if it just sits there? It begins to rust. So movement is life, and movement is migration, and migration is life. So that's the first portion. The second portion, compromiso, which is commitment. And I think we all owe a huge round of applause a nuestras madres, a nuestros padres, tíos, tías, y no se diga nuestros abuelos, who had a commitment from day one to make a better life for their families, for us. As some of you may know, I definitely wouldn't be here before you. My partner here, Sar Morioki, would not be here before you had it not been for those people. So the last part of the compromiso is just us exactly what we're doing right now. The commitment that we owe to our students, all the high schoolers, our cadets, our sons, our daughters, right? We need to continue marching forward. Education is the key. Enlightenment is the key. We no longer can stand in the background and expect mediocre resources, mediocre learning. I can tell you one quick example. Many years ago, I had a cadet here at Cal State San Bernardino who earned a scholarship to be an engineer for the Air Force, yet he couldn't pass his reading comprehension test. After 3 tries, he still couldn't pass. I don't blame that on the student. I blame that on our system. So we can do a much better job, and we will do a much better job. It is if each and every one of us contributes to that effort. So with that being said, if you don't mind, please stand up. Those in uniform, stand at attention, and the rest of you, please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, hi. Hello, my name is Vicky Tafoya, and later on my band will be playing, and today I'm going to sing the national anthem for you. And I'm really proud to be here. I want to add that. And thank you to Professor Murillo for inviting us. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we wash, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Good morning.
Himno nacional mexicano. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Ciño patria tus sienes de oliva, de la paz el arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios escribió. Mas si osare un extraño enemigo profanar con su planta tu suelo, piensa, oh patria querida, que el cielo un soldado en cada hijo te dio, un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero aprestad y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Patria, patria, tus hijos te juran exhalar en tus aras tu aliento, si el clarín con su bélico acento nos convoca a lidiar con valor. Para ti las guirnaldas de oliva, un recuerdo para ellos de gloria, un laurel para ti de victoria y un sepulcro para ellos de honor, un sepulcro para ellos de honor. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero aprestad y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón.
Buenos dias, welcome, bienvenidos. We'll say a little prayer as we begin this really beautiful conference, but take a moment in silence. Pray in the heart that is in your life. The center of your heart is you and your community, so we'll just take this moment in silence and prayer. On this new day you give us, O Lord, we gather in peace and harmony to offer loving prayers for our young people, la futura generación. Protect them, sustain them, give them hope, and give them health. We give thanks for these 50 years of educational justice and equity, for the many leaders and role models, nuestras abuelitas y maestros, who sacrificed so much in the struggle, la lucha, to help us reach this summit here today. We ask that you bless this Cal State San Bernardino community, university community, especially our young people and students, their familias y sus profesores with good success, happiness, and everlasting health. And help us to be a people of movimiento y compromiso to create a much, much better world of peace, unity, inclusion, and everlasting love. Y que Dios y la Virgen nos bendiga siempre. Amén.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. At this moment in time, I'd like to take a quick moment to recognize someone very special here in the audience, which is a small smidge of change, but it's a big one. So I'm going to coin my niece, Larissa Castro, if you could please stand up. She's a Air Force ROTC college cadet here at Cal State San Bernardino, and she's trained to be a pilot. She's in charge of the junior General Military Corps cadets.
Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Gracias, Luis. Thank you, compa. Okay. We good over there? Okay. Cue video. At this time, we want to present to you our procession of elders. And we're just going to take a seat, and they're going to draw in for us. So thank you. Not yet, the video not yet. First is going to do a blessing.
strength of our schools and communities is difficult to evaluate without focusing on the educational achievements of Chicano Latino students. Today, we honor the outspoken women and men who fought for justice, who established a powerful social, political, and cultural movement that changed the lives of millions of Latinos and inspired generations of future activists. Today, we honor the movement elders, los mayores del movimiento.
The last 50 years. 50 years ago, brave, bold women and men came out of the barrios, fields, factories, and schools to forge a new movement. And although the struggle for social justice and educational rights did not initiate in the 1960s, this more radical Chicano movement was qualitatively different from that of previous generations.
El movimiento embraced a wide range of urgent issues, including the restoration of land grants, farm workers' rights, educational reforms, voting and political rights, and the emerging awareness of collective history. The socially entrenched negative stereotypes of Mexican Americans in the mass media and discrimination in public and private institutions were also being addressed.
A new political consciousness was emerging that included a stronger sense of ethnic solidarity, breaking the shackles of subordinated status in U.S. society, and a greater determination to gain political strength and representation. Creatively, this was also a highly productive period for literature and the arts, and helped cement the validation of our rich Mexican-American ethnicity and cultural traditions.
Who are we? We are that generation of 50 years ago whose civic and creative actions stood out from the past.
At the time, most people of Mexican descent resisted calling themselves Chicanos. That term was a derogatory label for the sons and daughters of Mexican migrants.
However, many of our generation embraced being called Chicano and used it as a symbol of ethnic pride, adopting many of the principles of Chicanismo:
self-respect,
self-determination,
pride, and cultural rebirth.
In short, our movimiento aspired to economic, social, and political equality. We planned and organized many legal actions and legislation, strikes, huelgas, civil rights protests, insurrections, mass rallies, y marchas on both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border. Among the most notable demonstrations were the LA walkouts and numerous others throughout the U.S. There was the Tlatelolco massacre in Mexico City, el Plan Espiritual de Aslan, el Plan de Santa Barbara, and the creation of Chicano-Chicana studies. There was the Bilingual Education Act of Title VII, and the initiation of student and youth activist groups like MAYO, the Mexican-American Youth Organization, the United Mexican-American Students, later merged as MECHA, the Brown Berets, y la Raza Unida. I remember the Chicano moratorium against the Vietnam War and the founding of the Chicano Press Association. We also started Católicos por la Raza and la Comisión Femenil Mexicana Nacional. We had big victories with the National Farm Workers Association that later became known as United Farm Workers, the UFW.
We also created La Alancia Federal de Mercedes and important organizations such as the Southwest Voter Registration Education Project, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, the Southwest Council of the Raza,
and we helped strengthen organizations that came before us, like MAPA, LULA, the JED Forum, y más. We are the Chicano movement, Chicanas y Chicanos en la lucha. The next 50 years. While it is tempting to stroll down memory lane and easy to be nostalgic by reliving our history of radical militancy, we can't afford to just sit back and retell old war stories. Lee wants to keep our movimiento moving forward into the next 50 years. Although it's important to acknowledge the past achievements. Many of the issues we fought for 50 years ago still persist, like education and the abuses of labor, civil, human, and immigration rights. Chicano Latinos continue having some of the highest dropout push-out rates in the nation, score among the lowest on achievement tests, and have low college enrollment and graduation rates. Both our students and teachers have a high mobility rate and are located in racially segregated communities with high poverty rates and attend schools with fewer resources, staffing, and programs.
And as movement elders, los mayores del movimiento, we ask ourselves, how can younger generations, many who feel disconnected from the events of the past, take the baton and continue the struggle?
There is still much work to be done. We implore our young people to join the movimiento that we forged 50 years ago. Buscamos jóvenes comprometidos. We're looking for young people who will commit to the struggle like we did long ago. Do as we did.
Raise your hand.
Step in.
And get involved. La lucha continúa. The struggle continues.
¡Sí se puede!
We must position ourselves to shape the political landscape through voting and to increase civic engagement.
We will push ourselves and others through the educational pipeline. We will increase the college readiness and success of our people.
We will fill the ranks in our schools, institutions, colleges, and universities, and become the future faculty, staff, and administrators, and reflect our country's growing ethnic and cultural diversity.
We are strong and accept the mission to make a powerful change in our communities, a change that requires courage, social action, public service, and leadership.
Pass the baton.
Pass the protest signs.
We are ready.
Jóvenes, take the protest signs from the elder. Take over. Jóvenes, take over. All you jóvenes, all you young people, stand up if you're committed to the struggle. Stand up, all you young people. Stand up if you commit yourself. Chicano! 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 Chicana! ¡Que vive la mujer! ¡Que vive la mujer! ¡Que viven los mártires! ¡Que viven los héroes! ¡Que viven los activistas! To the brave and bold camaradas who lost their lives, to those who came out of the barrios, the factories and the schools and the fields to create this movimiento. Presente. Presente. To those who sacrificed their time, careers, and for too many, their lives. Presente. To the our mothers, our fathers, our spouses, all our family, our abuelitos, who may not have been part of organizations, but they were crucial to our lives. They made our lives easier so we can help the next generation. Presente. To the unnamed, unrecognized, and the unknown. Presente. ¿Se puede? ¿Se puede? ¿Se pudo? Gracias. Thank you for giving of your commitment to the elders, for dedicating your lives to the struggle. Thank you. And thank you for jóvenes. We want you to step up. A lot of our elders have passed on in the last few years, if you noticed. We need your young people to start taking over, right? We need you now to step in and get involved. So, gracias. Ya se pueden salir, gracias. Ya se pueden. That door to the left over there, yes, there you go. Thank you. Okay, bienvenidos de nuevo for our annual observance of Latino Education Advocacy Days 2022. It's been a rough 2.5 years, 3 years that has gotten us here. But here we go. Once again, we made it. Thank you all, the many hundreds of you who are going to come in throughout the whole day. And of course, the many thousands watching us or listening to us. We have more than 1,700 viewing sites across 43 countries right now tuning in over here. In the last few years, we were able to recruit 94 new viewing sites. 51 of those 94 sites are high schools. So we have 51 high schools watching us online. They're learning about the Chicano movement. They're learning about the Chicano movement in their courses, in their curriculum. They're watching movies, and then they're here today. So actually the ones here today, that's been part of the curriculum. So the high school students that we have here in person, they've been learning about the movimiento, and now they're here to hear firsthand from the people who lived the movimiento. So that's yeah. Okay. Thank you to the Csusb Academic Technologies and Innovation for streaming us live across the internet. So thank you once again. Our red carpet host, our red carpet host, Aaron Sanchez. I think he's there. I don't know if I can't see him there. Okay, so at any time you can watch us over YouTube, our Facebook, and any of the other social media. Okay. At this time, I want to give a shout out to our 2022 social media ambassadors, the Puente Project. So where are our puentistas here today? Over there, thank you. Thank you for the gift. If you see, I'm wearing the gift from last night, so gracias. Thank you. All right, again, thanks to the Information Technology Services, the great work of James Trotter and Jackway Patterson. Thank you so much. We have, let me see, among our media partners, we have CNBC News Radio, our local affiliate, KCAA, that's broadcasting. We have KPFK, Enfoque Latino. Right now we're being heard over Radio Bilingüe, so the national Radio Bilingüe. We have NPR, PBS, FNX, KVCR, right? We have all these folks. Anyways, it's in your program. You can see all the media partners and so forth. Okay, so before we move on, I want to introduce a few distinguished folks who may or may not be here, but nevertheless, I want to thank them for being here. There's one donor in particular, Mr. Ali Sahabi. Did you know Ali made it today? No, today. Okay, so anyways, shout out to you. You'll see the broadcast later. We'll send you the broadcast. So thank you, Ali. Thank you to the Office of the Chancellor, Office of the President, the whole entire cabinet, the divisions, our College of Education, Office of the Dean, and all the numerous colleges across campus. Thank you to Santos Manuel Student Union, the facilities management where we're at. We're in a new building, right? We had a little bit of a trouble a couple weeks ago because of the flood, so we had to shift some things around, but we're here. We didn't cancel. So I want to thank the over 900 organizers across the U.S. and worldwide who are organizing. So we're here, but in other places around the U.S., Latin America, Mexico and Latin America, there are groups of people, anywhere from 5 to 20 to maybe 100 people watching us. So they're in their group watching online. So 900 organizers all together who put that together. Last but not least, thank you to our planning committee. So if you are a member of the planning committee, advisors, or executive council, or today's production staff, if you can stand up, we want to give you a round of applause. Okay. If they're not in the room, it's because they're out there working. Okay, so we're a volunteer organization, so if they're not here, it's because they're out there doing the work. Okay. We have welcome remarks via video from Dr. Jolene Kester, Interim Chancellor of the CSU, the California State University System. So while she is the second woman in California State University history to lead the 23 university system, Jolene Kester, PhD, is no newcomer to the CSU. Her long and distinguished career at the university has spanned decades, from her 17 years at Sacramento State to her 11 years as president of Cal State University Northridge, and more. So Dr. Kester began her role as the interim chancellor May 1st of this year, and we expect her appointment to last at least for 12 months. So with that, we have a video message from Dr. Kester.
Chancellor for the California State University. It's my distinct honor, along with President Tomas Morales, to welcome you to Cal State San Bernardino's 11th Annual Latino Education and Advocacy Days Summit. After several years of postponements due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we're thrilled to resume this vitally important event. Now more than ever, our commitment to the well-being, academic success, and the social mobility of Latino students is critical. Indeed, it's essential as we work to move our state and nation forward. As the largest, most diverse, and most consequential public university system in this country, the CSU is committed to ensuring that more students from every background have the opportunity to earn the lifelong, life-transforming benefits of a Cal State degree. I'm proud to report that graduation rates are at an all-time high. And as our university continues to invest in strategies to raise our students' success measures even higher and to eliminate equity gaps, The CSU's mission aligns perfectly with LEAD's theme this year, Movimiento e Compromiso, 50 years of challenges, accomplishments, and the continuing quest for educational equity. As we look back 5 decades, we can see the impact that the student movements of the 1960s and 70s had on college campuses in the CSU and across the country. Student leaders pushed for civil rights, social justice, empowerment. Those times were cauldrons of intense conversation, demonstration, and debate. The campus protests were also an important opportunity for multiple perspectives to be considered. They were places where courageous individuals demanded to be heard, and in the process forged a more inclusive society. Some of the most significant and meaningful progress was ushered in by the Chicano movement, and today Latinos have emerged as the largest minority in the nation, and in some cases, the majority demographic among school-aged children. Latinos are leaders at every level of government, and Latino workers are the backbone for many sectors of our economy. Yet to ensure the future progress of the Latino community, we must join together to focus on the educational outcomes of Latino students. To be sure, we've made great strides, but much remains to be done. The CSU, like LEAD, is committed to closing gaps in educational opportunity and achievement. And together, with an emphasis on education, research, discovery, curiosity, critical thinking, and the free and respectful exchange of ideas, I know we can bridge those gaps. At the forefront of this effort is Dr. Enrique Murillo, Jr., LEAD's founder, and he works with incredible LEAD staff and volunteers. Thank you for your remarkable and committed work over the past 11 years. I wish all of you the very best this week as we come together to affirm our shared values, our mission, and our optimism, and together to chart a path forward toward a brighter future for us all. Thank you, and again, welcome.
Thank you, Chancellor Kester. Next, we have another video message from our campus president, Dr. Tomas Morales. He couldn't join us this morning, but he recorded these welcome remarks. During his tenure here, President Morales has overseen sustained growth in overall enrollment, the number of degrees awarded, community engagement, and university fundraising. The face of the institution is also expanding its 5-year strategic plan. It's all well underway. So with that, let's watch the video from President Morales.
On behalf of the students, faculty, and staff at California State University, San Bernardino, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's long-delayed event. We live in challenging times, but I am enormously grateful that I can finally state it is our honor to host the 11th annual LEAD. This year's theme, Movimiento y Compromiso, 50 years of challenges, accomplishments, and the continuing quest for educational equity, speaks directly to the purpose and commitment of LEAD here at CSUSB. We are extremely proud to welcome respected actor, director, comedian, author, and supporter of the arts, as demonstrated by his magnificent new museum in Riverside, Richard Anthony Cheech Marin, as this year's Padrino de Honor. Cal State San Bernardino is a university community of over 19,000 students. Our faculty are truly outstanding in their respective academic disciplines, and our staff are second to none in their commitment to our student success. In fact, student success is at the heart of all that we do here at our diverse and inclusive Hispanic serving institution. Let me underscore, we are proud to embed the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion into all initiatives, activities, and operations of our university. Increasing the number of Mexican American and other Latino children who aspire to attend college is one of LEAD's key goals. It is vital that parents, educators, and community organizations work together to increase the number of Latinos who graduate from high school and are admitted to and graduate from college. We have to compel students to take the A through G pre-college curriculum beginning in the 9th grade, including 4 years of English and math, so that they are ready to begin taking college-level courses when they begin their undergraduate studies. And we must encourage those who want to study science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Students need guidance and support in applying for financial aid and other scholarships. A college education is essential in today's society. To any high school students in attendance, please know that this is your university. I look forward to personally welcoming each of you to CSUSB when you graduate. My thanks to Professor Enrique Murillo and all the CSUSB volunteers who dedicated their time to make this year's LEAD event a tremendous success. Once again, welcome to all who are participating. I know you will have an impactful and content-filled LEAD.
Thank you, President Morales. Okay, so next I'd like to present Dr. Robert J. Nava, Vice President for Advancement and Executive Director of the CSUSB Philanthropic Foundation here at Cal State, San Bernardino. Vice President Nava has spent 37 years plus, or más maybe, in higher education and particularly advancement leadership roles, including 18 years in the inland region prior to now. He most recently served as Vice President for University Advancement at San Francisco State University, and before that at the University of Texas, El Paso. And he also enjoyed a very long and distinguished tenure at UC Riverside. So, con eso, let me say a couple things. He is one of the co-founders of the Latino Network in Riverside. He has also been a volunteer for the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project, and for many years has also served on the advisory board for the Puente Project. So, damas y caballeros, Dr. Nava.
Gracias, Profesor Murillo. Buenos días. Boy, I tell you, as I'm feeling a lot of emotion. Are you feeling that? A lot of pride, emotion, you know, where we've been, but more importantly, where we're going. So I had to share with you, compañeros, that again, today I'm feeling very brown and very proud. So thank you, Professor Murillo. ¿Verdad? You know, I was going to bring brief greetings on behalf of El Jefe, the president of the university, Dr. Tomás Morales, but you heard Tomás's message. But let me just say that Tomás is not with us today because he is in Washington, D.C. He had a meeting there with the chancellor and several other of our CSU presidents. They were meeting with Excelencia to talk about the work that needs to continue to provide services to our Chicano Latino students and all of our underserved students across the system. So as we speak, I believe that Tomas is on a flight back home, but he brings un abrazo para todos. So I just wanted you to know that Tomas is out of the area, and that's why he's not with us. But I also want to mention that President Morales is also a major financial supporter, along with the cabinet of LEAD and all the great work that Professor Murillo does. I'd like to take a moment, and perhaps there'll be more introductions about this incredible individual later, and we have a room full of transformational leaders, mujeres, all the vatos that are here, everyone, our students, right? But I did want to also acknowledge Dr. Sai Obrego, who is with us right now. And let me just tell you, friends, Sai, very distinguished career in student services. He retired after many years as the Vice President of Student Services at Cal State Fullerton. And after his retirement, the governor appointed him to serve on the Cal State University Board of Trustees. So Sai was at that table with the chancellor, with the trustees, with all the presidents, addressing the needs of all of our students, the 480,000 plus students that CSU serves. But Sai was also directly at the table in addressing the issue of diversity, inclusion, including diversifying the gender, the race, ethnicity of the CSU presidents. So Sai, would you just stand for just a moment, please? Thank you, brother. We'll hear more from Dr. Oviedo a little bit later. Very briefly, Enrique, I just wanted to again say to you, for your leadership, Enrique, what you do not only in the classroom, as a researcher, your leadership of our doctoral program that has prepared so many of our educational leaders, and you continue to do that, but the work that you do in the classroom and outside of the classroom is transformative for our communities. So Enrique, with you, Patricia, Aguilera, and all the staff that make this event possible every year is truly inspiring, and it's a labor of love of what you do. And I hope you know how much you're loved by everyone that you touch in your work as well. ¿Que no? Órale. We'll hear more from Enrique. Hey, I want to tell you one thing real quick, because I was brought up in El Paso, Texas, and Juarez. El Chuco. Any Tejanos out here? Hey, if you're not from El Paso, there's a good chance that your parents or abuelitos were from El Paso, Juarez, or Chihuahua, ¿verdad? Yeah, so, hey, so I want to just share with you, my friends, I want to share with you that just sitting in this room and hearing the term Chicano, Chicana, to me so inspiring because we don't hear that term as much anymore. Personally, professionally, I identify as a Chicano, both politically, as a human being, as a man. So I was just very encouraged again, that we have this term and it inspires me. Last night, Dr. Murillo honored a number of individuals as madrinas and padrinos of LEAD. And Enrique, thank you for inducting me as a padrino. And we know in our community, right, when you're asked to be a padrino or a madrina, you're being elevated to the role of family, to familia, right? It's a very special honor. So now that makes us compadres, I think, right, Enrique? No, somos compas. Okay, so thank you for that. Finally, I just want to say the work that LEAD does in the work of our faculty and our staff, our alumni, is really focused on uplifting our region, the Inland Empire, both San Bernardino, Riverside, but out in the Coachella Valley. Because we have a great campus out in Coachella Valley. They're doing great work providing access to the students, the communities, the elders out in the Coachella Valley. And so the synergy between our two campuses and the leadership of President Morales, our provost, Rafiq Mohammed, our deans and our faculty, we're doing important work. And last year, this campus was recognized nationally as being number 7 in the country for social mobility, the Social Mobility Index, number 7 in the country out of 1,500. So, estudiantes, what does that mean? That means that our campus, when we bring students in, many of our students come from maybe first generation, perhaps from an immigrant family, right? You know, the experience of the Chicano Latino student is one of struggle. But what this means is that when you admit the students, you prepare them, graduate them, and then they go on to do great work, whether it's in the professions, as teachers, community organizers, whatever the dream is, it uplifts that individual and the family to a new level of social mobility. So this campus is ranked number 7 in the country, and we have a number of other CSU campuses also that have high rankings. What do you think about that? Hey, and that doesn't happen without the faculty, doesn't happen without the leadership supporting those students. Well, and I'm going to close by just saying this: when, you know, the entertainment that we've been having, the incredible talent, thank you. And, you know, when I was listening to El Rey, when Jose Alfredo Jimenez was doing his beautiful music, when he was writing El Rey, I think he was thinking about people like Enrique Murillo. Brother, I think he... que no, El Rey, you know, el mero fregón, el mero fregón. Hey, there was another word I was going to use, but I won't use that word right now. Fregón is a good description, porque tiene fuego este hermano, no? And I'm going to close by just saying, and Enrique, if you would allow me, Enrique was mentioning Mr. Ali Sahabi, just an incredible friend. He's a real estate developer and a very generous philanthropist. But Enrique and his team cannot do this work every year with just the resources that the university is able to provide. It takes more than that. It takes investors, it takes individuals that will provide grants to help lead so we can do this incredible work. So Mr. Sahabi was a very generous supporter and continues to be. He was with us last night at the dinner. He's based out of Los Angeles County. But also, you'll hear later from a great friend, Judy Watson. And I wanted just to share with our colleagues who may not be aware, but last spring, Judy Watson and her husband, Jim Watson, who have been incredible friends of our university for many years. And when you go into the College of Education, you see the Watson Associates Literacy Center. You see the art that they've supported. They're just incredible champions. And Judy and Jim, they last year they made a very large, generous gift to our dean and to the College of Education to support the work that all of our faculty are doing to prepare education leaders and to prepare all of the students that come in, not only through the College of Education, but across the campus. So on November 1st, we are going to have, the dean has organized a ceremony where we're going to unveil the name on the beautiful College of Education building. It will be named the James R. and Judy Rodriguez Watson College of Education. What do you think about that? Yeah. And you know, esta familia, Judy was the first in her family to go to college. She went to UC Irvine. Jim went to our other great campus, San Jose State University. They live out in Orange County, but their investment is here at Cal State San Bernardino because they see the impact that we're making. So November 1st, a big celebration, and you're going to see this incredible name. But Jim and Judy wanted Judy's maiden name, Rodriguez, on that building so that our students will see, órale, Rodriguez, you know, right? Finally, and our trustee will correct me on this one, but as we understand, this is the first academic college and building that actually has a Latina surname on it, or a Latino surname. So we're very proud of that as well. And with that, I'm just going to close by saying to everyone, thank you. I look forward to the sessions. I feel very energized. Listening, I'm like ready to get back out in the streets if we have to. What do you think? And you know what? And we may have to. Gracias. Profesor, gracias.
Gracias, Robert. We've known you as being a very committed custodian of the university. When I say custodian, I mean taking care of, right? Taking care of business. So he's been with us for I don't know how many years now. We're on 5. Yes, he's really helped change the university for the better. So, ándale, gracias. Okay, next I want to present Dr. Chinaka Domachukwu, who is, I say the new dean, but only because, but really he's going on 2.5, 3 years now. Fourth year, look at that, fourth year. We postponed this lead conference a few times, so, but at the time the script was written, he was brand new, so that's why it says here, brand new. Anyways, he's been working hard since he's been here, and right away COVID hit, so he had to pivot like the rest of us and make it happen, and he made it happen. And he's going to share a little bit more about our College of Education, but he's really done a lot in the short time he's been here to keep our College of Education a leader in the region and in the nation. And we just moved up to the national level. Maybe he'll say, I don't know if that's if you can mention that, but we moved up from the regional to now the national ranking, our university, and particular the contributions from our College of Education with our doctoral program. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, Dean Domachukwu.
Thank you, and I'm glad that Enrique, you said it right, Domachukwu. For those who struggle to say the long name, it's only 4 syllables. It's Domachukwu. I'm taking the opportunity to teach it everywhere I go because people want to say it, but sometimes they are bashful. It's indeed an honor to be here this morning to be part of this experience. I must confess that as everything was happening, I felt so much like I belong to this group. And the reason is because the struggle is not an exclusively Latino experience. It has been part of the Black experience for generations. And so we are on this together. It's a journey that we've all been together on it for generations. And when somebody made a reference to the fact that movement is life, migration is life, and it's the nature of human beings to move from place to place. And so I'm excited to be part of what is happening here. It is indeed an honor for me to be the Dean of the James R. Watson and Judy Rodriguez Watson College of Education. I want to say it right. Especially because Judy is here and she's listening. But they have been great allies of the College of Education for many years. And for them to actually to make the decision to make this commitment under my watch is a vote of confidence in my leadership. And I really appreciate it. Let's give the Rodriguez and Watsons a round of applause. And I want to say thank you to Enrique for the work he's doing. LEAD is not his primary portfolio. Some of you may know LEAD is a program that is sponsored by our college, the College of Education. But it's only a small piece of Enrique's responsibility, but he does it with so much energy and so much commitment that you would think this is what he does full time. Enrique is a full professor, and Enrique is the director of our Doctor of Education degree program. So when he mentioned the success we have experienced as a college in moving the university to a Research 2 designation, which is a national recognition that says our university is doing great job among the faculty members writing their grants and research, but also among what happens in our College of Education doctoral program that Enrique is leading. We're able to produce about 20 doctorates each year. That is huge. And it honestly came as a surprise to us, because when we began to revamp things and move things around, we were hoping we can get our students to finish their program on time. We were not looking at R2 designation, but it came as a blessing accompanying hard work. So when Enrique said you will need to speak, I felt an honor to be part of this experience, and I'm really happy to be here to meet with you, to engage with you, and to share with you the good work that is going on in our college. Now, when LEAD, the Latino Education and Advocacy Days, was launched in this college about 11 years ago, 13 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. So the goal was for us to do something different from what universities usually do, to become more engaged, to address the issues of educational equity, academic achievement gaps, as well as very low high school graduation and college-going rates among Latinos. The goal was for this movement to lead to accomplished goals in education. And I want to report that LEAD has made huge contributions, but also across the nation there has been progress in terms of college-going, high school completion, as well as efforts to close the achievement gap. But while the progress has been ongoing, we continue to have very challenging issues of inequity across the nation. It is inequity that affects Latino kids as well as Latino educators. So as a college of education in a highly Latino community, where, as our president said, it's a Latino serving institution. When I arrived here, part of the conversation was, what do we do to move this movement of equity forward? What do we do to address the problem of achievement gap? What do we do to address the problem of underrepresentation of minority, especially people of color, in the educational workforce? I would like to let you know that across the nation, there continues to be a gross underrepresentation of teachers of color in the K-12 schools across the nation. We clap because we notice it, but it's not a good thing. A recent study showed that Latino students actually make up 28% of the K-12 students across the United States. In California, they are 55.4% across California schools. Now, while the population of California Latino kids are growing in the schools, the number of Latino teachers don't seem to be growing in a comparable proportion. This is important to us because we are a college of education. Producing teachers is what we do. You'll be surprised that in the last 30 years across the United States, minority teachers have only risen by 12% across the nation. Teachers of color represent only 20% of the workforce across the United States. Out of that 20%, Latinos make up only 9%. So one of the major initiatives we have launched as a college is what we call Project Impact. Project Impact was launched in the fall of 2019, and we recruited our first group of men into the program in the spring of 2020. Project Impact aims to recruit, to train, and to deploy into the K-12 classrooms African American and Hispanic men into the classroom. Why is that important? Because when we have these men in the classroom, their presence have direct impact on our upcoming young men and girls. They have role models. And research has also said that their presence makes a difference on how much students are able to stay in school. It has impact on their academic achievement. It has also impact on their high school completion rate and college going rate. Studies have shown all this. So as a college, we said we will do this. So we began this good work, and thanks to Robert Nava, our president, our vice president, who has helped us over the years. So I want to share with you that as a result of this, we are making inroads in recruiting Latino men into the teaching workforce. This fall, we have a class that is starting with 30 men for Project Impact. So let me just share a few numbers. It's like I'm going beyond my time. All right. So I'm going to just start by sharing with you some of the things that we have also done. Watson College of Education is one of the largest producers of teachers in this region. In the past 5 years, we have produced 1,000 Latino teachers for this region. We have also graduated 550 master's degree holders who are Latinos over that period. Our doctoral program has produced 31 doctorates who are Latinos. So we are working as a college to make an impact in this community. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so give us a couple of minutes to rotate, so hang on for a couple of minutes. There you go. Okay, everybody, we're ready. We need you to take your seats. Everybody, please find your seat. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. We need everybody to take their seats. Okay. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Judy Rodriguez Watson, who is Senior Vice President of the J.R. Watson and Associates Development Corporation, and our 2011 Lead Summit Madrina de Honor, who will do us the honor of introducing our 2022 Padrino and morning featured speaker. Before Madrina comes to the podium, we want to direct you to the large screens for a short clip. And then Madrina's all yours.
Chicano art is art made by Chicanos, but what is a Chicano? The strict definition of as a Mexican American with a defiant political attitude. And that definition in itself is in the state of evolution, and how it affects and how it includes other cultures. Well, by definition, Chicano art is American art, and it's a voluntary category. You see, you weren't born Chicano, and there's no box you can check off on the Census Bureau. Chicano, you can check off Hispanic, even Mexican American, but Chicano is a voluntary category, and you have to declare yourself a Chicano in order to be one. So what's the message? We exist, we don't exist. We are part of it, we are not part of it. And so part of the Chicano movement was to declare that we are not only part of it, we are a main part of the American cultural landscape. And so I started playing on that, that voluntariness of outsider art. The gap in my art knowledge was contemporary art, and I didn't really know. I knew kind of names, but I didn't know contemporary art. Started going to galleries in LA, and that's where I discovered these Chicano painters. Right away, I realized these guys, these painters, guys and gals, are really good, because I'd seen good painting all my life. And well, they can really put it on, It's like discovering a great saxophone player or guitar player. Like, wow, those guys, wow, these are cool. It's like, And that's what I started collecting. And then my addiction to collecting kicked in very quickly. And that was the perfect storm. Part of this process, the process of education, not kind of with a finger in your face, is here's what it does. And always the reaction is, well, I didn't know it was going to be like this. I like this. And it's like, I didn't know mayonnaise tasted like this. Well, I like mayonnaise. I'm going to put this on everything, And that's the process, because you have to be introduced to it in order to, you can't just have a vague idea in your head and not really ever see the art. But it is, because all these Chicano artists are university and or art school trained, and they have they're exposed to world art as well as their Mexican background. It's the collusion of these aspects put together with American pop and world art that forms vision of what Chicano art is and how it expresses itself. It is, and it's quintessentially as what we think of as Americans. If it was only the Americans that were born here of natural causes, then only Indians are Americans. Boy, art is the universal glue, that holds it together. A person standing in front of a painting in Bologna, Italy, is the same person as standing in front of a painting in Laramie, Wyoming. And that's, for all the art knowledge you can cram in your head and, history and techniques and all those things, it all comes to one point when you stand in front of an artwork and go, they have the same experience. Wow, is that cool? Because that's what art should do, isn't it? You know, at some point I realized, why am I collecting all this art? I have enough art. And I started showing shows, and I realized that during the process that I'm collecting this art in order to share it with the people. And that's what I've been doing all this time. And art is the only thing we leave behind as a culture. The only thing. As far as I know, there's no museums dedicated to the art of the deal. Thousands of years later, people go to see the pyramids, or the Mona Lisa, the Eiffel Tower, or Guernica, or go see a painting by Carlos Almaraz in the future. They will, because that's the glue that binds them together and that makes them feel like human beings. You know, we have this in common. This is what binds us, and it shows our soul. People in the vast majority don't really know what a Chicano is, much less what their art looks like. They thought it's some, you know, crispy cheese snack, you know, little Chicanos. Oh, well, these are delicious, yeah, and the beer that goes with them. Let's go. In 2014, 50.6% of all children born in the United States were Latino. We have you surrounded, and we come in peace.
Bienvenidos a todos. Welcome to Lead 11. Oh, I'll go like that. There you go. Good morning to all. Mi nombre es Judy Rodriguez Watson, Chicana. There you go. Toda Chicana. That resounding theme of Si se puede moved me. The energy in the room was phenomenally electric. I know everybody felt it. And I'm sure the people viewing it felt it too. And yes, si se puede, especially with my compadre Enrique as our leader, and the energy of our youth. Si lo vamos a hacer. A few years back, I was blessed to be asked by Professor Enrique Morello to be Lead's Madrina de Honor. This is an organization I am honored to be a part of. I view LEAD as an unending movement that is changing many lives, most particularly in informing, motivating, and educating the Latino community here in the United States and in 43 countries. With much appreciation, I would like to extend a big welcome to everyone to this year's LEAD Summit 11. 11. Wow. Sincerely, it is my distinct honor to introduce this year's Padrino de Honor. Our Padrino de Honor is Chich Marin. He is known... Oh, everybody knows him. He is best known as the half of the counterculture historical, satirical duo of Los Famosos Cheech and Chong. Cheech Marin is an actor, director, writer, musician, art collector, and humanitarian. Enough talent to do just about anything. Cheech Marin has 6 gold albums, 4 Grammy nominations. Today, he's recognized as the preeminent Chicano art advocate. He has the finest private collection of Chicano art. His Riverside Art Museum, known as the Cheech Marin Center for Chicano Art, Culture, and Industry, will become the permanent home for his more than 700 works of Chicano art, which includes paintings, sculptures, and photography. Yeah. Cooperatively, it is known as the most renowned Chicano art collection in the United States. If you are able, kindly, would you please stand to offer a big CSB welcome to our lead Summit Padrino de Honor, Chicano. Gracias.
Appreciate it. I just found out how to tell when you're at an official Chicano event. Is when the guy assigned to you to make sure that you don't get lost when he gets lost. Isn't he there with you? No, he's not. He's supposed to be. I know he's supposed to be, but he ain't here. And there's nobody here. And I don't know. I can't get any cell reception here, and the guy ain't here. And so maybe he's. What could he be doing? He's probably getting something to eat. Oh yeah, well okay. Chicano, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's been a long time. We were supposed to do this, almost 3 years ago? But here we are today, because you can't stop a Chicano who wants to get a paycheck, you know? It is indeed an honor and privilege. I am a product of the California State the college system. I went to Cal State Northridge before it was Cal State Northridge. It was Valley State College. We had cows in the pasture and stuff. You know, hay baling was a course, and I didn't graduate. I almost graduated. I went there for 4 years, and I was on my way to my last semester to take all the classes that I had put off for 4 years. You know that trip, Econ 101, statistics, and all the ones that you're dying to go to. And I was in line to get some of these classes to fill out my card. I just had a few more classes to take, and I would get my degree. And there was this young lady in the line next to me, and I had a class with her the year before. It's very cute. And she says, well, what are you taking? I says, well, I don't know. I fill out this thing. She says, well, I'm going to take pottery. Why don't you take it with me? Okay. And that was my art education introduction, you know, because I knew I was an artist of some kind. I just didn't have a medium. But I knew I was an artist, and eventually it would dawn on me what I was doing. And so I took that pottery class, and it changed my life. It changed my life. I quit all my other classes, I quit my job, and devoted myself exclusively to pottery, and that's what I did. I went up to Canada, and I was a professional potter for the next 3 years. I was an assistant to a very famous potter, Edra Hanchuk, who had won the Bicentennial Exhibition Award the year I got there. And I spent the next couple of years in the foothills of the Rockies making pottery. And it was then that my Mexican genes came exploding out, man, making pottery, okay. Get on the wheel, we need cups, come on, Vato, let's go, man, you know. We've been waiting for you, and that informed my. But I was educated in art before, because of a group of cousins I had. There was 4 of us, and we were all bright kids, and we went to Catholic school and had a liberal arts education, but we wanted to do more. And the head cousin, my cousin Louis, who was a brilliant, this guy got a scholarship to every school he ever went to, starting with grade school. Grade school, junior high, high school, college, went to the University of Tokyo. And so he, at a very early age, he gathered us together in a little group. He says, we're going to do extra stuff. We're going to do, I guess, the equivalent of like AP classes. And so I'm going to assign you different topics, and you go find out about that topic, and you bring it back to the group, and we'll all be educated in that manner. Okay, cool. I was 11. Okay, Louis, I would do anything, he said. And so he assigned a Regine, and my cousin Regine Castro. He says, Regine, you go learn about Middle Ages and bring it back to the group. And Regine eventually went on to become the first recipient of a doctorate in Chicano studies from Harvard University. So... And then Lolly, you learn about music, classical music, and you bring it back to the group. She went on to be a nun, being the head of her order. And Cheech, you learn about art, and I was the youngest of the group. You learn about art and bring. Well, what do you know about art when you're 11? I can draw a little bit, like a stick figure. That's todo. And so what do? I went to the library. The library in whatever town I was and took out all their. I didn't take them out. They wouldn't let you take them out. But they brought all the art books to me and they opened up for me with white gloves on because these were precious documents. And that's Picasso, is that how you spell? Okay. And that's Caravaggio and that's Degas. And so in that manner, I learned all about Western art week after week, Saturday after Saturday. So by the time I was 12, I pretty much knew Western art, and so congruent with that, I started going to museums. Because you have to see paintings in person, you have to, because that's the only way to get the full benefit of it. Because paint is such a wonderful medium; it has 1,000 different expressions. So you have to go to them to see them live. So I started doing that, and just. 2 days ago, I was initiated as a member of the board of directors of LACMA, Los Angeles. In addition to all the stuff, and they, and I started going to that museum when I was in the second grade. I was one of those little kids with the same colored T-shirt, holding hands and going through there from a disadvantaged inner city, South Central Trinity Street School. I don't know if anybody ever went there. Nobody. Okay. Our education system at work. and so I learned about art that way, and it was intriguing to me. The first time I ever went to a museum and I looked at the paintings, I said, this looks like the ceiling of my church. Guys who run in sheets walking around in the clouds, and why are they barbecuing that guy in the corner, Right away I was attracted, and so I learned about it. But the big gap in my knowledge was contemporary art, and I knew some names, but I didn't know really what the art looked like or how it progressed or how it came to be where it was. And I was married to a painter at that time, and she started taking me to contemporary galleries where they were showing that kind of art. And so I went, and that's where I first discovered these Chicano painters. They had already been discovered. They were out there. They were doing shows, but not on a great scale. And I had never seen them. So, and I looked at their paintings, and I recognized what they were because they were built upon the foundations of other Western art that I had been studying all my life. And it's like, when you hear the Beatles for the first time, you recognize what they were doing in their first early days. Oh, that's Chuck Berry, and that's Carl Perkins, and that's Everly Brothers, and all those. But told in English with an English accent and with English rhythm in a different kind of way. And that's what I saw when I saw these Chicano painters. Is they were doing classical stuff, but in a Chicano version, which essentially changed it, and they kept incorporating everything that went in front of them into the art that they were doing now. And that is really the Chicano experiences I've come to find out, because for me, Chicano, you work all your life to be, or your young life to be a Chicano, and this, and everything is Chicano, and then you get to the point where you're a Chicanosaurus, and so, it's not Chicano anymore. It's Latinx. Is that what it's called? Whatever, But it's all built on the same inspiration. It's the same inspiration that informs Chicano, Latinx, Latinx, whatever it is. It's description of culture. It's description of culture in a myriad of different formats and a myriad of different expressions, whether it be religious or gender-based or abstract even space, and how they form the information so that you can get the sabor of the community. It's told from it's not one style, it's not one color, it's not one story. It's a bunch of different stories, just like there's a bunch of different stories here in this room. Of being Chicanos, you grow up in different places, in different states, in different times. But it's all going forward. It's an evolutionary process that gobbles up everything that's in front of it and incorporates it into the expression of where they are. And as such, it is the clearest explanation of the American experience that actually it's the definition of the American experience. They always want to say it's a blending, a melting pot or a mosaic. It's all those at the same time, in Spanish too sometimes, so there we go. So at that point, I was at the point where I was successful with Cheech and Chong, so I had money to collect Chicano art. I knew what it was, and I had a celebrity in order to proselytize for it. And so that's what I did. And I'm an inveterate collector. I've collected stuff all my life, whether it's baseball cards or buttons or marbles or matchbook covers or quién sabe qué. But I was that little kid that collected them all. I collect the whole set. That was my favorite term. Collect the whole set. Okay. And so that was my assignment. And so when I started collecting art, it was I was the perfect storm, man. And I started doing it out of habit, what I always did my whole life. And I was lucky in that I was the only kind of collector collecting this art in a big way. There's other people collecting other art, but the Chicanos were, they were kind of suffering there, because they weren't being collected. And I said, well, why aren't these painters in galleries and museums? They're clearly talented enough. And well, we don't know. And well, let's see what happens when we go forward. So I started collecting and started amassing this collection. And I got to the point where my friends that I had made now in the art community said, well, you have to show this. You can't keep it under your bed or in the closet. It does nobody any good. People have to see it. Okay, how do you do that? Well, you get a sponsor. Huh? How do you do that? Well, you beg. You know how to beg? I know how to beg. No problem. And so that's what I was involved in then for the. I learned that from cops. That's the only program I watch now, I swear to God. It is really the only program I watch. My father was a policeman. It's been a real slice talking to you. And, so we'll meet again in like 2 more. All right, I'm going. No me chingues, por favor.
Hold on, let me get verification from technical people.
Right. I'm going to have a drink in the meantime.
It's real.
Yeah, I need everybody to exit the building, please.
I guess slowly and orderly.
We'll go out to the patio, and then we'll come back as soon as we can.
Maybe.
Take it easy, though.
It's real.
Okay. 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 So anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, how to get financing to get this show on the road? You know, I went to every corporate boardroom in America. You know, do my little dog and pony show with my team, General Motors, General Mills, anything with a general in it. Man, I was there. You know, and it took a long time because from the time that we thought of this whole project to put it on the road to the time that LACMA, Los Angeles County Museum of Art, joined on, which should have been the first, they were the last. That process was 10 years. And you're out there hustling all the time. So finally, we got, okay, we're going to do our first show. And so you think it's going to go all smooth and everything. We have the first Chicano show that's going to big travel, and we were looking for the first museum to open it at. And there was a big pushback from the Chicano academic community because of, well, you know, they liked me as a comedian, but who are you, this dope pretty comedian, to tell us what's what about Chicano art? And so you don't have the, you know, the degrees. You didn't study forever, have unpaid student loans. You're not one of us, you know. And so we were looking for a museum to do that, and the museum at San Antonio, the San Antonio Museum, finally the director stepped up and said, I'll be the first museum to officially recognize this. And there was still a lot of feedback, you know. So we opened the show because none of these directors wanted to put their head on the block, you know. Because this is official. The blade comes down. Es todo. Yeah. And so there was still this, and so it changed the day that they started opening the crates. When the crates came to the museum, they opened it up. Oh, hey, this is good. Oh, and so I was in the loading dock, and you would see curators leave the room, and I go, what? They don't like it, or okay? But then they would come back 5 minutes later with 5 more people, and so. After a while, the whole staff of the museum was in the loading dock waiting for, it was like Christmas, and they were like waiting for it. And so the show opened, it was great, it was wonderful. I had Los Lobos come down and play, and free tequila and beer goes a long way, let me tell you. I mean, that quiets the rabble, you know. and so finally on opening day comes, and we had 8,000 people there at our first open, 8,000 in San Antonio, and there was still this small group of students of these couple of professors that Chicano art should only be political art. Where's all their political art? Well, I'm standing in front of the rest of the paleteros. Is that, you know? No, so okay. This is getting out of hand. So I said, we're going to settle this. Anybody that has anything to say on this subject, tomorrow morning at 9:30, and I made it 9:30 especially to weed out half of the people that were not going to get up at 9:30. Come to the auditorium, and everybody's going to have, if you got something to say, tomorrow's the place to say it. So we got there, and the dais had the directors of the museum, myself, a couple of artists, Patsy Valdez, John Valadez, one of the OGs of all Chicano painters, and other people from the museum. Place was packed. It was packed with veteranos and millennials, you know. There was something going to happen here. And so the thing went back and forth, and, you know, this and that, and everybody was, you know, had their point of view, and the millennials just wanted to have their art shown, and they didn't have any of the prejudices that the early Chicanos had, and the veteranos were kind of seeing that they were outnumbered, and they were going to miss Menudo, you know, if they didn't get there now. You know, and so they kind of get it. And so finally at the end of the deal, one older lady who had looked like she had seen everything Chicano, and she said, I have a question for John Valadez. And John woke up, oh, what? And he says, and John, there's no more OG Chicano painter than John Valadez. And he says, considering what you've heard here back and forth all day, do you still consider yourself a Chicano painter? And John kind of woke up and looked and says, well, only if it bothers you. My hero, my hero, he said, and he's been my hero to this day, because that is a Chicano attitude. I'm a Chicano, y que? You know, and so that has to inform what we do going forward. And so we continued this journey, and like I said before, it's a very expensive process. I mean, very expensive. And to move paintings and pack them and ship them from one city to another, and then reassemble them and blah, blah, and then advertise that you're there. And so I looked around, and finally the Target stores and Hewlett-Packard stepped up, and they provided the money to do the initial building of the, and then the Target store stayed with the tour for the next 7 years. And that's because, thank you. They wanted to reach that audience. They wanted to reach the Latino audience in a very hip way, in a very hip message. You know, it's not just like, buy Target and we'll have some Fritos there for you. I don't know, you know. And so we started doing that, and we were getting huge crowds all the time. We broke attendance records in every single museum that we went to, starting from San Antonio, and the next museum was the Smithsonian Institute and Washington, D.C., where we broke a 25-year-old attendance record there. Yeah. And we went on to play 14 major museums in the next 2 years, and it was a thrill. And so when that tour ended, I said, well, what do we do now? We can't mount another giant tour like that. But I said, well, here was repackaging is the center of my life now. I go to Costco, and you got to repackage everything, you know, kind of break it down and reseal it. Anyway, and so I started breaking down the collection in smaller components, and to like works on paper, works by women, works with religious themes, works with different, and so that way you could play smaller museums that didn't have such a long lead time in order to get you in the line to play there. Major museums, the Smithsonian, LACMA, the De Young, it's 5 years. You're waiting 5 years to get on their schedule to be considered. So we kept doing that. And at the end of the day, we had played with a collection over 50 museums, which is unheard of for a private collection, because the museums don't want to do that. And I understand why. Because it usurps their curatorial process, you know. Here's I'm outsider, you know. I got to tell you this other story that when we did the Riverside Museum, there was a guy running for assemblyman or congressman or and for the first time, and he was going to have his, and they're giving millions to Cheech for stoner art. Only if it bothers you, vato. I got lost in a landslide, man. You know? and so you know, we kept doing these, and then at the end of that day, I said, well, what do I do with this collection? It's huge. I can't keep it under the bed, and he says, I started. Well, I'll give pieces away to friendly museums that have supported us all these years. So the first one I gave a big John Valadez, what's that? What's the word I'm searching for? Anyways, I gave it to the San Diego Museum, a big John Valadez painting of the girls watering the pool, and they have it there. And just at that, the very same time, we were doing a show at the Riverside Museum of works on paper, Chicano, papel Chicano, dos, you know, because we were down that road already, and it was the biggest show they ever had. And they had Riverside was a very unique town in that in the 1880, it was the richest per capita city in the United States because of citrus. They grew everything citrus, oranges, lemons, limes, grapefruits, tangelos. And then they built a railroad into the groves and built packing houses all along and shipped it all over the world. That's why you could get an orange on Christmas morning in London, England in 1880 because of Riverside, California. So they were very wealthy and a small population, so they commissioned all these classic buildings on Mission Boulevard. And then most of them turned out to be museums or theaters or very big institutional, cultural institutions. So they had this building. There was the town library, and it was a beautiful mid-century building. I mean, a beautiful. If there was a list of top 10 mid-century buildings, this building would be on it. And it was a library. They're building a new library that they've just completed, and it's like a Jetsons library, you know. Everybody around the world with swirling lights for the library. Okay, and so they had to repurpose this building, and they were down the road with a children's museum or children's science museum, and it wasn't really working out. And the town manager came to me, John Russo came to me, and whose wife is a director of the San Bernardino Museum here, and came to me and says, and he offered me this proposition that I didn't understand. And it says, we give you the museum, you give us the art. I said, you want me to buy a museum? Well, I'm doing pretty good. I don't know if I'm doing museum good, man. You know? And it says, no, we want to give you the museum to house the collection, and you give us the collection. And okay, well, that solves a lot of problems, doesn't it? You know, because what I realized in retrospect, almost to this day, is that you had to have the right museum make that offer, because there's not a museum that's going to accept a collection that size and that be the exclusive content of the museum. There's no other museum that I know of that was going to make that offer. It's just, and I came to the conclusion that it happened because it was meant to happen, you know. And I kept, thank you, really. And I got everybody enthused, because that's what I would tell them. It was meant to happen. They go, yeah, maybe it was. So they started repeating, and so then you saw signs appearing, handwritten signs on different places. It was meant to happen. And they didn't know if it was like a science fiction thing, that aliens were coming, other kind of aliens were coming to take you away. But it was meant to happen. And so 3 months ago, we opened the Cheech, and I got that name in as soon as I could. You know, what shall we call this name? Hey, the Cheech, that would be a good name. And they were, oh yeah, we have the Broad, we could have the Cheech, you know. And so it's called the Cheech Marine Center for Chicano Arts and Culture, and it's in Riverside, California. We have been open a little over 3 months now, and in that 3 months we have done almost 50,000 paid admissions, which is triple the amount of the Riverside Museum and others. So we're on our way to make Riverside an international art destination, and we're doing very well with that. And it's a cultural institution. It just doesn't consist of a art collection, a painting collection. Our next project is to start a film department there. And I've convinced my friend Robert Rodriguez to be the head of it. He is going to come to Riverside. He has a program called How to Make a Film with $7,000. How to make a movie. No, he just say how to make a movie. And because that's his first movie when he was a student at the University of Texas, made it for $7,000. And what this course, he was invited to the Director's Fortnight at Cannes a couple of years ago. Big, huge success. And I said, well, bring this to our place. And he said, okay, let me see. And he says, oh, yes, it was meant to happen. So I'm coming there to teach this, and then we'll make a contest of it every year so that, the different film categories can be represented by kids across the nation. We've got to get a sponsor, but We'll have, as soon as we can find the proper building, a print atelier so that we can start printing like self-help graphics and be the new outpost of that in Riverside. And we'll keep adding it, categories so that it is a full-service museum. And so we're very proud to do that. And it was meant to happen. That's the only way I could. It fell. I feel like, you know, in the Wizard of Oz, when the house is falling from the sky, it's twirling, it's gonna fall on you if you stand on the X. Well, that's what I felt like, right? Boom, it's gonna. But I don't know. Has anybody here been to the museum? Let me hear you. That's pretty good. I'm really proud of it. I hope you are. I mean, it's a binding of the community in a way that has never happened to the Riverside and the Inland Empire. And I always mention the Inland Empire because it's one thing, the Inland Empire. It is the biggest county in the United States, and it's 52% Latino. Identifies as Chicano, you know, and. I can't believe that I spent all these years struggling to be a Chicano, and now I'm a Chicanosaurus, man. You know, like I hit it for the tar pits. But we want to invite everybody and everybody's family and everybody's friends of their family to come and see the museum because it will be there for a long time. Because they tell me that they will check back with me, the museum people, in 20 years, because that's the least amount of time that you have to put in order to be a certified legit museum. So we're on our way to doing that, and I want to thank you everybody for your support and for your continued support, because that's how we're going to do. We're going to have to be continuously support. Thank you very much. I love you all. Si se puede.
Power! Chicano! 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 Okay, so don't go away, Cheech, don't go away. Rob, where are you? Okay. And Madrina, we're going to ask our Padrino de Honor if you can come step right here. Por favor. We want to honor you today with a small token. That's later. That's the after part, the debriefing. The debriefing. Oh, maybe that was it. Okay. Párese aquí, por favor, padrino. Oh, standing right here. Padrino. Padrino Cheech, for your accomplishments and lifetime service to our community, we award you our Lead Education and Advocacy Medallion of Honor. Get closer, Judy, for the picture. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. All right, we're gonna have to make up for the time throughout the day. Okay, so Padrino, if you can exit por allá. 5-minute break. Okay. Woo.
I was a kid in a candy store when the Chihuahua came on, and I was like, "Wait, who's that guy?" And then they were like, "You don't know Cheech and Chong? What's wrong with you?"
What's wrong? Where you been, under a rock?
Yeah, where have I been? Exactly. But here we are in the future of then. You've done so much. And now you're bringing it to the people, as I always say, with people that have, fortune given to them. They sometimes hold back and they don't give forward, but you are doing that and you're getting some push, but I like that you keep pushing back. Even with Robert Rodriguez, who also is a pusher, a lot of people don't understand that sometimes you could do a film for as little as how much?
$7,000.
There's a lot of kids today, and I know a lot of kids are with their phones, and they're like, wait, I could do it for $7,000? I mean, I thought I needed millions of dollars. What's your message to them?
You can do it. You can do it with a phone that you have in your hand right now. You can make a movie, a whole movie. And Robert will teach you how to do it when you come and take this course. Technology has caught up to take the power out of the people who own the machinery into the people who know how to use the machinery. And that's where the power resides right now.
Yeah. Well, here's what I like and I love. I went to LACMA when you had the museum. Well, I should say the museum was doing what they needed to do to get the art out there. And I had not been to the museum before. You had like the Lowrider series. You had everything outside. You had like an intro thing. And then it was there for months. And I told some people, you need to go check it out because it's curated by who? You yourself, right?
Yeah, I think, I did curate that show.
So I would tell those people that say, hey, you're not, whoa. Did you pay for it? No. What people don't understand is you paid for a lot of the work yourself.
All of it.
Yeah.
All of it myself, because I didn't have any help. I was just a guy who knew what it was. I had some money to buy it, and I was still always, I had to be working in order to collect art. I wasn't a zillionaire that said, hey, send over 2 tons of that art shit.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I love, that, sometimes, and I think everyone here needs to understand, sometimes, and I've heard this when I first got into the industry, I came from, honestly, sales. And I didn't know anything about media. And somebody said, sometimes we're like crabs. We pull down our own opportunities. And I say, wait, what does that mean? And then throughout the years, I see a little, but sometimes you see it a lot. What's your message to the kids and the youth today to say, hey, don't take away opportunity, help bring it forward?
First of all, education. What you are doing here right now in this university is exactly what you are supposed to be doing and need to do. You need to be educated. You need to get that degree, however hard it is or however inconsequential you think it is very consequential. So education is the very first thing. And once you got that education, times are perfect now to get inserted into the workforce or into many other levels that are finally opening up, and let's do it all over the nation. And in that process, help those who are closest to you, whose needs you know right now, and that's important. You know people in need, or you know a community that's in need, and that's where your efforts should go. And that's, you will build a better house for everybody that way.
Yeah, speaking of which, I know you've authored a book. I remember I was at one of your signings way back when, and I remember going up, and I was like, this is amazing. And it was this was before LACMA, this was a small little place in, I think, Boyle Heights. And it was just a signing. You were endorsing some artists, and you're like, and this is the thing I need people to understand. When it comes to the art, sometimes people look down instead of, oh, by the way, the Mona Lisa or all the artists before captured something in their moment in time. And if we go 1,000 years in the future, well, that's kind of what you've been doing with your art pieces that you select. You go, man, there's something about this that's like, what's that thing?
If it's a true expression of the community in our case, in the Chicano case, if it's a true expression of the community, it speaks to everybody. It crosses all ethnic lines and all cultural lines and all geographic lines. If it's true in art, I mean, I'm not French, but I love Impressionists because they spoke the truth of their period and their neighborhood, description of their neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And that we're doing now, and Chicano art is a true expression of our neighborhoods and our community.
Well, I know I want to say thank you from all of us here at Cal State University San Bernardino. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for bringing your awareness to everyone. And I could tell everybody wants an autograph. Are you doing autographs?
If they don't take me away.
We can do whatever you want if you want to.
A couple minutes of pictures would be good.
Even better.
And then if we're very successful at that, we're going on to my next project, starting a lowrider museum in Riverside. So
okay, all
look
right.
for that.
And again, for those of you tuning in online, again, we want to thank you. Remember, use the hashtag LEAD2022. I know you're on social media too. Where can we find you?
I got a bunch of them. Go to chichenchong.com and it'll direct you to anywhere you want to go.
Yeah, tell Chong we missed him, by the way. I saw him at one of the award shows.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like, man, what are we doing here? You know, I was like, having fun, man. Look, man. Okay, so we appreciate each and every one of you. We're going to go ahead and tune away because we got more coming on. I know a lot of people want to say hello, so take it easy, all right? No storming the castle here. All right, we'll be back with more right here from the Latino Education Advocacy Days with Cheech Marin. And don't forget to visit his museum now in Riverside.
Open Wednesday through Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, we're not. We have to let them off for a little bit.
Get your tickets now before they sell out.
Okay.
We'll be right back.
I want everybody seated.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hola, chica. Muy bien. Okay, thank you, Padrino. Okay, so as soon as we're ready, come back and we're gonna skip we're gonna have to shave some time off during the day. So as I'm doing that, I'm gonna ask Vice President Nava to come up here. He's gonna give a short announcement for like a minute, and then we're gonna start with our panel. Okay, so hurry up and take your seats.
Thank you, Professor. If everybody could come in, please. You know when you're watching the news, the CNN, and they say you get breaking news? Well, I've got some breaking news to share with you that's great news. But I want everybody to come in. It might take a moment here.
Just do it.
Órale, okay. Hey, what do you all think about Cheech? Hey, right? Órale, Cheech. Please, if you would take your seats, because we're going to get started with our panel in just a moment. Gracias. If everybody could just take their seats. Colegas, this has been an incredible morning, don't you think? Right? Yeah, right. To have the presentations, to hear from Cheech. You know, here, and I'm thinking, how can this get better? Because we're going to hear from panels, but how can this get better? And I think we just learned. So if you give me your attention for just a moment, I do want to share something that's very significant and very important and timely. Colleagues, I'm reading a press release from the White House. I'm going to read it to you. Presidential appointment announcement. I am writing to let you know that the announcement of the President's intention to appoint you, Enrique Murillo, to the President's Advisory Commission on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Hispanics will go live today at 11. Eloise, did you? Sí se pudo, sí se puede, sí se puede, sí se puede. So Professor Murillo now is taking his work from the classroom to the streets, the community, to the White House on behalf of our communities. Órale. Congratulations, Professor Murillo. We're very proud of you. Professor Murillo.
Wait, before that, Madrina, you come, vete, Madrina. our majority leader for the state of California Assembly, right, is here. A few words, if you don't mind. Okay.
Of course. Wow, this can you imagine walking into this kind of news? And Dr. Enrique Murillo has been one of the heroes here for San Bernardino, for the Inland Empire, and to know that President Joe Biden recognized that and appointed him, that's a big deal. One of the most recent things that happened up in Sacramento, and I'm so proud of it, is you all know that finally our Governor Newsom signed the bill, AB 2183. I am a proud joint author of that bill, and knowing that now our farm workers can vote to become a union without the intimidation that comes with trying to do this. Thank you so much to all of you, and enjoy.
Thank you, Madrina. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, ahora sí. I want to introduce el profe Armando Vázquez Ramos. He's going to guide us through this next segment. Okay, so Armando Vázquez Ramos is co-founder of Chicano Latino Studies at Cal State University Long Beach, president of the California-Mexico Studies Center, and a great partner of ours. Okay, so before Profe comes to the podium, we're going to direct you to the large screens for just a short little video clip.
Muy buenos días, muy buenos días. What an act to follow, huh? Wow. Pinche Cheech, he set it up for us. He set it up for us. And I understand that it was a little bit of pot smoking in a bathroom that triggered that smoke alarm. How appropriate. I really cracked up when they said we have a token of our appreciation, and she goes, "A toque right now?" amazing presentation, and of course we're really running tight on time because all of that distraction ate up our time. So all I can say, like he said, he was meant to be. He was meant to be this way. And so I want to be really brief as the moderator and to guide this conversation because what you have here with these colegas and myself is more than 150 years of experience, of Chicanismo, of activism. And so I will begin giving you a background of how him and I and Dr. Loco and Rita Cepeda and many of us that connected at the campus at Cal State Long Beach in 68 and 69, but how that has evolved into what is the great accomplishment in the CSU system that now has close to being a majority Chicano enrollment. And that's a great accomplishment for our community because we're going to be the majority of the state. And in many campuses, like at San Bernardino and of course Cal State LA, but even at Cal State Long Beach. We're close to overcoming that. Somebody mentioned you're already 60% Latino enrollment here. Well, imagine the entire state becoming majority. And at the UCs, and of course at the community colleges, we are already 60% enrollment in the California community colleges. So that's the pipeline that we can anticipate will transform California's higher education more than it already has. And that's because we have such a huge enrollment in the public school system today. In other words, you cannot reverse the growth, and this is part of what Rita Cepeda is going to talk about this afternoon in terms of the demographics of the nation, of Latinos in the U.S. But what we want to capture this morning with this panel is the challenge that we have before us. And we want to motivate the young people. All of our comments here are directed to those next community leaders, educational leaders, those that are in the pipeline that will become the next generation of professionals that are in this room, that are throughout the network of the transmission of today's lead after the 3-year hiatus, but that begins again the quest for educational equity to improve our performance. And so what Sai Abrego has to offer us, and he was already introduced as a very successful retired administrator in student services, but also has now finished his term with the Board of Trustees, where he led the policy making to make these changes happen. And of course, the now significant number of Latinos hired at the very highest level of higher education, and in particular the Cal State University system. So let me just start by asking Sai to come up and to give us now a brief presentation, because we are running against time. And then I'll come back to introduce our other colega, Luis Garza, who will cover the legacy of La Raza magazine, but how him, along with a group of 18 photographers, chronicled el movimiento Chicano from 1967 to 1977. So, Sai, please join me up here, my camarada from more than 50 years.
Gracias, Armando. And reference to Cheech, we're going up in smoke. What's happening? Oh, my goodness. It's good to see a lot of my old friends here. And I want to thank Dr. Nava for referencing my involvement with the Board of Trustees. That was a great honor and great experience for me. I'm no longer in the board. I termed out. But I remember the first interview that I had with Governor Brown, and when he was considering me for the trustee position, and he asked, what voice are you going to be on the board? I said, I only have one voice, and that's for low income, first generation, college students, and specifically Latinos. So the next day I was appointed. And when Dr. Nava referenced the Board of Trustees, having a voice in these forums where you can shape policy is very important for Latinos. And so I encourage all the young people here to pursue areas where you can influence policy. You just heard our friend, Assemblywoman Reyes, talk about the bill that she co-sponsored. You just heard Enrique's going to be a voice in Washington, D.C. Those are important arenas for us. So let me talk a little bit about the story of the CSU. It's an extraordinary university. It is the largest four-year university in the country. It enrolls more than 480,000 students. It awards more than 130,000 BAs annually. Over 50% of its students are minority. 45% of the CSU students system-wide, from San Diego to all the way to the Oregon border, is 45%. When I started Cal State Long Beach, I could walk on campus for days and not see another brown person. Every so often, there was this one brown guy that would come by, and we would do the Chicano, you know. But, you know, after about 3 or 4 times that we crossed his path, he comes to me and he says, "Eres Mexicano?" I go, "Simón, yeah." He says, "Well, I thought you were Arab, man." So it was Hector Carrion, a good friend of mine, and he introduced me to UMAS, the United Mexican American Student Association. There was only about 12 or 15 students at the time on campus. And but these 12 to 15 students were very committed. We all had similar backgrounds. We all came from schools that did very little to encourage us to go to college. I mean, we were tracked into all the woodshop courses, you know, woodshop, auto shop, metal shop, and the women were tracked into the home economics. They used to call it the sewing and the cooking and all typing. You know, they wanted to be secretaries. So there was no opportunity for us to even get the knowledge and information about going to college. I went to college de puro sapo because I went in the military and then joined. Then I started at Santa Ana College. But at that time, there was all of us coming from the same background and saying, we need to do something. We need to open the doors. And it was a voice of the UMAS and later the Mechistas who created all kinds of programs. You read about the CSU and one of their highest priorities, we heard it mentioned through the chancellor, that the priority is to close the equity gap between graduating Latino students and non-Latino students. And that's a priority. And as I used to sit in the board meeting and to hear the strategies that they were proposing and taking and implementing, it made me so proud to know and realize that a lot of those strategies that they were implementing came from students in the 60s. Unbelievable. The voice that the students had in the 60s to start an EOP program, to start ethnic studies, Chicano studies, to start supplemental instruction, to start the mentoring programs, to do university outreach. You know, CSU at the time didn't pursue recruitment. They used to have this relations with schools office, but never recruitment. They didn't have development either in the old days, but that's another story. All these ideas came from powerful student leaders. Many are here today. And there were the ideas, there were the voices that helped shape what CSU has become. CSU is considered the People's College, one of the most diverse universities in the nation. And I'm proud to have been a part of that movement. As we move on to the future, and I was really inspired by the young people that used to come during the public part of the Board of Trustees meetings, and they would speak to the board on certain issues. How eloquent, how bright, how informed these young people were. It made me proud to be there and listen to them. The majority, by the way, were women. And let me tell you, as I sat there and listened to them, I said, we have a bright future, and I really do mean that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sai. And we need to move along. I wanted to again say, Sai, it was meant to be. So with that, we're going to transition very quickly because I know that following this presentation, we have the leaders of the walkouts. And I hope that we can transition into that panel without losing much time. And I know they're ready to go. But I want to introduce a colleague, a brother from the days of the walkouts, and certainly someone that was a critical part of chronicling the Chicano movement from 67 through 77 with La Raza magazine. And if some of you might have seen the exhibit that he did most recently at the Autry, it was an amazing, again, record-breaking. 250,000 people came to see the La Raza exhibition that was curated by Brother Luis Garza. Please come on up. And those that are in charge, please start rolling the photos that are going to be shared with his presentation.
Bienvenidos, damas y caballeros. It's my honor to be part of this presentation. It's a rare opportunity for me to speak about that history of La Raza magazine and my role that I played. This camera here is my razón de ser. This became my reason to be. I found my path at La Raza magazine by documenting the Chicano movement and the larger movements that were taking place throughout the United States. Each of you has a camera. Each of you is a photographer. Every one of you is carrying a cell phone, and you're flashing, and you're connecting. Each of you is a conduit of information. La Raza magazine was a conduit of information, where there was little information about who we were, and what we stood for. It was the beginnings of recording and documenting that movement that was taking place, that post-World War II Korean War generation that was coming up. As you are coming up, I was 24, 25 years old, chavalo, and I had a camera with me. And I had come from New York City, so you'll detect my accent. My family is from Nava, Coahuila, Mexico, in South Texas, but they migrated to New York in the 1920s when there were no other Mexicans, and they moved into 112th Street and Lexington Avenue, Little Italy. It was the opening scene of The Godfather Part 2, with the music también. I was born into the barrios of New York, 139th Street, St. Anne's and Brook Avenue in the South Bronx. I grew up in a multi-ethnic cauldron of New York, con Boricuas, with Irish, Jewish, Polish, German, Italian, you name it. I picked up a lot of the habits and the language. But as a Mexicano, living in that environment, there was a small colonia of my family, and that was it. I came out to Los Angeles in 1965, 2 weeks before the Watts Rebellion, and I started hanging around. I started going back and forth. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what my purpose was, but I had picked up a camera, and I began photographing a los ganas, you know. I picked up a Pentax camera. I was broke. I was a student. I didn't know anybody. And I was introduced to a guy by the name of Ed Bonilla, who changed my life. I didn't know where I was going or what I was doing. And I went into his office on a recommendation of a friend who said, speak to Ed, he can help you. I said, okay. I sat down, and Ed, bigoton, shades, slick back hair, un veterano, an organizer, Neighborhood Adult Participation Project. Ed flipped my worldview upside down. He pointed to the camera and he said, you take pictures? I said, yeah, I take pictures. He says, and you're from New York? I go, yeah, I'm from New York. He goes, you're Puerto Rican? I go, no, I'm not Puerto Rican, I'm Mexicano, my family. I said, yeah, I'm Puerto Rican by osmosis. I'm Italian, I'm Irish, I'm Jewish, I'm all of that. He goes, okay. And you need a job? I said, yeah, I need a job. And he says, and you're not Puerto Rican? I go, I'm Mexicano, my family. I gave him a short little about my family history. And he strokes his beard, looks back, and he says, and you need a job? I go, yeah, I need a job. He goes, pues, órale, you're gonna have a job. I said, great, man. He said, you're gonna start tomorrow. I go, what am I gonna start doing? He says, you're gonna start organizing the people. I said, how do you do that? He says, well, you bring your camera and you're gonna start. He said, a Chicano from New York. He says, wow, that's amazing. I had never heard the word Chicano. And I said to myself, Chicano, Mexicano, close enough? I said, yeah, I'm a Chicano. He says, pues órale, you got the job. All right. And that's how I started. And Ed introduced me to La Raza magazine, the editors at that time, Father Luz and Rosalio Munoz and a whole bunch of people. So he flipped my worldview around. I was uneducated, uninformed. I was raw. But this became my razón de ser. For all you that are coming up, it's your purpose. Find your purpose. Find your direction. I found mine by a camera, and that introduced me to the world of photography, documentary filmmaking, theater, etc. And it's been my path to the present. And so I say to you, all of you, con ganas, síguelo, siempre adelante. Muchísimas gracias, and the images that you're seeing are part of my collection in my photographic archives. The entire collection of La Raza, or most of it, 30,000 plus images, are at the UCLA Chicano Studies Research Center. And the La Raza exhibition, as Brother Armando said, was the King Tut of Chicano photography. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Luis. And we conclude this presentation hoping that we are flipping somebody's world today. Not only those that are here, those that are watching us from throughout the world. And certainly because I think we have a day that continues with that purpose, with that objective, that we have young people that today, just like we passed the baton with those original posters from the walkouts, that were inspiring young people and those that are in the colleges and the universities to take up the baton of the movimiento. So I want to wrap it up here with all due respect, because we have a wonderful panel of the leaders of the walkouts that follows. So do not move, please. This is not a break. Tenemos que hacer el tiempo que perdimos por ese loco que estaba fumando quién sabe qué cosa en el baño. Anyway, thank you so much. El Juárez, Paula Crisóstomo, Vicky, ¿dónde están? Por favor, get close over here because we're going to make a real quick transition. And thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Let's have another round of applause for these. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You did this. That was solid. Thanks. Aaron, are you there?
I'm here.
Maybe, Jose Luis, let's interview these gentlemen for like a minute while we're setting up right here. Just pick where you're gonna sit. Okay. You guys ready? Yes, are those old or new waters? Those are old. Let's get really old. Can you do it?
That's right. We had a very interesting couple of discussions here, and we talked to Cheech a little earlier, and we talked about the importance of art, and I think all of you are very not only educated, but you're smart in the ability to get the word out. And Luis, I'm going to start with you really quick because we have a little time before we get to the next one. Luis, obviously, I met you a while back when you had a small exhibition, and now you're at the Autry, which is pretty amazing. You got your book there, which is, I looked at it yesterday and I said, oh my God. To be able to go full, well, let me put it in the words that you would probably put it. Everybody has a phone, and although they don't do film anymore, they don't step inside a room and then develop it, they have that moment of action of saying, hey, let's get the truth out, kind of like Russia. Russia's in a situation that we could be in at any time with nuclear, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's on.
Yeah. Pero what you have in your hand with that camera is a means of expression. And as Cheech said, you got to go to the museums, you got to go to the gallery, you got to see the work. Seeing the work, you begin to understand the artist more, what the artist visualizes. You also begin to understand the basics of composition, framing, angle, light. All of that is part of the craft with what the artist expresses himself with, whether it's a brush or a camera or a silk screen or whatever the medium is within the arts. It's just like what we're doing here, it's production.
Yeah.
And you are within X amount of time within that frame, and you got to have it all work and mesh for you to receive at the maximum impact of what it is that's being said and constructed or being visualized. So it's constant in that sense. So you have to train yourself, you have to train your eye, and you have to apply yourself, you have to study. I entered ignorant, I was raw, no sabía nada. And I learned because I became immersed in the art of photography and the craft of photography.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's like I see a couple people kind of posting on live and then video and photo. Use the hashtag LEAD 2022, by the way, so we can all kind of see it. But you put out there what is true, not what is told. And I think I'll go to you, Armando. I know you're a professor over in Long Beach, and you have something very interesting, which is always knowledge of what is, what was, and what will be. We're dealing with what is, what will be.
Well, when I feel at this point with this gathering and the return of LEAD is that we have a great opportunity to jump ahead, to reactivate, because quite frankly, I'm very critical of the lack of activism the lack of social movements, the lack of student movements. And in fact, of my own colleagues, we have no social movements on the colleges and universities. Faculty, our own Chicano faculty, are asleep at the wheel. Student leaders, where is the social movements? Where are the student movements? Why do we allow for children to be caged? Why do we allow for a court to rule that 500,000 dreamers cannot apply for DACA without hitting the streets? We had less than 100 dreamers in front of that appeals court in New Orleans in July when they said no. 500,000 since Trump took office and during this administration that are being denied. So why don't you activate that 500,000 dreamers that have not had a chance to even apply? So I'm coming from that perspective of also being critical that, hell no, we're not doing enough. The pandemic put us all to sleep, but now's the time to
Wake up.
The arms again, wake up and get activated. And that means you young people.
Wake up, wake up. All right, we're out of time, Doug. I'll give you a quick little sec. I know you are all together, the ones who go, come on, let's get out there. But then you go, who's behind us? You know, so what do you have to say with that?
Well, no, I endorse what Armando just said, and that's what my point is, the voice. We really need to get our perspective out there and let the policymakers know that we're united, that we're speaking out on behalf of the Latino community. We've got to start mobilizing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and before we go back, real quick, another exhibition here locally, Riverside. Luis, can you give that plug real quick?
We just got word a few weeks ago that 70 of my photographic works will be presented at the Riverside Art Museum starting October 22nd coming up. So you got a chance to go to the Riverside Art Museum to see it. And outside in the space outside, there's also copies of La Raza and some of the photographic work that I did back then. So stop by the table.
Yeah, stop behind. All right, guys, we're out of time for us, but for you, keep it going. Hashtag Lead 2022. Back to Enrique.
All right. Okay, looks like we're ready. Thank you for your patience. Our next panel will be introduced by Alberto Juarez, who is an adjunct professor of political science and Chicano studies at both Pasadena City College and LA Mission College. Before Profe Alberto comes up to start the segment, we want to direct you to the large screens for a short clip, and then it'll be all yours.
More than 50 years ago, on March 28, 1968, over 1,200 community members came together in front of the Los Angeles Board of Education to support the students that walked out in protest as they presented their demands. This was a culmination of months of planning and organizing. More importantly, these demands were about setting a higher standard for the education of Chicanx and Latinx people in the United States. It was a political statement about what equitable treatment is. It was about starting a movement, and they did. Before we talk about the walkouts, it is important to understand the social and political climate at the time. The late 1960s were the peak of the civil rights movement, a movement which in itself is the result of other movements, one in which leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Cesar Chavez, and others helped organize oppressed populations in the United States. This time period is often regarded as the start of the Chicano movement. During this time period, schools were no longer officially segregated, but Chicano students still faced discrimination in schools, and the education system was failing them. Graduation rates were extremely low at high schools where the majority of students were Mexican descendants, and most of the administrators and teachers at these schools were white. Students would be punished for speaking Spanish in class, and were often regarded as inferior for being Mexican descendant. By the 1960s, however, a heightened awareness of the connections between poverty, racism, and discrimination, combined with the civil rights movement and the anti-war, anti-imperialist struggles of that period, challenged this institutional imaginary. The combination of these factors led students to walk out. The walkouts took over 6 months to plan. There was no Facebook, Twitter, or texting at the time. It was all done through word of mouth. The walkouts were not supposed to happen until March 6, 1968, but they began on March 1st, when students at Wilson High School walked out. This did not disorganize the plan for the other schools, and on March 6th, students began walking out. Over the next weeks after that, an estimated 15,000 students walked out of classes from Woodrow Wilson, Garfield, Abraham Lincoln, Theodore Roosevelt, Belmont, Venice, and Jefferson high schools. Despite peacefully protesting, the students participating in these walkouts were met by violence from the schools, police, and in some cases, their parents. This, however, did not stop them from continuing to protest, and they were supported by members of the community. Over the next few weeks, walkouts and protests would continue, and eventually, the community would come together to issue demands to the Los Angeles Board of Education.
Muy buenos días. It's hard to believe that was 54 years ago. I just realized that as I got up off the chair and I said, híjole. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing three very wonderful people. Starting on my immediate right is, I've always known her as Rachel Ochoa, okay. Always Rachel. She's a retired educator. I believe it was K through 12 for many, many years. And my other very dear friend, Paula Crisostomo, who I've known probably most of my adult and early adulthood. And last but not least, Victoria Castro, who was not only one of our walkout leaders, along with these three young ladies, but she's also went on to become a member of the Los Angeles Unified School Board and took the envied place of our own Dr. Nava, who a lot of us are commemorating in terms of his death recently, and Dr. Julian Nava, who was then the first Latino on the LA Unified School Board, had recently been elected to office, and we had campaigned for him, and all of a sudden he was stuck with the idea of being that sole voice on the Board of Education while all of this is going on. Not an enviable job, and we'll talk about that a little more. There are really three burning questions, I think, in my mind, at least, as I've been thinking about this panel for a great deal of time. How do you cram 54 years of history? How do you cram in the events and the things that have occurred in a matter of 30 minutes? It's very difficult to do it. But I think what I would like to do is to give you a personal perspective in conversation of what we reflect on now, 54 years later. We were very young people, like many of you sitting out there in the audience, once upon a time. One thing that I think that is very unique to this group of people, though, is that most of us have known each other a great part of our lives, even before we were, in college. There was a bonding that came from neighborhood, from community, from families that knew each other. And the irony was that this spread across the whole community of those 5 schools that walked out on that particular day. People that knew people that were friends of each other, that created un compañerismo, un carnalismo, una fraternidad, una solidaridad, una amistad that bound us together. And that's something that I hope that your generation will begin to be able to find as you get to know each other at these conferences, and that is that spirit of fraternidad that we have with each other is that was one of the big secrets, as far as I'm concerned, that held us together. The 3 questions that immediately come to mind is, 1, what success did we have? Was it worth it? The second part is, what accomplishments? What came out of the walkouts? Did we accomplish the things that we wanted? Third would be, what would we advise young people to do today if we were brought or are faced with that question is, would you do it all over again? Okay, what would you say to us now that you're parents, grandparents, and in my case, a great-grandparent? What would I advise my own children and my own family if they came to me and they said, Papa, we're gonna walk out of school. Tell us what to do. Tell us what we should do. And that's a burning question for a lot of us that feel that sense of protection and responsibility for our children. And yet, it was something that occurred and happened those 54 years ago. So if I could start off with the first question to our panel, and that is, what was the question? The question was, did we accomplish anything? Do we feel that we accomplished anything? And if so, what was it?
Al, before you do that, I'd like to make a little clarification. It said that the walkouts took 6 months in planning. There was a year and a half prior to that, at least in preparing for the demands. And that took over 300 surveys that Young Citizens for Community Action, that turned into Young Chicanos for Community Action, that turned into the Brown Berets had done. So the walkouts did not take 6 months. The physical walkout days did, but as a group, and it's very important that we point out that we were original members of Young Chicanos for Community. I want to clarify history because that's part of the legacy. Things just don't happen, and 6 months for 20,000 students to walk out was a little stretch of history. So I already had to clarify that. So now I'm going to tap you.
Yeah, it took at least 2 years of meeting and planning, and we were meeting probably at least the last year every 10 minutes, which made it difficult for those of us who, I was, and I still am, the youngest member. I was in high school. These two were my college mentors, advisors, and here we still are. But as far as the first question, to circle around, what did we accomplish? Immediately, what we accomplished in the immediate term was that we saw ourselves differently. And I can see that change still happening. We knew we had a voice, we knew we had power, even if we had to take it upon ourselves, because we did it as just high school and college students. No one else would help us except for an Episcopalian church by the name of, the priest was Father Luce, Sal Castro, one high school teacher, and a handful of community organizations. We did all that we were supposed to do to mitigate our grievances. We went through the process. We met with elected officials, teachers, principals, the superintendents, everybody. And no one would publicly support us. So we assumed the leadership, and we did it ourselves. And as Vicki said, we were good students, so we knew we had to prove to people that we weren't just the only ones who felt this way, or were experiencing the racism on our school campuses, that there were other students doing this. So we actually did a survey, and we received back 3,000 completed surveys from students across East LA. And we discovered we all had the same experiences. So yeah, we could have just, washed our hands and said, we're not getting any support, oh well, and given up. But we didn't, because at that point, we were already realizing something's going on here. Our neighborhoods were being infested, we were being oppressed by the police. We knew that. We knew we were facing discrimination and racism at school. We were all participants, and I'm taking too much time, I'm sorry, of Campus Kramer, the Chicano Leadership Conference, where we got to talk to other students, and we started building our own social network that way. And we realized that we had to step up.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes.
I'm Rachel, and I think that Paula hit on a very, very crucial issue.
Move it closer to you.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. On a very crucial issue was the Campus Kramer, because that's where I first met Vicky, because she was a counselor, and I think I met Paula at the same time. And what was interesting is that the students were recruited from many other schools, and it was an interesting event because we were there on a weekend, and we were at a Jewish retreat place. That was really interesting because, again, we were not getting community help from where we were from, although at the time, Boyle Heights, where I was raised, was partly Jewish. Before it was Cesar Chavez Boulevard, it was Brooklyn Avenue. And so I think that the important thing is to know that, as Vicky said, we did not begin the week of the walkouts. All this was done because we had this leadership training, because the conference was called the Mexican American Youth Leadership Conference, and it was started in 1963. 63, which Vicky attended the first one, and somehow we saw something in there. Now, for me, what was important is that I saw females being involved. No disrespect, Al. And this was a great awareness because when I was in high school, my big thing was to just be a cheerleader. And I just want to be a cheerleader, be in student council, be one of these goody girls, and be a head cheerleader. And I thought, hey, that's my whole world. But when you went to one of these conferences, you learn, wow, that isn't your whole world. There's a whole thing out there. We never questioned if there was a duty or a task to do in the community. We just did it. There was no pay. There was no time. We created the time. In addition, we had to keep up our studies at the university where Vicky was going. Paula was still in high school. Oh, I was also in high school. I was one of the students who left 7 months before. When I graduated, 7 months before, I was at City College. But even that college was motivated by things that were happening. It was a crucial time, if you can imagine. Vietnam going on. That spring, Martin Luther King had just been assassinated. We lost Bobby Kennedy. Some of us were there in the very place where Kennedy was assassinated. So all of these things in our mind to be helping things in the community was such a small sacrifice. But I just wanted to say, I think overall, what we perhaps did at that time is that what we contributed from what we learned from YCCA is evidenced here. And it's no wonder that we heard of all the many grads and people who have master's degrees from this university especially, and PhDs, because I think that is the legacy that we want to bring to you and to leave with you, is that although this happened 54 years ago, we're not at 55 yet, correct? We need to see that some progress has happened. So for me, I was the first of 11 children to even graduate from a college. And so I inspired my brothers to continue, who also became teachers, and now my niece, Ochoa, just got her PhD, and the other one is in a doctoral program as well. So I can see the progress in my immediate family and extended family. So you probably see it in your families. Look at all the dignitaries who are here with PhDs. That is incredible. So I think that's what I have to say. I never forget. Yes. wind it up.
Take us back.
Yes.
A basic question.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Go ahead. I'd like to ask the panel, one of the most important things that we remember was that we went to the Board of Education with the results of a survey, and from that survey, we came up with some proposals and some demands. Can you remember some of those demands and if any of them were met?
I think the fact that there are students here today, some of those demands were here. You are the product of our walkout. And
You are what we accomplished.
We asked for college advice that we had been denied. We asked for Chicano teachers that we had been denied. We asked for Latino administrators that we had denied. We asked not to be suspended when we question an administrator. And we asked for ethnic food, but I do have to ask a little joke here. I did serve as a principal of a middle school, and one day I had a group of kids to come tell me, we're tired of these tacos. And I had to tell them, you don't know how hard I fought for those tacos.
That's true.
You made out of tortillas.
And even in my career, I had to tell kids, you can't walk out. Get your butts back into school right now. But, one of the challenges, though, I just want to take one challenge. You need to get your education, you need to complete, and you need to keep that fire going. When I was challenged with hiring 20 teachers in the East LA school in 1 month, I said, I'm going to hire all Chicanos. I landed up hiring 20 Chicanos, but only 3 out of the 20 had a commitment to the community. So you can't give up the fight.
As you know, have we answered some of that? You want the Paula?
Oh, I thought, Oh, the demands. There were almost 40 demands. A lot of them were frivolous, but a lot. Bilingual, bicultural education was one of our demands. More community control over our schools was another demand. But I have to say the first demand was that no student who walked out would be kicked out of school, nor any senior who walked out would be denied graduation, because that's what all the parents were worried about, mine especially. You know, it was 3 months. I walked out 3 months before I was supposed to graduate, and all I heard was every day, oh my God, Paul, all that work you did, and you're not going to graduate, blah, blah, blah. So that was our first and second demand. So we were thinking of ourselves too. But we wanted free speech. We wanted
the restrooms open at lunchtime.
The restrooms open at lunchtime. And I understand they're still not open. So, you know, some things take a lot of time. But of course, we were expecting these things to happen within a month. For a lot of them, that took legislation. Of course, that took a longer time. But being 16 to 19 years old, we didn't realize that. We just knew we wanted it then.
One of the demands that I saw was, now they call it EL programs, ELD, but at the time, I had not known of the tracking system. So we had learned about that.
That's right.
But I saw it in action because I went to Roosevelt High School, and there was kind of this underground thing. It was like a secret dungeon, and I wanted to get these votes. So somebody said, if you go there, maybe you can get some votes. And I did, and all of these students were NES students. They could hardly communicate. And I solicited votes from them the best that I could. And so I thought that this was a group that needed to be reached, and why were they hiding there? Another thing that happened was many girls who were expecting that last senior year in high school were hiding there because they were so ashamed. And so some of us would take them food and things like that because they wouldn't even tell their mother. This is something else. I don't think that was in the demands, but it should have been. Over the years, it has improved. But for my feeling, not fast enough have all of the demands been improved, even 54 years later.
Armando Vasquez just reminded me, incidentally, Armando was 17 years old when he was at Lincoln High School with some of my family. But you remind me of something I shouldn't have forgotten because I was one of the beneficiaries of corporal punishment. Was that one of the demands?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
It was.
Yes, it was. We all famously know in our Mexican school we weren't allowed to speak Spanish, or you got
your mouth
paddled.
washed.
You got
Or
paddled.
mouthwashed,
As a matter
yeah.
of fact, in the famous tracking system at my high school, anyway, at Lincoln, the boys were tracked into auto shop or wood shop. In wood shop, it was a popular thing for the boys to actually make the paddles and present them to the vice principals or teachers or counselors so that they would paddle the boys or whoever spoke
And
Spanish.
I was at Roosevelt High School, and I remember that some of the female PE teachers would take it upon themselves to paddle us if we were out of line. So that was one of the demands. Very important.
Yeah.
And some of those paddles had holes because I remember later on Vicky becomes a principal of my intermediate school, Belvedere, and I was the student body something there, and I went there to the office, and somebody said, "Oh my God, you're not the Ochoa. He just walked. You're not the our Ochoa that he signed a paddle there." And I thought, "Oh yes, I am," with holes in it. Can you imagine? But parents would sign diligently that they gave permission because they didn't know that they had an option. Corporal punishment has come a long way of doing away with that.
So now if we can come forward 54 years, what would we say to young people that come to us today and say, look, we don't like the conditions in our school, we're really fed up with all of this. Should we or should we not take to the streets? You did, okay? And what did you get out of it? Besides a few beatings and that type of thing as happened at Roosevelt High School. But what would you say to young people today?
I think it gives you a vehicle for change. You want to be a change agent. You want to be a better person. You want to create a better community. So my message is in education does that. And I have to just share my own. It took me 10 years to get a BA. Just because I was fighting the revolution, I like to tell my parents. But you know, the difference in seeing that there's an audience of Chicano students that I don't have that experience of walking down a campus and looking at someone to say, is she or is she not Chicano? Is they Latino? That doesn't exist now. That's a big change. We're on campuses. We're in a variety of bachelor degrees, and we have to continue. But we have to remember that it's a social, economic challenge to our gente, and that has not changed. And so for every college student here, no matter what degree you are seeking, you're going to have to go back, and we were always told, you have to go back and give to your community. What happens, though, is that your community expands. It's not just Boyle Heights, then it's East LA, and then it's California, but you give back. And that's the challenge that I would say that's most important, or why I feel that we sometimes forget that, because as I said, when I hired those 20 teachers, a lot of them said, I was a regular admit. I didn't have to go through a special program. You know, there were already a financial aid. We didn't have financial aid. I worked 3 part-time jobs to go to college. And some of our students still do that. But the social, economic challenge that our gente has not erased the need to organize and to pursue your education.
And that is so true, because at that time, I'm not sure if EOP had just begun, but I couldn't be part of it because those counselors or teachers at Roosevelt High School my senior year would see my picture of something good that I was doing in a campaign when I worked for the Julian Alba campaign or whatever, community service, and they didn't like that. So those counselors can be the separation between you getting into the university of your desire at that time or not. So they could have literally cut you off, and they did me no problem, so I did it the long way. Junior college, 2 years, 21 units a semester, 3 jobs, and then your job is to get to the next university, which for me was Cal State LA. Sorry, Cal State, sorry, San Bernardino. And Vicky also, and then you move on to there and you go into your profession. And of course, I became a teacher as well. Paula is also in education, her background. So somehow we all arrived, and here we are 54 years later. So this is my theory. If you can't go in the front door, go in the back door. If you can't go through the back door, go through the window. That's my
Although there has been some change, and we can see it as slowly moving glacially, there is room for hope. But Vicki talking about the socioeconomic issues, it's the same today as it was back then. We heard about the famous tracking system. They still need us for cheap labor. All we're still good for is to clean houses. That was really the home economics that I was tracked into, was to cook and to clean houses. The boys had auto shop and wood shop, and that's still happening today. We are still seen, although we are the emerging majority, we're still seen as their cheap labor. And we have to change that in ourselves. I started out emotionally saying, we've changed. That was what we accomplished the most, was that we saw ourselves differently. But as new generations and new immigrants arrive, I don't think they've learned that lesson. We're not there yet. And it's up to us, or up to you now, to be bold, to assume the leadership, and to teach what we know needs to be done, because we all know it. We're not mad at you. We're not telling you what to do. But as you can see, we're not going to be sitting up here much longer. And I'm not trying to be, morbid or anything. Yeah. But come on, you guys, it's been 54 years. And we're all honored that we're still saying this, but that's one reason why I like the LEAD Summit. We have to go beyond the nostalgia. And every panel has, advocated, encouraged. I'm, like my good friend Armando, I am very critical that there have been no real student movements. There are no real youth leaders. I know you're all busy with part-time jobs and families and decolonizing your diet, by the way, which is cool and all that, but come on. The stats are still the same.
Put the cell phone down.
Anyway, that's my rant for today.
For those of you who want to hear the romanticized version of the walkout story, there is a movie called Walkout. There's also the Raza series, that part of Walkout.
Chicano.
And again, thank you so very much, Dr. Murillo, for this opportunity. I do hope that we're here again. The clock is ticking, but I hope this is not the last roll call. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's lunchtime. Okay, so give me a second here before you leave. Okay, so Alberto, I'm gonna ask you if you could take your panel. We're gonna go over here and maybe do a 1 or 2 minute interview. Okay, maybe a 1 or 2 minute interview over there, and then we're gonna hear from Vicky Tafoya and the big band, right? We've been waiting, and the big beat. I'm sorry, and the big beat. We've been waiting. That's what happens when you don't look down at the script. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're going to take a 30-minute break. Okay, 30 minutes. If you don't have enough time to eat, go ahead, bring your food back inside. You can eat right there where you're seated. Okay? See you in 30 minutes.
Let's have a seat here.
Maybe do like a couple minutes.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you stop, then the bathroom starts.
Okay.
Thank you. You did a
Okay.
good job.
All right. Just use the step. There you go. Yeah, sure.
Will Al Juarez and Vicky Castro please come to the table? Is this on?
You're kind of taking my job away from me, but that's okay. I know, I can tell. You're getting good at it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got to ask for permission. You got to say, "May I use this mic at?"
No.
Yeah.
It's easier to say I'm sorry than to ask for permission.
Well,
There they are.
I could say I'm sorry, but see, are you sorry? She's like, I'm never sorry.
Nah. She'll figure it out. I know they didn't make this for niches, did they? 1, 2. Okay.
You got it.
I'm gonna have to fly down.
Okay, you got it.
You too. No, come on out. Oh.
No, it's the 3. See? You didn't ask for permission.
I'm not gonna talk.
Even better. That's right. We're with the ladies that actually not only do what's right, but they also make things happen. Sometimes people think, oh, it's the men in charge. It's never the men in charge. It's the women who say, men, go, do, and maybe we'll support you. In fact, I'm with 3 great ladies that, again, do what is needed, and also at a time that they say, look, it's needed even now. People sometimes go, what's happening in, well, anywhere, right? We're not talking just about LA, we're talking about the US, we're talking about the world, we're talking about epidemic, we're talking about pandemic, we're talking about now Russia, nuclear war. You guys lived at a time even when certain states were at war with others, but the question is, what do we do in the middle of something that people are saying now, are they gonna nuke us? Anyone? Go ahead.
You live in your world and you affect what you can. Okay, and so that I look at that and I go, I need to vote, I need to voice my opinion, and luckily I hope that none of my grandchildren will be called to fight a war. That's all I can do.
I'm glad you said that. A lot of Russians right now are actually fighting back, and they're saying we don't want to go to war, and we don't want our kids to go to war. This isn't a war we want. We don't want Ukraine to be kind of like, as they have been, invaded, and we do not support this. All 3 of you are pretty much that voice for a community that says we don't want to support always what you say we should support. We want to support each other, but we want to keep each other alive, right?
You're right, and the answer to that is to organize yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
If you know, and you do know, you're not the only one who thinks that way. You just keep talking to everyone else. And you might have to talk to 10 people before you find one other person who agrees. Keep talking. And that other person you found needs to keep talking to other people. And that's what organizing is.
Right.
And it takes a lot of time.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, because the reality is we have a lot of time, unfortunately too much time, but the reality is we don't have the support. And right now I see so many kids and so many youth saying, look, we want to support, we don't know how to do it. But you did it how old were you all at the time that it all happened?
I was 17.
You were 17. Okay, perfect. How old were you?
I was 19 or 20 or 21, because I was the only one that I was 21. I was driving.
It's like I never told anybody I was. What about yourself?
I was 18, just turned 18.
Okay, that's important to know, because a lot of the kids now are like, yeah, I'm too young. The bosses are over there. They tell us what to do. And then I say, no, use your mind, because you lived at a time where not only did you use your voice, but you used that thing that you were given by, there's got to be a parent or a figure that said, I know you can do it. Who was that for you?
For me, actually, I left my home at 18, the day I turned 18.
Wow.
It was an understanding. I never went back, but I helped with the family. And ironically, my mother was very good friends with Paula's mother. We didn't know that, because they were in a group of their own.
Wow.
Vicky's mother was, oh, you can tell about your mother, was involved in things. So I think the fact that our parents, well, or maybe the mothers only, didn't get in the way. They kind of let us do things and didn't ask a lot of questions. As long as we did our work at home and did our schoolwork, I guess it was okay. But something that I thought about, when you said we have a lot of time, like for me, I don't have a lot of time. Even now that I'm retired, they're still trying to get me to do even a few days of ESL at night. And I said, no. But we are still involved in AME, Association of Mexican American Educators. Paula's in her organizations. I'm in a community environment organization. I help out with my husband's veterans organization. My husband is a Vietnam veteran, Purple Heart recipient. And we still are involved. And plus our Roosevelt reunions. Vicky's doing her reunion this year. I'm doing my class reunion this year. We're in the Alumni Foundation. We're doing our 100th year. So I don't think we ever have a day that we don't have a meeting. It's just today. We don't have a meeting.
Yeah.
So we stay involved, and I think the reason is because we have that commitment of our soul and our commitment that up here, we cannot just lay back and be couch potatoes.
Yeah.
So in regards to the pending war in the Russia and Ukraine, it's interesting because I really don't like to follow that, but it is a reality. And I feel really, really frightened about it. But as Vicky said, we can only do what we can, and to just hope that our relatives that we know will not get, God forbid, if we have a draft again. So we can only do certain things, but if we know of people who are able to do it, we shouldn't discourage them. I'm not saying they should all go into war, but they could be drafted into the war, as what happened in Vietnam. They both were drafted. My husband signed up, but it was a very shaky time. So I think if we got over that time, we can hope for somewhat of a better future, and God bless the people that are in this problem right now.
Well, and they're not ready. I think that's a big thing right now, which we have to really understand.
We are affected.
Yeah, the ones that are being drafted right now are like 40, 50, and they're being handed a gun and then sent on the front line as expendable. That's why I think a lot of people.
My son said they will even try to get people, some of the soldiers who are recruit them back at 65.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is incredible.
Well, grandmas in Ukraine, which I think you probably would know people, and probably yourselves would take up a gun and say, we defend, well, our city, right? Or our family. And that's what Ukraine has had to do. They've been under siege, they've been under war already, and now the question is, what happens next? The U.S. has already said we're going to provide support. They provide a little, not a lot, but the question is, what happens next? So we're going back almost to the time after World War I, World War II. Now the question is, World War III, is it coming? And I think you all really know that there's support among the people if you, A, organize, B, get ahead, and C, say, hey, we want peace. Because that's what you guys, at the end of the day, want, but you want people to understand, hey, don't undermine who we are, right?
Peace does not come without a cost. And the cost is the devotion, the time, the commitment, the tenacity, the life that you give up, the sacrifices. You may not even have a love life. You may not even have a social life.
Right.
I had a choice if I was going to go to a YCCA meeting because it was important, or meet at Father Luce's Epiphany Church because we had to run off some flyers or something. There was no question. Vicky came over, said, Rachel, I'm here to pick you up. Okay, I'm gone.
Yeah.
So there has to be this kind of commitment while at the same time maintaining your grades at school. It is a big juggle, but in the end of the day, you will get through it. Because look at us. We got through it. We're not just senior citizens. Sorry, we're elders.
Respect the elders. Okay, I know we're running out of time getting signal for that, but after this, because I want you to say something, because I know you have a voice, and sometimes we have to cut off that voice because of time, but say what you want to say that you've been wanting to say ever since, like, that time when somebody said, no, how dare you? And you said what?
I dared them. What I want to say is what I started to say is that I want today's youth, you guys looking at me right now, stop waiting for someone else. Step up and assume the leadership like we did. And like I said earlier, talk to your friends, your enemies, your cousins. See who else agrees with you. Find a mentor or advisor or favorite teacher and organize. And organize.
Yeah. And last word.
Let me just take it a little. It begins with you and your crowd and your friend. Share your feeling. When I talk to students and I say, if you see something wrong in the school, you don't have to just take it upon yourself. See if it's a shared experience, and if you do, jointly talk about it, and then alternatives to how to change it. So organization starts with communication. Start with your, and unfortunately I couldn't start with my family because they were too strict with me, but I started with my friends, and then I found that there were a lot of people that thought the same way. So it's a personal journey, and I did learn from Cesar Chavez at a training session, is he said to give up your car and have somebody else drive you and have conversation. And I worry about this generation that's always on their cell phone and not learning to communicate, but you need to do it one-on-one, one-on-two, and you have to surround yourself with friends of the like thinking, and then decide what you need to do next on an issue.
I want more 13 through 17-year-olds to hang around the three of you. I know we're out of time, but thank you for blessing us with your time. Thank you, everyone. Now, enjoy the music.
Lunch on the third floor.
There is something on your mind. The way you look at me. There is something on your mind, baby. By the way you look at me. this song. Baby, this is for you. I wrote this song for our wedding day. It's called My Vow to You. My vow to you on this hour night.
Do you want to do one more or that's it? Do one more? One more. Okay? Everybody come back in, one more, and we're going to get people to start coming back to their seats. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Gracias. Woo! Okay. Thank you. I know we're moving quickly, pero pues ni modo, we got to make up for time, but I think we're okay. We'll be okay after this panel. Okay, so welcome back. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce Doctora Margarita Machado Casas. She is an alum, a CSUSB graduate, one of my personal most memorable students. I'm proud to say that she serves as professor and chair in the Department of Dual Language and English Learner Education at San Diego State University. She's also director of our transnational educational exchange and intercultural relations for our LEAD Global Network. Okay, so Madam Chair, before you come to the podium, I want to have everybody to direct their attention to the large screens for just a couple minutes, short clip, for a couple minutes. And then you can, dale.
Today in 2021, we say thank you to Voices from the Past for speaking out then and giving kids like us today a voice to say,
thank you for knowing that you were worth it, that we're worth it. Thank you.
Por saber su valor propio y exigir equidad.
Gracias por su activismo hacia la educación bilingüe y bicultural. Thank you for standing against segregated Mexican schools. Gracias. Gracias por no aceptar condiciones injustas. Because of you. Por ustedes. Aquí yo hablo inglés y español. Por ustedes. Aquí yo hablo inglés y español. Por ustedes. Aquí hablamos inglés y español. Thank you for recognizing our justice and daring to speak up for change. Gracias for knowing the needs of emerging bilinguals cannot be ignored. Como hispana en los Estados Unidos, bilingualism is something we inherit.
Es un beneficio.
It is power. Es un derecho para proteger and an ability to value. Because of you. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, everybody. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. How was your lunch? Woohoo! All right, raise your hand if you're bilingual, multilingual, and ready to mingle. Raise your hand. Hey, from Sunday to Domingo. What's up with that, huh? Raise your hand if you have been a part or are currently a part of bilingual education, a bilingual education program. Woo! Muy bien. Well, it's my honor to be back home here at Cal State San Bernardino, where I had the pleasure of getting some of the most amazing mentors, Dr. Enrique Murillo, Dr. Esteban Diaz, Dr. Barbara Flores, who are some of the OGs, and of course now at San Diego State University as the department chair of the largest and only autonomous bilingual credential program in the state of California, who was really, I'm honored to have one of the co-founders here, Dr. Alberto Ochoa, who is really another one of the OGs in bilingual education. Muchas gracias. So the title of this presentation is in the name of Cultural Linguistic Pride, the Impact and Promises of Bilingual Education, and the Title VII Bilingual Education Act. And it's my pleasure to moderate this with this wonderful panel of OGs. Dr. Barbara Flores, and I'm going to introduce them very briefly because their vidas are way too long and we would be here for 2 days. Dr. Barbara Flores, in addition to being the president of CLSBA and a board member of the San Bernardino County, San Bernardino City School District, Dr. Flores is a scholar, researcher, and professor of the California State University San Bernardino system. During her 30-year career, she has gained expertise in several fields, including language, biliteracy, literacy development, assessment of elementary and secondary academic development. She's also the creator and co-creator of the first beginning reading Spanish collection in the United States, Piñata y Más Piñatas. If you've ever taught, it has 220 titles and it's growing. And if you've ever been in any bilingual dual language program, you probably have her books there, right? These books are culturally relevant, based on realism and fantasy, and include science, math, song, rhymes, etc., etc. Dr. Flores is currently the president of the California Association of Bilingual Education, and she continues to focus in reducing the dropout rate and improving the conditions of our bilingual students here in California, but in the United States as well. There's so much more I can say about that, but she's an incredible mentor, someone who, if you've ever had her here at San Bernardino, she definitely probably made a difference. She was one of the very few professors. I was taking her biliteracy class. I really was just an early, I was becoming a teacher, and she taught me about the importance of bilingualism and biliteracy, and I would tell her, how do I do this? How do I teach someone how to read? And she says, "Do you want me to teach you? I'll come to your classroom." So she would drive to Banning, California, once a week to mentor me. And so I thank her for that. Muchísimas gracias. And she still continues to mentor me. Dr. Esteban Diaz, a professor emeritus at California State University, San Bernardino. He has taught classes on social cultural factors that impact on the optimal educational development of bilingual Latino children. He has also taught classes on language and cognition. His research with Luis Moll has been the examination of classroom practices that promote bilingualism and biliteracy in the classroom. Dr. Diaz has also worked with Dr. Flores on the application of Agassian theory in examining literacy practices that promote biliteracy with Latino students. He received a doctorate in human development from Harvard Graduate School of Education, and as you know, back then, the struggle was real. It's still real for students of color in many of these predominantly white universities, but as you can imagine, I'm not calling him old, right? He is an elder, he's a wise man, but during those times, the struggle was real. And if you ever have a time to just listen to some of his stories, please take the time. Any other stories? Dr. Alberto Ochoa is a faculty member, and actually Professor Emeritus now, right, Dr. Ochoa? At the College of Education at San Diego State University with the rank of full Professor Emeritus. For more than 15 years, Dr. Ochoa served as the Department Chair of the Policy Studies in Language and Cross-Cultural Studies Department at San Diego State University. As a Department Chair, he was responsible for the implementation and evaluation of bilingual teacher education programs at the elementary and secondary level. Dr. Ochoa has also served as the academic director of a joint doctoral program between Claremont University and SDSU. Since beginning his academic work at SDSU in 1975, Dr. Ochoa has maintained an active record of professional development, grant writing, and service to the community. His academic work is based on action research, in which he combines theory and practice to confront and really resolve the problems of equity and social justice. He's also one of the founders of PIQUE. If you are in schools, you probably heard of PIQUE, which is a parent group that is really making a difference across the entire state of California. The idea is not only to work with children, but also with the families, so no families left behind. Considerably the most, and I wanted to mention that Dr. Ellen Riojas Clark was going to be here. She's actually a lead madrina, but was unable to be here. However, I'm thrilled to announce that there was a campaign at the University of Texas at San Antonio. She's also one of the OGs nationwide. She is the first Latina to get an endowed chair at the University of Texas at San Antonio in bilingual bicultural education. An endowed chair position is one of the most highest honors a university may bestow on a faculty member, and it's a wonderful way to honor the work of exceptional people like Dr. Ellen Riojas Clark. So desde aquí, Dr. Clark, we say thank you for all that you have done for bilingual education, not only in the state of Texas, but in California, y le damos la felicidad de ustedes. Felicidades. So today we're going to talk about bilingual education, conceivably the most misunderstood yet urgent issue affecting schools that have been meeting the needs of students who are not yet proficient in the English language. Amid the intersections and historical connections with the struggles against segregation, anti-immigration racism of the Chicano movement, civil rights movement, led to the passage of the Bilingual Education Act, BE8 of 1968. Bilingual education refers to the use of two languages in education for different purposes. The BEA represented one of the most significant advances in bilingual education reforms for education and the education of emergent bilingual learners. Since then, we've had several different campaigns, such as Proposition 227, 187, that really try to eliminate bilingual education. And in 2016, California voters overturned that with Proposition 58, when overwhelmingly voted 73% to pass Proposition 58, because California has to remain bilingual, multilingual, and ready to mingle. So today we're gonna really look at what's happening with bilingual education, what has happened socio-historically, with three OGs who are here who will be talking about it. To frame that, we're gonna ask three basic questions, okay? So as they come up, I want them to answer them. Number one, what are the strengths and benefits of bilingual education since 1968? What has changed? What is the same? What is happening? What are the strengths and benefits? What are the weaknesses and successes of bilingual education over this period that has passed? What are the ups? What are the downs? And lastly, what are opportunities for bilingual education as we move forward? And I think more than that, what is our role as we move forward? And I know there are some students here that are taking notes, and I'm going to have a little bit of time at the end so you guys can ask questions, okay? So let's start with Dr. Alberto Ochoa.
Muy buenas tardes. I went to school in LA Unified. I was a graduate of Lincoln High School. One of the few that graduated from high school. I recall that upon entering Lincoln Heights in 10th grade, the vice principal greeted the class of over 180 students. And the first thing that came out of his mouth was that 50% of you will not graduate. And I still remember that. I still remember the moment. And after 3 years, 70 of us, in fact, graduated, and only 10 followed to college. So the conditions that the previous panel had mentioned were something that I personally lived at in Lincoln High School. I graduated in the winter of 1964, and the walkouts was in 1968. So there was already a climate and condition and a negative self-fulfilling prophecy. So I mentioned that because bilingual education it's a concept that has both positive and negative tensions. And most of the research literature speaks to this construct of bilingual education as either as a problem, as a resource, or as a civil rights issue. And for the most part, our nation, up to today, tolerates at best the concept of biliteracy, and specifically multilingual education. And so bilingual education as a problem has to deal with Americanization, and has to deal with, in our schools, presently we use the concept of reclassification. And I get insulted every time I read in our local newspapers the schools are celebrating the reclassification of students because they're saying now we can drop their home language. And now they can participate in our school curriculum in English only. So this concept of reclassification, which is an indicator that the State Department utilizes as to how well schools are doing, has negative consequences specifically for ethnically and linguistically diverse students. And the concept of bilingualism as a resource has to deal with the issue of integration. And I've seen in the state of California specifically how magnet programs, bilingual as a resource, but as a magnet program, often to utilize ethnically diverse students to keep a school open. And my children, and Angelica's here, went to at school, a magnet program in San Diego Unified, and that was one of the only programs that I could find because I wanted my children to be bilingual. But it was in University City. And in order for the schools in University City, predominantly professional white, to be open, they had to bus students. And so they created this bilingual magnet program. So from a negative, it has both negative and positive because what I saw in her school was 4 different schools at Spreckles, and then at the middle school, and then at the high school, where segregation occurred. But let's approach bilingualism as a civil rights issue that the United Nations identifies as a fundamental right of every children. So this panel of colegas, since in the early 70s, we've been working as individuals and collectively to focus on bilingualism as a civil rights issue. And for us, it is a social right of every child to graduate from high school, not simply bilingual, but as multilingual, acquiring the home language, English, and also a third language. So the concept of Title VII, Bilingual Education under the Elementary Secondary Aid Act, historically was triggered by the Brown decision in 1954 that established that the separate but equal practice was unconstitutional. And one of the principles was that there should be equal opportunity. And for the last 50 or more years, we've been debating as to what does it mean to have equal educational opportunity. So Brown then triggered 10 years after 1964, the Civil Rights Act. It speaks to the right of national origin minority students, meaning ethnically and linguistically diverse students, and specifically students whose home language is other than English, that they have a right to an equitable education. And in 1975, I was fortunate to lead a center, the National Origin Desegregation Center, where the Office of Civil Rights cited over 150 school districts in California as violating the rights of those children. So I got to work with 150 or so school districts throughout California, and specifically Southern California, to provide technical assistance and to begin creating a typology of programs from negating the sink or swim approach to creating dual language programs. And the Lau decision in 1974 established in its decision that there's nothing more unequal than treating unequals as equals. So our job, for the first time, was to shift from simply providing equal access to students to providing equal benefits to students. What is equal benefits? For the right of students to receive comprehensible, effective, and efficient instructional programs that would develop their linguistic and academic skills at a high level. So our colleagues right now are going to elaborate on this typology of approaches that go from subtractive to additive, from English only to English plus. And I leave you with the possible tool that the Office of Civil Rights has been using since 1981 and is based on the Castañeda versus Picard 1981 decision. This simply raises three basic questions. And this is the questions that we utilize in working with parents. And the Castañeda-Picard establishes, number one, that an effective instructional program has to be based on a philosophical, pedagogical principles. And secondly, that it needs to have the necessary resources, meaning the principal, the leadership, the teachers, the curriculum, the assessments, the parent engagement, the professional development in place. And the third question is that that program has to document that it's in fact effective. Very simple three questions. So when the Office of Civil Rights goes to a school district, specifically addressing ethno-linguistic students, do they have a pedagogical program based on pedagogy? Do they have the resources in place? And lastly, is the program effective? Money is not an issue because every student is generating ADA. So every student is generating ADA, and any additional funds are supplemental to what they're bringing. And that is also based on the law decision. So let me bring in my colleague to elaborate on the typology of programs.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Esteban Díaz, soy del Centro, California, right by the border by Mexicali. My favorite memories of Mexicali was going to the go-go bar to dance when I was in high school. Anyway, when I went to school way back when, the only way that we were able to succeed in school is to learn English. There was nothing else offered. And the way that I had to do it was they kept me 1 full year behind. So already, as a Chicano, I'm overage in grade, right? And so I had to spend a whole year learning English and learning the worst thing in the world, Dick and Jane. So, but I want to make a point about the Title VII, or the Bilingual Education Act, because it's a law that requires that children be taught and supported in learning English. But there's another law that preceded that made a huge impact in my life, and that was Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. And I was in El Centro, we were segregated. All of my teachers actually were English speakers, but they were all black. They were not allowed to teach on the other side of town, and I lived on the east side, as we called it, and we were black and brown kids going to school, and we couldn't go. We had our own junior high, Frederick Douglass Junior High. You always know what neighborhood you grow up in, right? You have to grow up in an elementary school that's named after one of our founding fathers, and then maybe an ethnic hero like Cesar Chavez, who wasn't around at the time, but we had Frederick Douglass, and then we were going to Lincoln or someplace like that. So it's like they're giving you heroes. However, in 1956, they sold the junior high school that I was going to go to, Frederick Douglass Junior High, to the Black Masons in the neighborhood. And so we were given the honor of walking 3 miles across town to integrate or desegregate the high school in El Centro. That's one of the problems with the law. It's good and bad. The good part was that in 1956, when I was in 6th grade, they enacted Brown in our schools, and we were able to have a more integrated education. I was in 6th grade when I went, so that's a positive thing. But many times the law also makes the victims pay the price for what was illegal before. So my price is I had to walk 3 miles across town to be able to attend school. So it is with the Bilingual Education Act of 1968. Can you put the first slide up, please? And it had a very good intention. The idea of the Bilingual Education Act, the basic goal was promote transition to English, period. That's the first time it's ever been done. It's actually a continuation of the civil rights practice that began in the 60s. And actually, there was a legislation before this, 1968, in 1965-66, the ESEA Act, they call it, to support the development of minority and poor, and they did use this language, culturally and linguistically deprived people and students. So we started with a deficit perspective built in. So, however, ahí está. What I'm going to show you is that that's the part that's good. There's a law that basically was aimed at helping people who were considered inferior. But the onus of enacting the law is on the student because there was no concern with maintaining language and culture. It's called subtractive education. They took away your language, our language and our heritage in order for us to go and become English proficient. The next slide, please. However, educators, being who we are, we love to grow our students and opportunities for our students. And that led to the development of a Developmental Bilingual Education Act, who is actually, I think, Ellen Riojas Clark was going to speak more about it because she's a very well-known historical person in bilingual education, and I'm really honored and humbled, actually, to try and represent her because she has been a force in all of this. And while I'm thinking about it, I want to bring up something that I think is important because when I was thinking about Ellen last night, I remembered what the elder Xochimilco said last night about the strength of women. She said, men live in houses, in the houses that we all live in. But she said, we women are the houses. We are the houses. We grow all of our people in there. And that's the thing that I think is true about women in general. I think that I can generalize to say that in a way, men have the courage to go and die in battle, you know? And for Latinos and Chicanos, that's really true if you look at the statistics of how many people went into the army. But I told my daughters, I said, men may have that kind of courage, but women have the courage to live. Because it takes sometimes more courage to live than to go out and die. Because you have to raise your kids, you have to support them, and so on. And Ellen Clark is one of those figures. She has sacrificed a lot of her life. And I'm really humbled to be here in her place. And with that, I want to say that we moved on. Being good educators, we developed programs that were additive, that allowed our students to develop bilingually, biliterally, and biculturally, okay? And so there are 3 types that I don't know if they'll be accessible through the web so that you can grab them, but I'll go through them really quick and point them out. Go to the next one. The first one is called maintenance, and then we're allowed, it's an additive. We're allowed to maintain the language of, home language of the student while they are learning English. And so they also are taught about their culture, our culture, so that we can have self-esteem. Next one. The next one is immersion. This is a French model, actually, where you develop both languages in the subject matter areas. You use them for everything. So you're bilingual fully. You can do science in this case, French or Spanish and English. It's, again, an additive program that allows students to treasure their own home language and experiences and also do well in English. The last one is dual language, which we are doing right now, which is a very rich, it's considered the most successful and the strongest of bilingual education because it has the goal of us being fully educated completely in both languages. I was pleased to see that many of you were in bilingual education programs, so I'm very happy. And what it shows a commitment of people like Ellen Clark, who continue to develop programs to meet the needs of all students, but certainly the bilingual students. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto and Esteban. Yo me llamo Bárbara Flores y sí soy Bárbara. Me nombraron bien mis padres. Yo soy hija y nieta. Bueno, soy nieta de abuelos mexicanos. De parte de mi mamá, somos de Jalisco, de los altos de Jalisco, de Tepatitlán. Muy alegres, pero fuertes, ¿eh? Y de parte de mi papá, los hombres son de Durango, altos y bravos. Las mujeres de Chihuahua, Chihuahua, más bravas. Entonces, yo nací brava. Y mis abuelos y mis padres solamente hablábamos español en la casa. Right? Y nos dijeron que jamás nos íbamos a olvidar quiénes éramos, nuestro lenguaje y nuestra historia y cultura. Okay, that's how I was raised. I go to school, and my grandma and my mom say, "Oh, vas a aprender mucho." I walk in, I don't understand a thing, so I walk out. 5 years old. I go home, they're drinking coffee. And I said, son mentirosas. No entiendo nada, right? And they marched me back. And when the teacher found out that I was gone, right, she said, oh, you know how all those little Mexican girls look alike, right? From that point on, we were punished for speaking Spanish. Nos pegaban con reglas. They used to pinch us and pull our braids. A mí me dio coraje. That coraje, that fire, was my beginning at 5 years old to fight for our rights and for our identity. I did not, catechism was in Spanish. Y esas monjas eran también, nos castigaban, right? So, of course, I learned my catechism in Spanish. Y ahí estaba un día, recitando, and all of a sudden I said, oh, I can read that. Those are the words. But my teacher didn't know that I could read in Spanish. ¿Verdad? She treated me as if I was deficit. And I learned English by second grade, and then I was the bilingual broker for all my classmates, and I used to teach them. By 6 years old, I was going to be a teacher. I knew what I was going to do for the rest of my life. And I just retired after 32 years here and 40 years as a university professor and 5 years as a high school teacher. So that's 45 years. But todavía tengo fire, you know? So anyway, what I'm going to share with you is what Esteban and Alberto said. We have to know history. All of us have to remember the history. We have to be knowledgeable. I can't see if the kids are still here, but let's go real quickly. The social political roots of biliteracy. I am a biliteracy advocate, a researcher, a scholar, a teacher of teachers. I probably taught most of the teachers in this San Bernardino Unified and in the Inland Empire, because they had to do 2 classes with me. And I know I made them work hard, and they remember. So anyway, let's go to the next slide, por favor. Here is just a little and I hope you guys can download those. I won't go too fast. I'll go really fast. The English immersion, sink or swim, this is the 20th century. In the 1920s and 60s, that's what we had. And that's what Alberto and Esteban talked about. In 1964, we had the Civil Rights Act, right? Prohibits discrimination. In 1968, the Bilingual Act, Title VII, that established federal policy for bilingual education. But it said economically disadvantaged. They still start, this is where the deficit policy began. In 78, we could only be taught Spanish until we learned English. That was the transitional. In 1982, that was another addition to the Title VII Bilingual Act, and now we could have maintenance. But look at what they said. It was eligible to LEP. They used to call our kids LEP, Limited English Proficient. Why didn't they say we were proficient Spanish speakers? ¿Verdad? And so very, very deficit lens. 94, they reconfigured it, and we got language maintenance. Okay, fine, but still the deficit. And then in the early 2000s, we had No Child Left Behind, and they didn't let us call it Title VII anymore. It was Title III for English learners. So that very, very deficit, and we have to resist. We cannot be complacent. We think we have bilingual education now, but it's very fragile, and we have to really be advocates for it. I am proud to say that when Elsa Valdez was a school board member for San Bernardino during the Prop 227, she organized the parents. My daughter was in a bilingual class, so I was one of the parents. And it was the parents who organized, and when 227 passed, San Bernardino City Unified was the only school district in all of the Inland Empire that did not fold. We kept bilingual ed. And you know why? It was the parents, and the board listened to the parents, okay? And in 2000, and in the last 20 years, it's been ELL. And then we have, I know I have 2 minutes, okay. I'm gonna take 5, okay. So anyway, we had Prop 58, which now the law says we can do dual language, right? But like Alberto and Esteban said, that deficit view, we have to reject it. We have to stand up and say, chale, So, and know why, where it came from and what it is. The next slide, por favor. When I was in graduate school, next slide. Do you guys have it? Are you awake? Okay. You're getting there? Okay. Oh, they're in the restroom. No. So I'm getting my master's at Sacramento State, and this professor says, those Spanish-speaking kids are deficient in, culturally and linguistic deficient. And I'm sitting in the back, and my black brother is in the back. We're sitting in the back. I raised my hand. He says, I would put your hand down if you want an A. And I go, no, I got a B. I said, who says that? Researchers say that we are culturally and linguistically deficient. I said, Charlie, man, I just got a BA in Spanish literature and Latin American studies and French minor. I'm trilingual. I'm not deficit. So I tell that to the professor. She says, no, research says it. And I said, okay, research says it. I'm going to go find out. I'm going to go read. It took me a whole year to read all the educational literature about Spanish-speaking children in the 20th century, all right? So what I came up with, the intellectual presence of Spanish-speaking children in the educational literature during the 20th century by decade, okay? Go to the next slide. Here they are. This is how we're depicted in the literature, and it's disgusting. Me da más coraje que nada, all right? In the 20s, we're mentally retarded. That's why we don't do well in school. In the 30s, bilingualism is our problem. In the 40s, the Mexicans are the problem. In the 50s, oh, you guys have a dual handicap. Language barrier and home are the problems, okay? 60s, oh, that's where I come in when I was pissed off. Culturally and linguistically deprived are your problems. So that's why you don't achieve in school. In the 70s, you're limited English proficient. That's your problem. In the 80s, you're semi-lingual. Oh my God, it was terrible. In the 90s, you're at risk. That's why Spanish-speaking kids don't do well in school, right? In the 2000s, in the last 20, the reason you all don't do well in school is because you're English learners. That's your problem. That still is pervasive in the policy. And also, we have to be mindful because right now there's another wave called science of reading that is trying to make us look even more deficient in saying that we don't know how to learn how to read because of our language. So parents, abuelitos, students, you have to rise up, ¿verdad? We have to rise up and speak out. Gracias.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think we have time for one question. Where are the Puente students? Hey, ¿cómo están? Tienen que decir chale and you guys have to rise up. I totally agree. You have a question? ¿Alguien tiene una pregunta? A ver, ahí viene, venga para acá. Ahí viene la pregunta. ¿Hay micrófono? Okay, awesome. Gracias.
Is it going? Oh, there you go. I'm Richard Otero. I'm a student ambassador from the Puente Project in Norte Vista High School.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Rizzo. I'm also a Puente ambassador for Puente from Norte Vista High School. And this is our question to the panelists.
My Puente and Norte Vista High School peers and I are all bilingual, and we feel like our languages are now recognized in the academic classes, but only in Spanish classes and deemed as a foreign language. Let's not forget that the first Constitution of California was written both in Spanish and English.
That's right. Woo!
How do schools today celebrate biliteracy, and how will we ensure that future generations will be prepared to take advantage of the seal of biliteracy for high school graduation?
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Flores.
I forgot to say that I'm a school board member, and students and parents have to go to school boards and say we demand the seal of biliteracy, and we demand that all of our kids have access to it and get it. That's my answer to you, ¿verdad? Advocacy. And by the way, I'm running for school board, all of you, for re-election. Vote for Flores!
No, once again, it's the civil rights issue, and languages are right. I am reminded of a saying, an indigenous saying that says, language is my culture, and culture is the historical ancestry of my ancestors, and I refuse to negate my identity. So.
Thank you very much, and let's continue to fight for our rights, to keep our cultures, to maintain our identities. Muchísimas gracias to this wonderful panel of OGs. And Dr. Ellen Liojas Clark, felicidades, we miss you, and gracias. Thank you, everybody.
Right, let's give it up for him again. Come on, you can do better than that. Okay, so we're gonna ask our panelists to exit stage right. Aaron, if you can talk to them for a little bit, and then we'll come back here for our afternoon featured speaker.
Ándale. Hi. Good. How are you doing?
Oh, you know what? Let me have Dr. Ochoa here, because I have to catch a flight anyways.
It's
You want us to, we need to speak it.
yeah. That's right. It is the Latino Education Advocacy Day. And I will say I got educated on that, especially on that last part, when it came to language. I mean, first of all, anybody that is smart knows you use more of your brain when you speak more languages. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And yet it is kind of what people have been saying for quite some time. It's like they're dumbing down people, but they're dumbing down the brain. Can you talk on why this is a thing, and it's a progressive thing, not just since the 20s, but it's kind of a thing with anyone that looks different than, well, let's put it this way. When we came to the U.S., was the U.S. the U.S.?
No, it belonged to our indigenous brothers and sisters and was colonized by the Spanish.
They didn't even draw borders, did they?
No, there's no borders.
Yeah.
There are no borders at all.
I would go back to, like the eternal, whatever that is, right? Creator or Father, whatever you pray in. The reality is, did he ever want us to have borders? And then the question is, why do we put borders? Well, I'll let you kind of say, why do we have borders to begin with? I know it's more than what people understand, but they shouldn't limit the mind to speak more than one language. It's the stupidest thing.
Borders are what geographers say is a point in a line. There's no borders.
Yeah.
There's regions.
Yeah.
And your question sort of raised the issue of how do we develop by cognition in our children. And the ability to, my first language is Spanish, and when I came to the United States, I was in third grade. I could read in my language, I could write in my language, I have history, I had a sense of who I was, and I used my strategic competence in my first language to acquire the second language.
Well, and I'm glad you did that. In places like Europe, go ahead, go on. In places like Europe, it's kind of common to speak more than, 4, 5, 6, even 7 languages. I meet so many people from other areas that are like, I speak 7 languages. I'm like, God, am I dumb? I only speak 1. What about yourself?
No, I agree with it. In every other country in the world, multilingualism is celebrated and practiced. And in the United States, it's the only place where monolingualism was prized. You've heard the joke about people coming from America and going to Europe. And what do they call monolinguals in Europe? Americans, because they only speak one language. And Europeans are used to speaking, and every country, truthfully, Africa and Latin America, there's multiple languages that we all have access to. And actually, one of the important developments in dual language immersion is the practice of called translanguaging, which allows children to use the language that they use at home, in the streets, and in the neighborhood to learn how to do science, math, and so on. It's called translanguaging, the mix of language. It used to be considered a very negative aspect, but now it's celebrated and capitalized on so that the students go for the learning of concepts and meaning and not just the learning of language.
Yeah, I say use your brain, don't get dumbed down like some people that want to get elected again who are being sued again and again and again. Does anybody call that out? What president has ever been sued again and again and again, and yet people are championing, that's the guy we want? I think not. Kamala. Anyway, look, I know we're out of time, but before we let you go, obviously people need to do something. They're not doing it. And I say you need to speak up, you need to speak strong, and you can't be put back behind. What's the word that comes to your mind?
Cannot be put behind again and again and again. We have to speak up, period. Because if we don't, my dad, my abuelita always said, si no hablas, Dios no te oye.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so if you don't speak up, no one's going to hear you, and you have to fight. We all have to fight for our rights.
Yeah.
We have to speak up. If we do it collectively, even if we do it individually, it's still a stance.
Yeah.
And we have to take a stance. It's our right. It's our civil right.
Yeah.
It's our human right
Yeah.
to be who we are and who we choose to be.
All right.
I think economically, who pays for education? Each household pays for education. Whenever we go to the store, we're paying taxes. Proposition, I believe it's 1989, established that 41% of everything that the state receives in taxes goes back to our schools.
Yeah.
So parents are in fact investing, utilizing their taxes, and they need to invest in the child and demand academic rigor.
Yeah. What about yourself?
Well, we just need to keep fighting. The reason I use the 3 examples of the development of bilingual education was so that it's a model for future generations. Those of you who are going to be teachers and political leaders, is you need to keep growing programs that ultimately develop the best human person possible, whether they speak 1 or 2 languages, better if they speak more than 1, but basically the idea is to grow and develop so that we will become better human citizens, people, and so on, and take advantage of our own particular talent.
I know we're out of time. You have one last
But
thing?
I just want to say we have to shift the narrative. We have to say we are gifted. We are geniuses. We speak more than 1 language, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And we have to shift the narrative. And
Yeah.
it is us who have to do it.
Yeah.
And reject the deficitness.
I say do an MRI scan while you speak more than 1 language. You'll understand you actually use more of your brain. All right, we're out of time for this segment. Thank you very much for spending time with us. Back to you over there, Enrique.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give it up for our panelists. Thank you so much. Okay, now it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, our featured speaker for the afternoon, Rosalio Munoz. He is a Highland Park native and descendant of an accomplished family of educators and Methodist ministers. His father, Dr. Rosalio F. Munoz, was one of the first Mexican Americans to receive a U.S. doctoral degree. Traveling to Mexico on a family trip catalyzed Rosalio Munoz's political awakening while he was still in his teens, and maybe he'll talk about that. On August 29th, 1970, nearly 30,000 marchers gathered in Laguna Park, located in East Los Angeles, to protest the high death tolls of Mexican-American servicemen in Vietnam. 3 demonstrators died that day, and countless others were injured. LA Times columnist and activist Ruben Salazar was among the casualties. While this event had a tragic ending due to police brutality and abuse, which was a microcosm of the macro, right, abuse, military abuse, that grave injustice spurred a giant political awakening in the United States. So before we open it up for our featured speaker, Rosalio, I want to bring your attention to the large screens.
Well, there's a two-edged legacy. It was clearly seen that we were victimized by the powers that be from the White House on down. There was no support, no recriminations for this attack. In fact, my assumption is that it was part of what was happening across the country, the attack on Kent State in May and in Jackson State to attack peace and civil rights demonstrations and actually kill people. It happened those times, and it happened in East LA that time. So there is that we as victims of this horrible policies and of institutional racism that will change the rules on you as fast as they felt they could do it. That's the one hand. But my standpoint, and what I spent all that time doing and have done since, was building that unity and bringing the community together to move forward, to have self-determination in the sense that we can talk within ourselves about what we face, and also within the general community on the issues of the day, and come to consensus and move forward. And that was, the things that went through people's mind, that we can do it, the si se puede attitude, because you come up with the discrimination, with the stereotypes, with the harassment, and it makes life a drag. It makes life bad, but you don't let it. You could just go around being a victim all the time, but that's not what the community has done. So the legacy is the unity that can be generated, the need, the possibility, and the necessity, and the actuality of each of our generations facing new challenges, many of them overarching, but in new forms that we come together to deal with.
For Rosalía Muñoz.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting. And I'm excited to talk here about the Chicano moratorium. In many ways, it's one of the least written about events in academia or in published books, textbooks, or anywhere, because they don't like to publicize things that take on the military-industrial complex and U.S.'s geopolitical goals and actions. That's not very popular, especially when you succeed at it, like the peace movement succeeded. And we, as part of it, were a necessary part of it, and we did our job as well as others, because this was one war the United States government and army lost. One invasion, unlike the ones on this hemisphere, one invasion that was repulsed first and foremost by the people of Vietnam, by the world's people, and the people of the United States, because by the time of 1970, 71, we were all tired of that war, tired of the lies, and learned that the soldiers that came back from Vietnam came back in bigger numbers of caskets proportionately, came back with more wounds, came back burned up by napalm, suffering from Agent Orange, which it took a while to learn about. I still don't know all that much about it. And also PTSD. They would come home and mom would go up and touch them on the arm and saying, "How are you, hijo?" And they go, boom, like that, because of what they were. And it dawned on many of the soldiers themselves, and a lot of that suffering came because we were fighting against a war that saw us rightfully as an invasion. And we did lose 57,000 soldiers and sailors over there, a big number, high proportion, probably half Latinos and black. But the Vietnamese lost 3 million people, primarily from our invasion. But they still are there, and they have their country, one country, not two. and they have the kind of government that they had fought for. So that's not something that they like to hear about so much. But it's part of my responsibility as one of the leaders there, spokesman, I guess the chairman of that August 29th, and part of 2 years of organizing against the war and discrimination in the Chicano Moratorium Committee. And so there was 3 key things I think we have to see about the moratorium, that it was anti-militarism, anti-war, and objectively, we didn't speak about it in these terms, although we said it was an unjust war against imperialism and U.S. hegemony in the world. But also, we used the concept of institutional racism. You know, it was built into American society, just like with African Americans. Why were we dying in Vietnam? Because we had a poor educational system. There weren't good jobs available. There was the school to prison thing going on. So the alternatives our youth had were jail, being what is our destiny in this country, why we were brought here, or the conditions we were brought here, was to be manos de obra barata. And in times of war, militarily, manos de obra barata se convierta a carne de cañón. And that's what we were in that war, in so many ways. And so we described how when I refused, I refused induction September 16th, 1969. I had decided I wanted to fight the war, and when they drafted me on Mexican Independence Day, I saw that as a manda, that this was an opportunity. I had just been student body president at UCLA. That's another story about our struggle. But and then all of a sudden drafted on Mexico. I wanted to fight the war in the courts, like Tijerina and others did, or like famous trials. But when it called me to be there on the 16th, it says, this is, well, in a way, it's an opportunity to be a hero. It's a manda that you can use this if you find the ways to do it right, to mobilize Chicanos all across the country against the war. And so I took on a persona. I was a nonviolent person anyway, and that's my personality. But I went to the person that I respected most in terms of organizing, a fellow student at UCLA, Ramses Noriega, who had worked with Cesar Chavez, had worked on the boycott, learned how they went across the country convincing people, techniques that they used with unions, peace groups, all kinds of groups, and also different than me, who was a middle-class Mexican-American whose father had a PhD, as they mentioned, but was one person. And Ramses Noriega grew up in the streets of Mexicali in the fields of Coachella, but was a brilliant artist that got full scholarships to UCLA and had tremendous powers of concentration, of focus. And that, he had helped me organize to be student president at UCLA, using some of that experience. And I said, hey, I'm green as grass in terms of being out in the community, being out dealing with the kinds of things you've dealt with. But I do know our people, and I don't think we want this war, and it's no good for us. And it's something, if we build an anti-war movement that at the same time builds the Chicano movement, doesn't drain it, but as part of the structural racism that we face, we can be part of ending the war. Because I was anti-war. Some of my favorite slogan was, "What if they gave a war and nobody came?" So if the soldiers don't go to the war, they won't be able to fight the war. And that's actually what happened. There was a movement called the resistance of young, mostly whites, that went out and refused induction, went to jail, argued for themselves in the courts, didn't get lawyers, most of them. I had a good friend that was a Chicano history major like me that went to jail and spent 2.5 years. But that was more, it was nonviolent, and I was nonviolent, but their argument and tactics, I said, aren't going to fly in the barrio. You have to deal with the machismo that says, I'm going to fight for my barrio, for my people here in the United States. Our front line is not in Vietnam, but in the movement for social justice here in the United States. Wasn't the only one saying it. There were people like Corky Gonzalez, Francisca Flores, women that wrote in newspapers in New Mexico, Grito del Norte. I'll remember their names in a little bit. I'm getting old. But we had been part of the movement against the war, but we had other priorities. But there was opposition to the war in our community. We had 2 of the most anti-war congressmen representing our community. The East LA part of it was East LA unincorporated, El Sereno, Monterey Park, parts of Highland Park, by a guy named George Brown. Had tremendous Chicano staff. He was the only one who voted against the Tonkin Gulf proposition in Congress. And the first one to speak out openly. And the next year, his next door neighbor and old friend, Eduardo Roybal, our congressman, began speaking against the war and joined George and a few others in voting against any money for that war the rest of the way. So we had probably one of the strongest anti-war congressional delegations. And that didn't mean that everybody was out demonstrating against the war, but we weren't demonstrating against them. And I think actually later in 67 and 68, there were Chicanos for Peace that went and did surveys, and they found out that 60 to 70% of the people in Boyle Heights and East LA that they interviewed said they were not for the war. They weren't necessarily activists at that time, but that was the sentiment. And we had other key Chicanos that were against it, Bert Corona, Corky Gonzalez, Reyes Tijerina, as I mentioned, the women of Grito del Norte, so many different ones. When the La Raza newspaper came out, about their 3rd edition in 1967, was a special that carried the report of a Dr. Ralph Guzman, who showed the proof of the deaths in Vietnam, and that the Chicano deaths were virtually twice of the rest of the deaths. And then we figured out the rest of the deaths also included African Americans, so if you took them out, it was more like 2.5 to 3 of us dying compared to whites. And there were plenty of poor whites dying too, those that died. So we had the experience of the war, the lies that were exposed, and then what the war was doing to our youth, that by the time it came to when we had a movement that was built and strong enough, as Some of them talked for us to get into the war. Armando talked about EOP. There got to be enough of us on the campuses gradually so we could have groups meet, and we could have groups meet at almost every college. And we had a group named UMAS, and we were united in one UMAS Central. And then we were organized with the people up north, as you heard a little bit maybe about the Plan de Santa Barbara, or that might be a little bit later, making our plan to be part of a national students in higher education that were for our movement. So that by that time, we were there on the campuses in larger numbers, not that many. Like when I went to UCLA, they would come and ask me, "Are you from India?" Because I spoke pretty good English and it was dark, so they wouldn't imagine I'd be from East LA. But we had a big enough movement eventually to become part of politics on the campus, and some of us got elected, like I got student body president because of the growth of our movement. But on the campuses, we could see thousands and thousands of white males between 18 and 25 that were there. While in the barrios, there were very few of us, but most of the guys were in jail, in minimum wage jobs, or in Vietnam or in the service. And that's where we were. And we could see the difference. And that difference was due to a policy the government made, actually started implementing in 1966 as they began to increase the war. They decided that they were going to have what they called Project 100,000. It grew to about 350,000, where they were going to give more low-income students, low intelligence, supposedly, students, as we were mostly considered, not so smart, the opportunity to raise themselves in the armed services, because that's where we got better jobs and better training, and we came out of the services ahead. Well, that might have been in peacetime, but not during war. And what that meant was that they were sending the poorest Chicanos and blacks to the front lines. So by 67 and 68, the body bags were coming back in huger numbers. The ones that were wounded, the ones with PTSD, et cetera, came back. And the people through the United States and others were fed up. And one of the results were the people being called up, the people in the army also turned against the war and organized the war. And the soldiers began, blacks, whites in their own way, and Chicanos, used to be blacks and whites, started fragging and killing officers. But after we had our demonstrations, so did Chicanos. And it turned out they had a very hard time having troops on the line. They couldn't hold because the Vietnamese army didn't fight. They knew the people weren't with them, and they were not firm patriots because most of the people there were against our invasion and wanted to be one country. So that were the situation of the war in Vietnam. But the government didn't like that. As you know, it was one great thing that we began to organize, Ramses Noriega and I, and we went out and called out to the peace movement, and people like Sai Abrego came out to when I refused induction. September 16th, Paula Crisostomo came out the second time I went to refuse. Vasquez also didn't go to the war and find his way not to have to go to war. And not to take I won't tell you what happened with my trial, but maybe if I'm asked about it, I'll talk about that. But we went and we talked. I was the spokesman. I flew to Albuquerque, I flew to Tucson, I flew to El Paso, to San Antonio, to Denver, to Chicago, to meet with groups, people like Bert Corona or the starter of La Raza helped us. The farm workers, Cesar Chavez was helpful with us. The older generation that was against the war, but each generation has to find our way to fight it. And we found ours eventually, Estilo Chicano, and it was called the Chicano War. So we traveled around and people responded. We organized in East LA, went to all kinds of things. We got films, we made our own films. We had our own filmmakers, like we had our own photographers, we had our own newspapers that communicated all the movement things, and when we started the moratorium, they were advertised. We came together. One of our main leaders was Corky Gonzalez, who had led the Plan de Aztlán, had these big conferences, Chicano liberation conferences. The first one was the Plan de Aztlán. The second one, we dealt with La Raza Unida Party one and also the war. And it was there that we from the moratorium, we had met with Corky and his people and other people, and we decided that we were going to plan at the second one in 1970, March 28th, 1970, we'd have a workshop on the war and propose a plan of action. We talked about it. Everybody wanted to have the big demonstration, but Corky and Ramses and others, because, they wanted to be the heroes of the movement. But Corky said LA's the biggest place. We've already had a couple of moratoriums there already. And so that's where we should have it. And they're organized to do it. They've been successful. And so we voted there in the workshop. I was chairing the workshop. And in between the workshop and the plenary to vote on what our workshop proposed, I was stopped by Ruben Salazar, and he asked me, what is the plan? And I told him, we plan to get 50,000. We got 30,000, okay. But we got them other times. And we're going to do it August 29th in LA. Ruben was at there not representing the Times, but KMEX, Channel 34. But not using his name, he got it in the LA Times. That was Saturday, the vote. Sunday morning, it was in the LA Times. He wanted the scoop. He was so much against the war and so much wanting to see our people be part of ending it that he put it out there. Because he had promised us, if you guys continue to do what you do. We complained about the coverage. We didn't get the right coverage. He said, if you keep doing what you do, you'll get coverage. And he did that. So we had our own media. We had the Spanish language media helping us and a growing sentiment across the country. But it wasn't all easy. It was easy bringing things together, but estaba cabrón oponer al gobierno. No, there was a thing called COINTELPRO of the FBI, that set up to dog and I think killed Martin Luther King and perhaps Kennedy. Definitely Ruben Salazar. I think they set up the shooting of students at Kent State and Jackson State. And as I mentioned in that, in 70, they decided, we were going to beat them up. We broke up demonstrations before we're going to start killing people in 1970. So Kent State, Jackson State, in May, August, they hit the Black Panthers actually before. They weren't peace demonstrations necessarily. And then they hit East LA and Ruben Salazar. And it didn't stop there. Because actually the biggest demonstration was 2.5 weeks later, September 16th, 1970. They tried to cancel the 16 de septiembre parade in East LA. And the sheriffs convinced the Comité Cívico Patriótico, well, you know, he was a pretty powerful man, that, oh, there's going to be too much violence. So they called it off. And we said, hey, New York City has St. Patrick's Day every year. You don't bother them. Mexicans have to have September 16th in East LA. And if you don't let us have the official march, we're going to march on the sidewalk. And we would have. And so they pulled back. And you know, that day there were 2 banners of the moratorium. Both of them had 3,000 to 5,000 people marching behind our banners. It was the biggest crowd of the 16th of September they'd had in years, if ever. 250,000. And they were cheering us because they were saying, Ruben Salazar shouldn't have died. You shouldn't have attacked the moratorium. We don't believe it was their fault because everybody had family there, you know. So then they began sending more infiltrators into organizations. The Brown Berets, we had them in organizations. They started spreading rumors, attacking. So when we had any demonstrations, they'd have violence and blame it on us. Actually, after we had a couple in January, one, about 10,000 protesting the police brutality and of the moratorium, and just in general, they found a way to break it up and get Chicanos to pull some violent things. I think set up, basically, but there were plenty of angry Chicanos. They wanted to get back at the sheriffs and whatever, so they were able to provoke that. So they said after that, the media and the government, it's time for a moratorium on the moratoriums, and they actually said they shouldn't be listening to the moratorium and Munoz, and they should listen to others. And some of the more corrupt people in the community spoke out from Lucha. Okay, so it wasn't easy, but we overcame it. So I want one question from the Puente group.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Crystal Cervantes. I'm a student ambassador from the Puente program at Norte Vista High School. We learned in our Chicano studies about the Chicano moratorium 50 years later. What issues are still facing our communities today that could inspire Chicano Latino students to advocate for change?
Well, we still have the systemic racism. We still are mano de obra barata, but in a lot more professions, jobs, in healthcare, and so many other industries. But there's a differential. We have lower pay. Now we're getting more administrators in the colleges, but the 2 biggest differentials, they were 20 years ago in the census and things when I was studying that, the 2 lowest the most biggest differentials between us and the whites was in dropouts and higher education. In other words, they were keeping us from getting to the higher levels, keeping us from having power in economics and academia and influencing thinking. So that's one thing. We have that. But the other thing is something related to imperialism, to the war machine, and that is the doomsday clock. Actually, scientists across the world came up with the idea of the doomsday clock after the atom bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan, killing hundreds of thousands of people. And after the Soviets developed a counter and a hydrogen bomb, the threat of nuclear disaster, nuclear storms, destroying humankind. And after that, they became aware of the overall environmental and climate change. So we have those problems much greater, and we are a more powerful force. The announcement of his appointment of the farm worker shows that there is Chicano power at the ballot box. And the moratorium was one of the first major national political moves of our people and show of force, and that has grown. And now, in 2 weeks, they're going to be sending out the ballots to vote here in California. And I hope everybody votes, defeats the right-wing, anti-Mexican, anti-black, anti-democracy forces, namely the Republicans, and come out and vote in force. And that's one thing we need to keep on doing, build our political power so that we continue developing also our cultural, academic, and other growth. And that's it.
Hey, don't go too far, Rosalio. Stay here, no, stay here. Stay here for us. Rob, okay. Rosalio, we like to honor you. Si quieres, véngase para acá. Sorry about it. What's going on? For your accomplishments and lifetime service to our community, we award you our Lead Education and Advocacy Medallion of Honor. Okay, so we're gonna ask Rosalio to grab your stuff. You're gonna exit over here. Aaron, if you take over for a couple minutes and give us a chance to switch out. Okay, don't leave because we have one more capstone. Capstone is the one that kind of brings it all together. Okay, so don't leave, just relax.
So I have to ask, it's been a while. You've been at a lot of these, by the way, and now you've got the medal of, well, I think it's the medal of everything, right? Yeah. I got a medal like a few years ago, and Enrique said, I think it's time for you guys to get one. I said, I didn't think I deserved one, but you deserve one. So I will say, look, you've been through it all. You mentioned some very political things that you've been through. And you've been kind of right there watching the whole scene. When you were there, especially, with what you talked about earlier, what was like your thought, kind of like the people here today, it's kind of another day, but then did you know you were going to be a part of history?
Well, yeah, I was a history major, and when I got what I considered like a manda, September 16th, to show up, to be drafted into the war, I knew that this was a chance to make history. And I was a history major. I'm now a people's historian of sorts as well.
Right, yeah.
But and in doing that, the way we went about things in the moratorium committee, we weren't trying to be the vanguard.
Right.
We were trying to speak from the experience of the people.
Right.
And the people make the leaders. Okay, they come, one of my biggest problems was I wasn't that good in Spanish or Portuguese. And, but people would come up, I like what you said, but the way we say that, sometimes we use mano de obra barata.
Right.
Or we use carne de cañón. Or
Right.
we use this, or we use that. And the people, okay, there are some very nationalistic or whatever, Python people that want you to speak perfect Spanish.
Right.
But our people, they live, and they're being made fun of and used and abused because they don't speak English that well.
Yeah.
But so they have to try their best. And then when they see you trying your best to communicate with them and to hear from them, their hearts open up. And that's a communication that goes back and forth. And that's, you begin to get a feel that you have, there's a voice of the people. There is our opinion of our experiences.
Yeah.
And so then, knowing about institutions like I learned at the university, well, how do we deal with this institution? So whether it was health care, whether it was zoning, whether it was in rental housing, rent control, different other places that I have put my effort in disarmament, in so many other issues that I've worked on, that you want to try to use that.
Well,
not necessarily as the leader, but helping build that.
And you mentioned something, and I've been kind of bringing it up a few times, because right now, you know, you mentioned Hiroshima. I had to mention this to my mom because she kind of forgot. And I'm like, why are people forgetting nuclear and why it's a bad thing? Lately, nuclear has been a thing, unfortunately, in Ukraine, with a nuclear power plant being bombed. And I'm like, why would you bomb a nuclear power plant that can create radiation for everyone? And then you hear things like Chernobyl, and you're like, where is, like, I think people remember Cuba, but they don't understand what it means to be, in a way, like, oh no, we have to deal with that conversation again. You said disarmament, but we haven't disarmed anything. Russia has about close to 8,000 nuclear bombs ready to go.
Yeah, we have more. And
We have a little
we
less,
have-
actually.
no.
6,800.
That's what they say. But we also have the ways to deliver them.
Yeah, but it only takes one. You don't want more than one.
Well, what they were doing, and I don't want to say I like what Russia is doing. I'm
Yeah.
a nonviolent, peaceful
Yeah.
person. But
You don't want a bomb. That's what
but
disarmament
they
means.
were going to put more and more troops
Yeah,
on the border of Russia.
right.
Okay, and that's what Hitler did and marched across Russia. And who stopped him? The Soviets. But the other geopolitical thing is that Russia is the backdoor route to China, which is the big economic concern of the U.S., geopolitical concern. And that's part of the considerations of what's going on.
Yeah.
And we need to find a diplomatic way of doing it,
Yeah.
and I think that, or else, let's put it this way.
You got it.
don't want to corner a
You
bad
got
guy.
it. Exactly.
So we need diplomacy.
that's what needs to happen.
We need nonviolent creativity.
You got it. You hit it on the nail. And again, the disarmament kind of discussion is old, like in the 80s and the 90s, but I say you got to bring it back because we cannot have another Hiroshima here. We cannot have it anywhere, but we cannot have it here, and it could with Russia, China, and other things that they're kind of going all together. So a lot of news is happening. It's very current now. So now we're a part of history again. Can we stop it? What do you think?
Well, I think, if the peace experience we have with the moratorium, and I think of most people, if we can communicate, like we found our ways of doing then. Right now, the media, what do you hear about? You hear about storms and hurricanes, and you hear about Ukraine and war and nuclear. That's all it's even taken Trump off the TV for a little while.
And yet he still discusses it.
Yeah, they're still discussing
Yeah.
it. We need to. But what I'm saying is that we have to be communicating with ourselves. We have to exercise our power right now. It's a tough, I think it's clear that we do not need a step towards fascism in the next elections. So we have to come out and vote. And after that, we have to get power for unions, power for education, health care, and all of those things. And that's what's going to be in that process.
They agree. They agree. Okay, we're out of time. Thank you so much again. Thank you for doing everything that you're doing. I'm glad you got your medal. And don't forget to wear every single year. I have mine in my pocket, but I don't want anybody to steal it. So get your hands off.
Like one last thing. On that make tacos thing, actually that's from like 2006. We were fighting Bush W's war.
Yeah.
And the bottom says, make tacos, not war.
I can eat a taco right now. All right, on to our next presentation. It's the capstone, big one. Moving past the nostalgia from the origins of, well, I'll let Enrique say that.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Aaron. All right. So I'm happy to report that we still have KPFK and Radio Bilingue. They interrupted their broadcast. So they have approximately 425,000 people listening us. They're still listening. They've been listening all day, and they're still listening to us. So thank you to KPFK and Radio Bilingue. Okay. Profe Armando Vázquez Ramos, you met him earlier. He's the co-founder of Chicano and Latino Studies at Cal State Long Beach, president of the California-Mexico Studies Center. Okay, like I said earlier, the capstone is what brings everything together. Profe Armando has been my advisor because he was someone that I talked to. Okay, how are we going to do it? What should go first? What are the major themes of the Chicano movement? So he helped me, and of course that's why he started the day, and now he's got a panel here to end the day. This is our last panel of the day, so I thank you all for sticking around. You guys, it's commendable. It's hard to sit there for a long time, but hopefully we're all learning, right? I'm learning aspects that I didn't know before. So that's what it's all about. Okay, so Profe, it's going to be all yours, but before that, I want to draw your attention to the large screens.
In March of 1968, the East LA High School walkouts creates the pressure to open the doors of opportunity in U.S. higher education, and in particular in California, for Chicanos, for Mexican Americans to be able to enter U.S. higher education. At that point, in the fall of 1968, hundreds of Chicano students begin to attend colleges and universities in California and many other states in the U.S. Southwest. That grows into a national movement that comes out of Denver, Colorado, a Crusade for Justice organization led by Corky Gonzalez that convenes a national movement in March of 1969 that exceeds over 1,500 participants from all states that had representation of Chicanos and Mexican Americans, and primarily what is known as the Chicano Youth Liberation Conference that conceives the concept of Aztlán, that conceives El Plan de Aztlán. And of course, what comes out of that is the inspiration for students to lead the planning, the development of Chicano studies programs, known as Mexican American studies programs at that time. El Plan de Santa Barbara is a historical document that is the byproduct of a summit that took place in April of 1969.
Welcome to the Csusb Arena at
You got me live now. Buenas tardes y qué bueno que se quedaron, porque este panel, bueno, tienes la tarea. We have the task, the challenge to kind of try to wrap it up, but also as we began this morning to challenge the young people as well as those that are in the professions that we created 50 years ago, in the classroom as faculty, as administrators, and of course in all of the school districts where we have now literally majority of Chicano, Mexicano, Latino enrollment throughout, up and down the state of California and throughout the Southwest. And so it's a challenge for us also to try to wrap up everything. Rosalio's last comment about the draft and about the Chicano moratorium. That was an eye-opening experience. It kind of took our innocence. It broke our heart, but also it created a new generation of activism. And of course, the draft and the Vietnam War affected all of us. And so I can talk with you about how an 18-year-old was already concerned, but protected to be at a college in 1968. But we also had folks like my dear brother, Jose Cuellar, who had already served. And he was at the university because he was cashing in on his VA the veteran benefits. And there was that kind of mix that we had. And I will introduce him after Rita Cepeda, who also joined us at Cal State Long Beach about the same time, just fresh out of high school, out of the local, one of the most prominent local high schools in Long Beach, Poly High. And again, it was it's a second generation, you may say, that comes after we begin to open the doors because of the walkouts. So there's so many things that are connected together here, but I don't want to take too much time because we also have, at the end of these two presentations, a recap that I want to make in terms of the work that we're not doing with Mexico to promote Chicano studies in Mexico, to promote the idea of more academic and educational exchange between California and Mexico. So I want to leave it at that because I know that Rita has a profound presentation to go over. She's going to focus upon the importance of the demographics, the data that reflects who we are in today's USA. So Rita, without more, please can you come up here, and those that are operating the PowerPoint, please be ready because she's ready to go and we have little time to waste. Thank you. Rita, por favor.
Okay, so I understand our friends over there are going to put up the PowerPoint and are going to help me with the slides as we start. We ready? A ver. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Isn't there some sort of commercial about? Can you hear me now?
It's a tricky mic.
Se cae, mira.
Yeah.
A ver. Can we have the slide presentation? Thank you. Let's go to the next slide right away. You know, as we were thinking about this presentation, I used to call Jose Benny, but his name is Jose, I know, Benny Criar. We were talking about the issue of this is half a century. The notion that that was then, this is now. And we came up with this sort of interesting proposition that we have the Plan de Santa Barbara, with its roots, the tree that has taken us along the way for 52 years with some great successes and sometimes some failures and some unexpected obstacles along the way as well. And that we were now entering the 21st century. We're at the edge of the forest and we have all these wonderful young people. By the way, I know it says later in one of my slides, but do you know that the largest number of Hispanics, you know what age they are? 11. They're 11 years old. So there they are at the beginning of this forest. And we hope that as a result of conferences like this, they have a kind of a roadmap, a little bit of a compass point, because we don't know what the future holds. It's going to be as powerful and perhaps doubly so than what we've been through in the 21st. And certainly for those 11-year-olds, think about this, the 22nd century. There is a wonderful poem. My husband actually introduced me to this, and he says, Caminante, no hay camino, se hace camino al andar se hace camino, y al volver la vista atrás, se ve la senda que nunca más se volverá a pisar. So let's talk about not necessarily as knowing the way, but knowing that we make the way as we go along. There's another sort of disclaimer I want to do before I start very quickly, and that's the multiple terms, Hispanic, Latino, Chicana, Chicanx, and all of those are powerful, and I love the word that Chich Marin said to us. He said something to the effect that the terms are a description of ourselves, and I quote him, a description of cultures in a myriad of expressions. He also indicated that this variety of approaches is both perhaps an opportunity and a challenge for the 21st century, and certainly the 22nd century. Who are we? And I think that's where we go next. A very real, perhaps database discussion of who we are. He also said something interesting at the end. He said this myriad, this diversity, this way in which we view ourselves is perhaps a phenomenon of the American experience. Okay, so let's go on to the next piece. Next slide, please. Now, there's been lots of folks that have looked at the Plan de Santa Barbara and examined it from top to bottom, by ourselves, by the way. We've been highly critical and highly, como te dijera yo, me sale lo de Nicaragua a mí de vez en cuando. We are very grateful for that wonderful platform and stepping stone that has guided us in one way or another as we made our trecha, our way. But the two major criticisms about the plan have been, first, it's androcentrism. And what do we mean by that? The plan, by its very nature, in 1969-70, had a masculine point of view at the center of a worldview. And the other thing, without even meaning to, somewhat marginalized women. Not entirely, because I'll give you some data later on about what's happened with women in the meantime. But certainly the other issue had to do with what's called heteronormativity. What is that? Well, that is the concept that heterosexuality is the preferred or normal mode of sexual orientation. This is an age-old quandary, but one that our students, 11 years and up, 28 and up, 30 and up, are really facing right now. And we need to be able to identify and make that part of our process in the years to come. Next slide, please. So here's the bottom line. I'm a researcher. I was trained as a researcher originally. So for me, demographics and real data are crucially important to tell the truth. We can use it as a base, not to hem us in, but certainly to guide us. So who are we really? How can we redefine or define the issue of race and ethnicity, which, by the way, is used interchangeably? Some people think, I remember a conversation with my granddaughter, that Hispanics are a race. Well, we're an ethnicity. And yet, in the census, they say Hispanics, and you've seen that bit, non-white, black, et cetera, et cetera. Well, what the heck? How do we define that? Which one which? So the other issue is age. And I've already said we're extremely young. We're the youngest cohort, demographic cohort in this nation, where the greatest number of us happen to be 11 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Then the issue of gender, which I've already alluded to before, the male-female issue, and the fact that we need to come to terms with non-binary individuals that have been with us since the beginning of time and have really been suppressed and marginalized for all this time and are coming into their own. We also have to think about generationally. You've seen some of those that are really baby boomers, the 70s and up. They're 52 to 70. Then there's the Gen X, 51 to 37, millennials, 22 to 36, Gen Z, 21 to 7. And I have a 2-year-old granddaughter who is an alpha. She was born in 2015. And those kids, let me tell you, they are extremely techno-involved. We better learn to speak as a maybe third language. So let's begin then with this solid yardstick of looking at the demographics and being really very critical and very truth to ourselves when we redefine who are we. And then you see there, when are we? Why did I say that? Because we are in a quarter already of the 21st century. And some of us will see the 22nd century. So what dreams may come? We need to think about that very, very critically. We also need to think about the fact that we are, like it or don't like it, whatever, in a global community. So there are very heavy national issues in this country, and there are international issues that impact us and certainly will impact our children. Next slide, please. So here's some other data points. We represent, this is according to the US 2020 census, over the past 10 years, Latinos were responsible for more than half, in fact, 51% of the nation's population's growth. That's a biggie. What does that mean? What are the implications? Latinos grew from 51 million in 2010 to 62 million in 2020, 10 years later. That was an increase of 23%. Let's go on to the next, please. We are young. We are very young. We are the second largest population group in our country, and we are very young. As I said, the most common age for Latinos is 11. For Anglo-Americans, it's 58. For African Americans, it's 27. For Asian Americans, it's 29. So let's move on again to the next one. This is an important one, and please pay attention to this one. We are diverse. Remember, we talked about the issue of androcentrism at the beginning to this, and rightfully so, with the majority being Mexican American or Mexican in origin. The Plan de Santa Barbara greatly reflected, I think, the Mexican point of view. I don't know if you get it from my accent or not, but I was born in Nicaragua, married to a Mexicano, so we have Chicanica kids. But anyway, this is important to consider, folks. 62%, 40 million of the, quote, Hispanics, and remember, I'm going to use the term interchangeably, are of Mexican origin. Of those, about 4.4 are actually born in Mexico. There are some interesting issues about that as well, culturally, linguistically, et cetera, et cetera. 38%, or 24, if I round it off, 25 million are made up primarily of Puerto Ricanos, Cubanos, Salvadoreños, Dominicanos, Guatemaltecos, y Colombianos, y Nicaragüenses también, de vez en cuando. So think about that. What does that mean about the mix? How would we change things? How would we view things? How would we organize things? How would we prioritize things? So let's go to the next slide really fast. I have been a futurist since I was 4 years old. When I was 4 years old in 1955, don't do the math. My father, I was in Nicaragua, obviously. My father went to Costa Rica on a business trip, brought me a book called De la Luna a la Tierra, o De la Tierra a la Luna, quiero decir, no al revés, De la Tierra a la Luna. Jules Verne, 1865, I think he wrote it, From the Earth to the Moon. I bought onto the future at that point in time, and I've loved it ever since. I'm also, should I say it, a Trekkie? But anyway, so moving past the nostalgia, I have always looked when I came into my own, in a way, looking at academics at the future. So I would like to describe myself as a futurist. And one of the key individuals that I follow is Alvin Toffler. I know some of you have seen his work. Future Shock was the very first one, which came around, by the way, in 1970. Gracias. When we were in the midst of writing the Plan de Santa Barbara. Well, his last book that talks about the future is in 1990, and it was called Power Shift, Knowledge, Wealth, and Violence at the Age of the 21st Century. And the basic theme is that there is a three-pronged stool, if you will, that will evolve into whatever we're going to be in the 21st and 22nd century, and for that matter, in years past. Knowledge, which is the most important one of those tools because it's transformative. Wealth, financial resources, and force, he calls it, but it's really more influence, and I will say it's political influence, and we heard that earlier in some of the presentations. Okay, so let's go on to the next one, knowledge. Let's look at the data, the hard facts, graduation rates, dropout rates, time to completion of a degree, career selection. What are the things we need to think about? We need to think about learning to learn in this future. And evolving and developing a structure that talks about educational attainment in the 21st and 22nd century, given what we know now. Let's move on to the next one, please. Next slide, please. Here's some hard facts. We are doing infinitely better than we have in a long time in terms of graduation rates, but we're still, as you can see, 82% of the folks in our cohort being graduating from high school. And it's sad because even as a total in the nation, in the United States as a whole, we're 86%. That speaks very poorly of this nation as a developed country. Something is wrong there, folks. And something is wrong when it comes to us as well. And you can see the data for yourself. I don't have a lot of time to go through it, so let's go through the next one, please. Wealth creation. Wealth is the steady and consistent accumulation of income and assets over a period of time. It's necessary to understand that. Our kids have to understand that. It is a resource that then enables our ability to participate, to input what's going to happen with our lives. It's nothing to be not talked about, discounted. It is critical, and it's important to understand it. So the Latino Donor Collaboration has a report, just came out a few days ago, 2022. And they say that's as a foundation for creating wealth in our country by capitalizing on the growth of U.S. Latino cohort through mainstreaming, marketing, media participation, appointing Latinas and Latinos to executive leadership roles, to boards of directors, investing capital in this cohort for the benefit of our total economy. That is critical for the 21st century. We can't shy away from it. Can be an afterthought. Why? Let's go on to the next one very fast. Who owns the wealth in the U.S.? I guess you know that very well. In 1990, white households owned 90.7% of the household wealth in the United States. So that's where, obviously, wealth creation has been and stayed for a long time. We are making inroads, but we have a very long way to go. Let's go on to before I move on, interestingly enough, although we seem to be at the bottom in terms of average, medium income, and high income, we nevertheless make up, if we were a country, Latinos, and our buying power or GDP, we would be the 5th largest nation with that level of GDP in the world, because we're talking about $2.8 trillion that our community has the ability to use, despite the fact that we're at the poorest, that we're poorest end of the scale. Let's go to the next one. I think that's self-explanatory. That talks to you about average, medium, and top 1% in terms of income. I'll tell you right now that the average income for Latinos in 2020 is $42,000 for a family. Medium income is $31,000, and there's a top 1% out there, which is $212,000 a year. You see the difference, though, between the top in terms of whites and Asians, where they are at $401,000 in the top 1% and $404,000 in the top 1% vis-a-vis what we have to deal with. We are at the bottom of the scale of all ethnic and language minorities in the United States, with a median income of $31,000 a year. How does a family make it? Let's go on to the next one, fast. Power and politics. Remember what I told you about Latinas before? Well, here we are. We're 19% of the population, and yet we only make up 1.4% of all elected and appointed officials in this country. Dismal. We are not equitably represented. The place where we seem to show some gains is very interesting. The Latinas represent more than a third of all Hispanic elected officials in the last 2 decades between 2000 and 2020. And I can't read, you can read for yourself, but let's talk about one of the places where politics begins to be the stepladder, and that's school boards and school board memberships. Let's go on, please. Some good news, despite the fact that we're not equitably represented, nevertheless, there are now 52 members of Latino members of the 117th Congress of the United States. 45 serve in the House, 7 in the Senate. And you see three Republicans. That's another issue. What are the issues about Republicans and Democrats in our polity, in our politics and policy representation? One woman, as you can see, and you can see how many are in the House, which has obviously been a lot larger. But interestingly enough, 35 years ago, there were only 14, and they were all men. So let's go to the proposed next steps. Where do we go from here? We really need to have a convening of a multiple-day strategic planning update symposium, perhaps considering the constructs I've just talked about. We have to establish, as we always have, some sort of coordinating committee, because it's very complex to look at demographics, age, economics, etc. And we need to find sources for, are we going to call it the Plan de Santa Barbara of the 21st century? I don't know. But that's what I came up with for right now. We have to develop a planning framework and strategy within this revised socio-cultural framework, this diversity, this very young Latino group, making up for two of the errors, or two of the criticisms, I would say, of the original Plan de Santa Barbara. And let's finally go to the end, next steps. As I said, establish the current demographic parameters. That'd be a big picture, who are we? Consider the responses framed within those three-pronged approaches: knowledge, wealth, and political power. And finally, folks, we have to address the issues that are critical to the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you very much, Rita. I was being pressured by Dr. Loco. He started giving me the eye. He goes, hey, the time? No, I think that it was essential for us to have this foundation, this background, because we've had at least three long conversations to prepare for this capstone session, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Jose Dr. Loco Cuellar. And I want to admonish you one thing, okay? Do not believe him, because he's going to tell you that I bullied him into the Chicano movement, okay? He does it every time. And how could I bully Dr. Loco? But anyway, we met on the campus of Cal State Long Beach in 1968, and we have been connected in so many different things ever since then. But it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jose Cuellar, anthropologist, profesor, investigador y músico, musicólogo. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros, José.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Armando. Muchas gracias, Armando. Sorry, didn't mean to make that at your expense. I really appreciate this opportunity, and it's really wonderful to reconnect with Rita and Armando and the rest of you that I've seen. I haven't seen some of you for a long time. Rosalio, Al, Toby, hate to name everyone because I can't right now, but I really appreciate this opportunity to be here and see some of you who were part of this movement, initiated this movement. And so my intervention is going to be in a way to respond to the issues that have been addressed, and in some ways to address it from the perspective that evolved my evolution and development in esta área. I came to academia to be a better musician. I had been kicked out of a recording session in Hollywood in 1966 after being in Las Vegas and being in the Air Force, and I didn't know what to do. I thought, well, maybe I'll become a barber, go to barber school. As I'm driving back from Hollywood to Orange County, and I said, no, I want to be a better musician. I should go study music. Long story short, I went to this community college in Orange County, Golden West Community College. I happened to have been lucky enough that the director of the band was Tom Hernandez. Well, let me tell you the story of what it goes down, because this was 1966. I say, I want to go to community college. I go to Golden West Community College. I get in line to pick up my registration materials, and the line is full of surfers and beach bunnies in shorts and huaraches, just waiting for the surf to be up so they could go surfing. There were 3 Chicano vets, and Ana Garcia were the only Chicanos on that campus. So we decided we should start recruiting. And we went to Fountain Valley, which was a farm worker community, began to recruit people. The world-famous indigenous Chicano James Luna, the late, great James Luna, was part of this. So that's how I began to see there's not enough people here. And we started doing recruiting at the community college. I got my 2 years of music, but I still had another year of support from the GI Bill. So I said, well, I'm going to transfer to Long Beach, entonces, get my money. Because now I was hooked on the money. I got my degree, I got my music education, I was going to continue at Long Beach. I went to Long Beach in 68, fall of 68. Reagan had mandated that teachers had to teach another class. Instead of 3 per semester, now I had to do 4 per semester. So no teacher was taking an extra student in their class at all. So I'm going around trying to get in music classes, nada. Okay, sociology, nada. Social work, nada. I ran out of options. Political science, I went to anthropology. Fortunately, they said, okay, pásale, you know. After a while, Carol Swartrout, the teachers, let me in her class, and I had 15 units of anthropology. It was interesting. I was beginning to get into it. I took this class and ran into this Filipino, Mexicano, Chicano-ized Filipino. His dad was Filipino, his mom was Jewish, but his name was Tony Miranda, and he was from West Side Long Beach. And Tony was in this class, and I saw that he took good notes, so I started hanging around with Tony. Here comes this story, though. Tony and I are walking down the classroom, or down to the student union. Here comes Armando. There's a UMAS meeting at 5 o'clock. Be there. I said, what's UMAS? United Mexican American Students, be there. Tony says, I'm Filipino. He says, I don't care, you look like a Mexican, be there. I didn't recognize it until the other day. I said, shit, that's bullying. He bullied me into this. So I went and I was there and I continued my education. I got recruited to UCLA because we demanded a lecture. Tony and I went to this class. We were in this class on social change, Tuesday in the morning. Teacher was late. Long story short, he got upset, left the classroom. I had been up all night, jamming a Monday night blues session, so I was all crudo y desvelado. So I went to the class, and the guy says, if you're not ready to learn, I'm not ready to teach. Leaves the classroom. I said, Tony, ¿qué pasó? What happened, man? I said, I'm ready to learn, man. I came here, I didn't stay up all night for nothing. So we went and forced him to give us a lecture. Sat there, took notes. When we left, he called up his teachers and said, hey, you're not going to believe this. These two Chicanos just forced me to give them a lecture. So they started recruiting us. I got recruited to UCLA, where I accepted a fellowship. Tony got recruited to USC later on, and he was in teacher corps with my boy Frank Garcia. We then came together at UCLA and continued the movement. When I got to UCLA, I got exposed to Al Camarillo, Juan Gomez Quiñones, and we said, we're going to change. I want to be a Chicano anthropologist. They're going to be a Chicano sociologist. But the first thing I did when I said I want to be a Chicano anthropologist, I said, no, you got to go to Guatemala. I said, no, I'm Chicano. I want to go to New Mexico. They said, no, you have to have other cultural experiences. I don't know anything about New Mexico. I'm from Texas. Still, they made me go to Guatemala by threatening me not to give me my fellowship. So I came back and said, okay, I'm going to do my dissertation on Chicanos in East LA. They said, oh, no. We have an idea. You should go to New Zealand to study Maori drinking behaviors. That's when we knew they were not for us. And we began to say, we're going to create our own discipline. We met in San Antonio in 71, began to format what we would do in Chicano social science. Next year, we met in New Mexico, Las Vegas, New Mexico, and we said, this is how we're going to be Chicano studies. What makes us different from the dominant sociologists, anthropologists? And these are the following, what I call the 4 operating propositions of Chicano studies that we established in 72. Number 1, we're getting critical of dominant individuals, dominant institutions, and dominant ideologies. We don't care if they're Mexican, Mexican-American. If they're dominant, we critique them. At first, we were brutal critique, and destructive, aggressive and destructive in our critique. Now we've become to be positive instead of negative, and constructive in our critique. Some of the suggestions I'm going to make in my critique of Rita's presentation will be in a constructive, positive manner. We then said, what else? We are community-centered. We are concerned with the Mexican community, the most needy in the community, the most vulnerable. And who are those? Well, the Beatitudes, the hungry, the incarcerated, the widowed, the orphaned, the unhoused, the underpaid, the underemployed. That's where our concern is, and that's whose lives we want to improve. That's the purpose of Chicano studies. That's the purpose of Chicano social science. Number 3, we are going to be multidisciplinary. I'm not just going to approach this as an anthropologist. I'm going to take into consideration political science, music, theater, everything that informs us on what the nature of the problem is. If I'm studying Chicano alcohol abuse, I take into consideration all aspects of the problem. That's what we said is Chicano studies. We don't approach it from a discipline, but from a multidisciplinary perspective, multi-theories, multi-method. And by multi, I have interpreted it as three. At least three methods, three sources, three theories, until you can then demonstrate the quality of the work. And fourth, and this was the most important thing that we said and that we developed, and at least I really emphasized, was a reflexive dimension. They said, what makes us different from the Anglos and others that are studying our community? They approach this from the third person. They talk about us as them. We are going to approach it from the first person, and we're going to talk about us, our community, my research. And that's the difference. Because if we approach it from the first person, from a reflexive first person, then we have to begin to understand what are the issues involved here. And what the issues involved here was we are biased by the very factors that Rita pointed out. My ethnicity, the fact that I'm a Chicano, but not just a Chicano, I'm from Texas. I came to California in the mid-60s with a bias. Puros pochos aquí, man. Nobody speaks Spanish. Gee, man. En Califas, puro esto, puros son hijos de los españoles. Right, like that. All these biases. When I got to Colorado, I got to Colorado, and in Colorado at UC Denver, they said, oh man, you got from California, think you know everything about Chicanos. I said, no, I'm from Texas. Ooh, you're worse. Biases, ethnic, gender. My masculinity biases my research. I need to be aware how. My class. These factors, class, gender, ethnicity, we need to be aware of. And we need to be aware of what I learned from another fellow student. And let me underscore this for students. Notice how every one of us, how many of us talked about the teachers who taught us? How many of us talked about the students, our fellow students that we learned from? And my fellow student, fortunately, was Carlos Castaneda at UCLA. And he taught me about the enemies that Don Juan had told him. He said, if you want to be a person of knowledge, a seeker of knowledge, you have to confront and defeat your four enemies. And these are the four enemies that we've taught, at least I've taught my students. Number one is fear. Fear is an enemy because it freezes you. It forces you to not do. And that happens often, man. When I started doing my alcohol abuse research in San Jose, and I began to do my preliminary research, oye, ¿por qué crees que tomamos, hay tanto alcoholismo entre la raza? No, pues la pinche cultura. And I said, oh man, they're blaming the culture. And I said, oh man, what if they're right? Man, maybe I shouldn't do this research. How am I going to come out and say the problem with Mexican culture, drinking is Mexican culture? Maybe I shouldn't do this project. And I said, Chale, if I'll let the chips fall where they may. If that's the truth, if that data shows that, then I'm going to point to that and demonstrate how that is. We have to do in spite of our fear. Fear, enemy number one. Enemy number two, clarity. If you're a Chicano, you come to university and say, well, Chicano all my life, man. I'm going to get an A in Chicano studies. I've had students do that. And you start talking to them and they go, yeah, I know. The enemy of clarity. If you think you know, you will not learn. So you need to pretend you're confused and you don't understand. That's why those of you that have read the teachings of Don Juan go, how could Carlos be so dumb? He asks all these stupid questions. That's the way anthropologists are taught. You act like you don't know. You don't pretend like you know, because otherwise you will not learn. If you can conquer fear, you can deal with clarity, then the third enemy is power. And we teach our students personal power. All of a sudden I start gaining knowledge and I start saying, power is influence. Influence is money. The more you know, the more your consultation rates go up. I've been giving this lecture for free. No, hombre, I work hard. I should get some more money for this. We forget we came in this to help the vulnerable, not to help myself. We didn't come into this business to make money. We would have done something else if we wanted to make money. We came into this business to help the community, so we need to keep that in mind. Power is for the community. Power is not for the person in charge, and that becomes one of the issues. Finally, the last enemy that we have to face is fatigue. Y'all are facing it now. You're trying to pay attention and learn, but it gets harder the longer you're at it. So we need to teach our students how to act in spite of their fears, how to pretend to not know and to want to learn, how to remember to stay. I'm here for the poor people, and I'm not here for myself. And finally, I'm going to get tired, and I'm not going to learn everything that I want to learn. I'm going to go on 82, and I've been having to clear my library. And there's some books there that I look at, and I never read them. And I don't want to get rid of them because I think, I want to read that book. And at the same time, I'm beginning to say, Chingo, I'm not going to have time. My time is up. And that's what we have to come to. Fatigue, ultimately, Don Juan told Carlos, and Carlos taught me, death is our enemy. So those of us who are in Chicano studies, I argue, and my pretension would be, Chicano de Santa Barbara was a dream deferred in certain ways. There are no Chicano studies programs that have a PhD except UC Santa Barbara. UC Berkeley has a program where Chicano studies is a program of ethnic studies. At San Francisco State, we got a College of Ethnic Studies with a Department of Latino Studies. We got departments in every one of the 5 and a minor program in race and resistance. That multi-ethnic program was developed by the Third World Liberation Front, where they said we have consensus on everything. At San Francisco State, when I got there to be chair, George Wu, Asian American Studies, sat me down and says, look, Cuellar, before we go to our dean's meeting, we're going to meet, and I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say, and you tell me what you're going to say, because we shouldn't have any surprises. When we're in there, we are together. When we decided to do ethnic studies in the GE, we said, okay, we're going to agree on consensus. There's lots of things we can't agree on. Let's find those that we can and move forward on this. Those are the issues I think we face in developing the Chicano studies. We need to have 40 million people of Mexican descent. We need Chicano studies. We may need Latino studies like we have at San Francisco State. But we need a Chicano studies program that focuses on the issues of Mexicans in the United States. That's the elephant in the room, folks. You know, Rudy told us, why do we say Latino? Well, because anything but Mexican. Mexican is still, we saw in that picture, we are not dirty Mexicans. Now, we are nice Hispanics. With all due respect, that's what the dominant said. And certainly maybe what unites us with Cubans and Puerto Ricans might be our Hispanicity, might be. When I went in 1961, when I was stationed in Puerto Rico, I went there because I spoke Spanish and I was going to be a place that spoke Spanish. It took me a month to figure out what they were saying. Because I'm from Texas. And the other thing though is the girls thought it was cute the way I talked. Órale, vato. So I didn't stop talking like a Chicano because it got me a lot of attention. There's benefits to continue to be a Chicano all your life. And we argued. We are for self-definition and self-determination. You do not have the right to call me Latinx if I don't want to be called Latinx. We respected the person that wanted to be called Mexican American, person wanted to be called a Chicano. You call yourself what you want, I call myself what I want. That's what we respect. And I don't see that happening now. People that came up, and I'll just critique that right now, and then you can come at me, but X is what we use in a barrio to X out. X, Latin, American, Latin, X. It X's out American, it X's out gender. X has never been inclusive. Please, X has always been exclusive. Challenge me. Come on. Let's be respectful. Giving everybody the name that I think is demographically valuable. That's what we saw in the Capital Group that promoted this. If you see, there's a documentary called Brown is the New Green, George Lopez and the American Dream. That documentary documents Latino was a marketing strategy to identify a population to sell them stuff. And that's exactly what is in this presentation. We are a marketing population, and if we can think of Latinos as a market, then we can talk to corporations. We may be a market, but we need to begin to think about ourselves in a different way than just a market. And just because that model that was presented, we've seen it before. That was the model of integration we heard long ago from the LULACs when I was in high school. That was the same model. You saw the statistics. Blacks were number 1, number 2 for a long time. How did they fare? How are they doing? Asians are way up there. How are they doing? There's no evidence that shows if some of us get a lot of wealth, that's going to trickle down to the rest of us. Where? Donde? Not even among the whites. We need to be critical, holistic. They're going to go into the woods. Don't get hung up on the trees. Understand what kind of forest it is and what the significance it is. We need to be aware and not think that we know. We have to constantly ask questions. We have to not think it's power for us, but power for the powerless. And we need to remember, we're going to get tired, y'all. Thank you so much for your patience.
Power. Muchísimas gracias, carnalito. And he certainly puts into context many of the things that we have talked about today. And I agree entirely that all of us have a right to identify ourselves whatever the hell way we want. We have to respect that, right? And if you want to call yourself Latinx or Chicanx, which to me is very, very offensive, we need to allow them to do that. And my only dare that I have, because personally I think it's a pendejex, it's a stupidex, and also, frankly, I dare anyone. I'm a native speaker. I was born and raised in Chilangolandia. I went through elementary school, and I have maintained my Spanish, I think, very good. I dare anyone who defines themselves as a Latinx or Chicanx to write just one page in Spanish, using every time that you're supposed to use the X. And they will convince themselves that it's a pendejex. And obviously, if you identify as a Latinx, Chicanx, well, then why don't you start by changing your last name? Rodriguez, Martinez. Bueno, ahí la voy a dejar, porque nos podemos pasar el resto de la tarde. And I wanted to just return to some of the data that Rita presented. We are also looking at a Mexican diaspora, a new era of Chicano studies. And this has been the focus of my work in the last 3 years, since we celebrated Chicano studies, the 50th anniversary Chicano studies, in Tijuana, at the Colegio de la Frontera Norte. And also to promote the idea that it's not about the nostalgia about Chicano studies from 54 years ago. It's about what do we challenge academics, and especially in Mexico, to research, to publish about our community of Mexican origin. Rita laid it out. 41 million of Mexican origin. I think it's more than that. Remember the undercount. Remember that there's a lot of undocumented folks that were not counted by the census. But if you add at least 40 million Mexicanos north of the border with 130 million within the Mexican Republic, 170 Mexicans straddle the border? Who's the majority? At least in Califas, right? So what we're talking about here is also promoting that in Mexico they understand the human capital that we represent as Mexicanos. And I'm not excluding the rest of the Latino population. I'm saying we are an extension of Mexico. Mexico still has not captured the wealth of that human capital. And I think finally, in terms of the work that we have been doing, taking Dreamers to study abroad in Mexico over the last now 7 years, we're building a relationship with UNAM. And this is why I invited these two professoras about to get their doctoral degrees from UNAM to talk about the work that we're doing to build a connection with UNAM to offer Dreamers, because todos son mexicanos nacidos en México, tienen derecho a estudiar en la UNAM. Y UNAM está así, están listos para recibirlos. Pero lo que necesitamos es la visión. And so I have asked Isabel Medina and Esther Alonso to talk a little bit about the work they're doing. Isabel for 3 years now with us, and also Esther for a little bit over a year. So let me ask Isabel first to speak about the work that we've been doing in terms of offering Spanish classes for the Dreamers online, but also a diplomado, certificate program that can lead to a master's in U.S.-Mexico Studies. Isabel Medina, adelante.
Sí, muchas gracias. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Ahora sí.
Ahora sí. Ok. Buenas tardes. Antes que nada, quiero agradecer profundamente al profesor Enrique Murillo y al profesor Armando Vázquez por invitarnos a este importante evento. Muchas gracias también a todos ustedes por su calurosa bienvenida y por hacernos sentir parte de esta hermosa comunidad, porque finalmente eso somos, ¿no? Somos una comunidad y aquí estamos para conectar, y qué mejor forma de hacerlo a través de puentes y lazos académicos. Sí, como comentaba, profe, yo soy egresada de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, la UNAM, la máxima casa de estudios en México, la segunda en América Latina, y que poco a poco se ha ido posicionando entre las mejores universidades en todo el mundo. Haciendo mi investigación de doctorado fue como yo conocí al profesor. De hecho, mi tesis se titula Chicana Power, las mujeres en el movimiento chicano y sus aportes en la esfera educativa, laboral y política. Pues bueno, así es como yo conozco al profesor Armando. El año pasado tuve la oportunidad de participar en el programa de estudios en el extranjero para Dreamers. Y pues bueno, ellos al enterarse que yo era estudiante de la UNAM, se empiezan a acercar a mí, me empiezan a mostrar esa inquietud. Oye, a mí me gustaría ingresar a la UNAM, ¿cómo se le puede hacer? Si yo me hubiera quedado en México, hubiera sido ese mi sueño, o también mis padres en algún momento soñaron a asistir a esta universidad. Este año tuvimos 5 seminarios en la UNAM, en la cual los Dreamers presentaron sus experiencias, sus historias de vida, y también pues asistieron muchos académicos, estudiantes y profesores de la UNAM, y quedaron fascinados con ellos por todo ese capital humano que tienen. Y pues bueno, pues ya tenemos en puerta un convenio de colaboración entre el Centro de Estudios California-México y la FES Acatlán de la UNAM. Este convenio de colaboración incluye un diplomado en estudios México-Estados Unidos y un curso de español, el español como lengua hereditaria, porque ellos hablan fluidamente el español, pero sí mostraban así como que preocupación por escribirlo. Entonces, este curso tiene como objetivo reforzar la expresión escrita, gramática, ortografía y tal vez adquirir un vocabulario como que más académico. Y pues el diplomado se basará en conocimientos sobre aspectos económicos, sociales, culturales de México y su relación con Estados Unidos. Entonces, pues eso es en lo que estamos trabajando actualmente. Hemos tenido charlas con profesores, académicos, investigadores de la UNAM, y se pretende implementar a principios del siguiente año en modalidad mixta, principalmente de manera virtual, pero si ellos quieren pueden asistir a México e incorporarse a las aulas de la UNAM mediante el permiso de Advance Parole. Pues bueno, tengo que ser breve porque se acaba el tiempo. Y nuevamente agradecerles la oportunidad de estar aquí y es un placer conocerlos. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Gracias. Tenemos una traducción en contextual. Muchísimas gracias. Adelante. No.
Necesito, muy bien. Thank you very much. Isabel says, first of all, she wants to thank everyone for making her feel welcome and for building community as she arrived in this event. She also talked about how she graduated from UNAM, which is the second Latin American university in importance in education. She has studied Chicana power, and her dissertation for her doctorates actually was on Chicana power. One of the projects that she's working on is this collaboration between Mexico and the United States to facilitate the study at UNAM for dreamers who have the right to study in Mexico but may not have the capabilities of the academic language. So the program includes getting the students ready to build their academic language in Spanish so that they can comfortably acquire the degree. This program is to start next year, and it is encouraged to start virtually, but students can come and study in person. She also thanked everyone for listening.
Thank you very much. Les presento también a la ya casi doctora Esther Alonso, por favor.
Gracias. ¿Sí me escuchan? Sí. Ok, bueno, pues también muchas gracias al doctor Enrique Murillo y al profesor Armando Vázquez por la invitación y por la oportunidad de estar aquí con todos ustedes compartiendo el proyecto en el que estamos trabajando. Como parte de este proyecto que estamos trabajando con la UNAM, también queremos hacer una red y una conexión con otras instituciones en México, en este caso con el Instituto Nacional Electoral. Queremos extender esta parte de los estudios a tener una capacitación de derechos cívicos para todos los Dreamers, en este caso para los egresados del programa. Todos ellos cuando regresan tienen una identidad mucho más reconocida como mexicanos, como biculturales, ¿no? Se dicen que soy de aquí y soy de allá. Y esto también les permite o quieren tener un mayor contacto con sus raíces en México. Por eso es que estamos trabajando con el INE para que todos puedan tener su credencial de elector. De hecho, es un requisito del programa para que puedan asistir. Entonces, estamos buscando un programa de empadronamiento para que ellos puedan promover dentro de sus comunidades, con sus familiares, con sus amigos, que puedan tener esta credencial de elector. Más allá de una identificación como mexicanos, les da también el derecho a ejercer su voto desde el extranjero, algo que es muy importante y que en el último programa que estuvimos fuimos recibidos por el consejero presidente del INE en México y bueno, él se pudo dar cuenta de todo el capital humano que tienen todos estos estudiantes, ¿no?, que asisten al programa. Y bueno, quedaron muy interesados en poder trabajar y que ellos conozcan también sus derechos políticos en México. Como mexicanos tienen derecho a ejercer su voto y bueno, como actores transnacionales que son, pues también pueden influir en estas decisiones, ¿no?, en lo que sucede en su país, a pesar de que ellos viven aquí, tienen familia, tienen amigos viviendo en México y bueno, como bien lo mencionó también Rita, pues obviamente todos los sucesos internacionales impactan también aquí a la comunidad latina en Estados Unidos. Entonces, bueno, es parte de lo que estamos trabajando, estamos queriendo crear un puente, ¿no?, de conocimiento, de relación entre California y México a través de este programa, a través de los Dreamers y que esto pueda representar un crecimiento, ¿no?, tanto educativo, de oportunidades y de identidad para toda la comunidad. Entonces, bueno, pues eso es parte de lo que estamos haciendo. Muchas gracias por su atención y por estar aquí. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Adelante.
Esther also thanked Dr. Murillo and Dr. Vázquez for inviting them and having them here, echoing her colleague. She talked about the project of UNAM and how there is a project that is developing to expand beyond the university. They want to make sure that the rights of the dreamers are not only respected but exercised, and they are building their ability to be Mexicans and exercise the Mexican identity. There is a need for sponsors so that this education on civic rights takes place. They need to know, they want the dreamers to know that they can exercise their Mexican identity in civil rights and in person and vote, but also educate others about their rights. The international issues are part of the tapestry of the people that lived outside of Mexico, and they feel that the education provided to dreamers can reinforce the Mexican identity, but also the civic identity.
Muchísimas gracias. Y gracias, Isabel. Esther, algo que quiero añadir brevemente sobre también la visión de tener este tipo de intercambio académico a todos los niveles. Ellas también están investigando posiblemente hacer postdoctorados en Estados Unidos. Su nivel de inglés es muy bueno, pero decidimos que hablaran en español para poder expresar mejor su participación en este programa. Y que de hecho algunos han de haber recibido anoche el libro que acabamos de publicar para este evento. Ya ellas trajeron la primera cantidad de libros de lo que le llamamos la antología de sueños de un viaje imposible. Está bilingüe, está totalmente en ambos idiomas y son 38 ensayos del verano pasado de 215 Dreamers que llevamos, que por primera vez en más de 5 años habíamos estado esperando porque no nos dieron los permisos durante toda la gestión de Trump. Entonces les pido, si quieren recibir el libro, comuníquense con nosotros, con Enrique, y lo vamos a hacer gratis a todos los que son académicos, maestros, etcétera. Sí se va a vender luego que salga la siguiente ronda de libros. Por el momento tenemos 1000 libros para repartir. Y finalmente quería comentar sobre esta relación que estamos construyendo con la UNAM y con el Instituto Nacional Electoral, porque sí nos importa muchísimo empoderar a nuestra comunidad y poder elegir a la próxima presidenta de México. Ya saben quién es, ¿verdad? No, ya ven. La jefa de gobierno del Distrito Federal, of Mexico City's Mayor, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, que es la número 1 candidata a la presidencia en el 2024. Entonces ella nos recibió, she welcomed us in a major museum in Mexico City with one of the groups of dreamers, and we are committed to create a political base to promote the voto en el exterior for Mexicans to increase the number of votes in presidential elections and also governor elections. So I want to wrap it up by just saying that we have a brief few minutes. I know Enrique needs to do a final role. He was already here throwing the hook on me. But I think that
The Puente kids left, but if there's somebody who has a question.
okay, I wanted to comment that all three of us are in agreement that we need to have lead. Le voy a echar la responsabilidad a nuestro nuevo representante en la Casa Blanca. We need to lead a new Plan de Santa Bárbara type of conference. Rita lo puso en el contexto multi-day, porque esto es apenas, it's just a scratching the surface. I mean, we're barely touching on so many topics. It's impossible to do in such a short period of time. So this is something that we wanted to recommend jointly to you, Enrique, como si no tuvieras nada más que hacer. Pero es algo que se puede empezar a planificar y quizás enfocarlo específicamente en el sistema de Csusb University. Ahora, ¿dónde tenemos la más grande cantidad de alumnos universitarios? Es en the community colleges. I don't know, Rita, how many Latino students enroll in the 113 community colleges?
Hello. Okay, I'll go over there. Bien rápido. There are 2.3 million students in the California community colleges. 2.3 million. It's the largest system of public post-secondary education in the world. I like to say in the universe. And of those, 46% are Latinos. So think about that. Of the Latinos, about 54% are female and the rest are male. So it is a huge, huge resource in 114 community colleges from the border to Oregon.
Thank you, Rita. And we know that in the CSU system, we're in the range of about 45% of 500,000 students, 475,000 students in the 23 campuses of the Cal State University system. We're going to be the majority. And so what are we planning for? What are we anticipating is necessary, especially as it relates to that huge number of potential transfers from the community colleges? So, Enrique, te damos nuestra recomendación, piénsalo, y finalmente nada más quería también proponer la idea de que podemos mantener una red de comunicación, ¿no? The guys that you have in your mailing list, etc., that we can continue maybe some type of a newsletter or a connection. So I want to conclude with that because I know that it's already 10 till 4. We have exceeded our day for at least an hour. Enrique, otra vez felicidades y muchísimas gracias por invitarnos.
Okay, I heard the power gets turned off at 4, so we gotta hurry up. Okay, so ya para despedirnos, all right, friends and colleagues, we're signing off today. We're happy to report that we stood strong for 11 lead summits, and we today exceeded my expectations. I have a good story. We all have a good story to share today with everything that happened with the fire and the Cheech but don't worry, the Brown Berets took them. The Brown Berets took them, and they said, "Don't worry, we got Cheech." They said, "Don't worry, we got Cheech." Right? So Cheech was under good hands. We didn't know what was going on, so the Brown Berets took care of it. So thank you to them. If there's any lead planners here left, come up for our traditional group picture. If not, pues ya ni modo. Everyone's tired. I lost my voice. Un granito más de arena. Muchas gracias. Y con eso nos despedimos. Colorín colorado, este cuento se ha acabado. Hasta la próxima. Thank you.